Hear my words and bear witness to my vow. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the shield that guards from the realm of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come.
Winter is coming.
Sticking with the point here.
I know which end to use.
And the mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone.
People have been swinging at me for years, but they always seem to miss.
What did the Mad King say when you stabbed him in the back? He never asked. A crown for a king.
He was an old dragon. Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Is this meant to be your shield, Lord Stark? A piece of paper.
You know the first thing about sword fighting?
Sticking with the pointy end.
You think my life is some precious thing to me? That I would trade my honor for a few more years of war?
Surrounded by Lannisters. Every time I close my eyes, I see their blonde hair and their smug, satisfied faces.
Hello everybody, how are we guys doing today? I see a few of you guys in the chat already. First of all, can you guys hear me? Can you guys see me? Is everything going according to plan? Hello Heather, hello Mama Cat, hello Chuck, hello Archangel. Welcome to another History and Lore live stream. Hello. How have you guys been? How has your Saturday morning? Is it morning where you guys are at right now in the States? Or midday? How has it been treating you guys? We hear you loud and clear. I'm a bit too loud also. If you guys feel like I can turn it a little bit down. I loved your introduction. Thank you, Archangel. Afternoon for you, Heather? Okay. So hopefully your Saturday has been splendid. Everything is good. Glad to hear. It's early afternoon. Okay. Just got home from work, Jack. Hopefully it wasn't a hard day at work. Hopefully everything went well, smooth. The sound is good. Okay. Yes, Heather. Unfortunately, though, that means that I had to remove the Joffrey's personal hell tier from the tier list. That's the only bad thing. But other than that, yeah, Joffrey's fucking dead. It's great. It's beautiful. My TV has volume control, so please scream if you need. Good to know. I don't think that I doubt that there'll be anything for me to scream for in this live stream. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll find out a story that will terrify me or something. You have been laughing at your son and his friends being stupidly funny. Are they with you right now, Mama Cat? Are you guys together right now? Are you hanging out? She can stay there forever. Absolutely. Absolutely. She can. She can, definitely can. So we're just gonna do the usual, like we're gonna chat a little bit, wait for some more of you guys possibly to join before we start the tier list part of the stream. I'm gonna try and run the stream on a tight schedule. We're gonna get stuff done today. This is not gonna be a 10-hour stream. We're gonna try to be punctual. We're gonna try our best. I'm gonna try my best, actually. You guys don't have much influence on what goes on. Hello, Angelina. Hello. Would you react to House of Dragon after Game of Thrones? Greatest from Argentina. Hello. Hello, Argentina. Well, yes, I think I will. I mean, I don't think that I'll be able to... Once I'm done with Game of Thrones, right? Once I'm finished... I've reached season 8 and it's done. I think that I'm going to be craving even more Game of Thrones stuff. I've thought about reading the books possibly, so I'll most probably be itching to watch House of Dragons as well afterwards. So pretty sure we're going to check that out as well. No 8-hour stream? No, Chuck. I'm saying this now. Let's see where we're at in a few hours, you know? You'll want to? Yeah. I've heard a lot of good things about it, so probably. It's worth it, and season 2 comes out in August. Okay, so hopefully... will I be done with Game of Thrones by August? It's possible. It's possible. So it would be a smooth transition, maybe. We could be like finishing season 8 by August and then going straight into House of Dragons. That would be pretty cool if I can be able to time it like that. But season 4 is so awesome. I cleared my whole weekend for this live stream. Listen, season 4 was fantastic. I can't lie. Definitely the best finale so far. Although now I'm trying to do a quick recap. But yeah, no, for me it's the best. It was so perfect, as I said in the reaction. I couldn't have scripted it any better. It was perfect for Tyrion, perfect for Tywin, the way he went, perfect for Shay, since she reached the point that she did. I really liked how Arya's arc ended as well, although I was a little bit sad about the Hound, who I'm not quite sure if he's 100% dead yet. And you guys don't spoil me on that one. I'm hasted on reading the books since Sarah and Martin will probably never finish them. I've been thinking about that, Chuck. Some of you, I don't remember exactly who. I think one of you guys told me that he has been writing. He has talked about putting out a new book, I think. So he is attempting to finish the story, but will he? That's a good question. We don't know. Gotta ask my usual question. Most shocking moment of the season. Most shocking moment of the season is obviously Oberyn's death for me. Well, Oberyn's death or Joffrey's death? Fuck. I almost forgot that Joffrey's death was in season 4 because it happened so early. Man. I think I'll go with Oberyn. I'll go with Oberyn only because while Joffrey's wedding was going on, the episode of Joffrey's wedding, I had this feeling throughout the entirety of that episode that there is a good possibility that they kill Joffrey at his wedding, because it's Game of Thrones. That's what Game of Thrones does. They kill people at their wedding. That's their MO. That's what they do. So I don't know if you guys remember. I was crossing my fingers during the reaction. I was hoping that it would happen. So I was kind of like preempted about Joffrey dying. I was completely dumbfounded when Oberyn got killed because of the way that he got killed. Because I thought that he had killed the Mountain. By that point, I thought the Mountain was done. That was such a cheat. The way the Mountain killed him. Like, I thought it was over. He had impaled him with a spear, right? So yeah, I'll go with Oberyn for most shocking. But looking at all the deaths that you just named, Chuck, we had a lot of big characters get killed in season 4, didn't we? I mean, it happens every season, but yeah, Hound's possible death, right? I don't know if you put his death here to like trick me, you know, and he's not dead. You're trying to play reverse psychology on me, Chuck. I honestly think he's stuck because of the drama that the series got with how it finished. What do you mean? What do you mean, Heather? Yeah, season 4 is when the real budget started. In previous seasons, they didn't have it. That's why they never showed Rob's battle or things like that. Very interesting. Well, we did get the battle of King's Landing in season 1, right? Wait, was that season 1 or was it season 2? Season 2, right? So that was a pretty good, decent battle. You know, it was pretty grand. Not as grand as the battle at the wall that we got in season 4, but I definitely noticed the uptick in production value in season 4. Not that the previous seasons seemed cheap or anything. I believe that Game of Thrones since episode 1 has looked great visually, but I definitely noticed an uptick in just how it overall looked in season 4. Hello, Marjo. Hello, how are you doing? How is baby Samuel doing? How is the lady threatening you to sue doing? He was having issues writing. That's what you were talking about, Heather. I see. I think the backlash that came with the ending of the series caused him to possibly rethink things. Well, how involved? But he wasn't involved in how the TV show ended, right? They went completely. They did their own thing, right? Since the books weren't finished, it's not like he was to blame for any of the, I don't know yet, but apparently negative opinions on how the show ended. At least we didn't get hit by a slew of characters' deaths that we loved, like the end of season 3. That is true, although I will say Oberyn, Ygritte, the Hound possibly, and guys, I'll admit, I liked Say before this season. I liked her. I really liked her character. So like when she died, I was ecstatic, but overall it was a character that I enjoyed. So like these are 4 pretty big deaths, right? But they balanced it out. They gave us the usual killing off the characters that we love, but then we had the beautiful moment of Joffrey's death, and we had one of the most fitting deaths of a character in Tywin, who was one of the bad guys technically. I also really like Tywin, so I'm gonna miss Tywin as well in the show. But yeah, they kind of balanced it out. Previous season, it was basically, no, the good guys lose. You guys are not gonna be happy. You guys are not gonna enjoy this experience. Have fun. And they just gave it to us. And we had no chance of coping at all. The content stopped after season 5. Right, the books, right? So like, oh shit. So like, season 5, the season that I'm going to go into right now, is the last season that was faithful to the books. Okay, that's interesting. That's good to know. I can only think of a few that died off screen. Syrio. Guys, will you guys understand? I didn't know that Syrio had died. I had no idea that Syrio was dead in season 1. They didn't show it, so it was like, maybe he beat that man that was wielding a sword and had this armor on him with that wooden sword of his. I don't know. He seemed like a magician. He seemed like somebody that would have been able to stay alive in that situation. And it took me a few episodes, I believe, to come to the realization that like, oh wait a minute, Syrio was killed. No more Syrio for real. And that was a pretty sad realization when it happened. And yeah, Sasha's Septa, we hardly knew her, so. Right, Chuck. King Robert also died off screen. Although we did kind of get to see his last moments before he passed. But yeah. Hello, Ramay. If I'm mispronouncing your names, guys. If anybody's new to the stream, I'm sorry. Please feel free to let me know how to properly pronounce your names. But welcome to the stream. Hope your Saturday is going well. Please don't let the negative opinions of the ending you've heard affect your own bias. Oh, don't worry. I'm pretty good at not letting outside noise impact how I experience movies, shows, in general, any IP, video games, whatever. I'm pretty good with going in with my own like opinion on things, so that I don't think that will be an issue. It will hurt me if I do notice a serious decrease in the writing, because Game of Thrones is the show that it is. And again, I came into Game of Thrones after having experienced all the hype, to the point where I thought the show was overhyped before I watched it, right? And I went into Game of Thrones and I was like, no, this show is legitimately this freaking good. But all of it has to do with the writing, right? It has, well, a big part of it has to do with the writing. So I will be pretty disappointed if I notice a serious fall off. Hopefully I won't. Hopefully it wouldn't even cross my mind. Hopefully. But I'm pretty good at not being impacted, I feel. The series was still a great series, even if people didn't agree with the decisions made. That's good, right? And again, I might agree with the decisions that they take with some of the characters, because, you know, maybe they just click more with me, you know? Baby Samuel is frolicking still. Say hello from us. Say hello from the Greek guy community to Baby Sam. From watching though, you can tell that George Martin had book 6 pretty well mapped out though, or that's how it felt as far as. So he had a pretty good idea of where the story was going, right? Okay. I think we've discussed this on stream before. I remember, I don't know if it was on stream or in one of the reactions actually. I think it was on stream. And I said, would it be kind of cool if they just went back and fixed it? If the book comes out, people like it, and they're like, you know what? Whatever you guys, if you guys didn't like it, which apparently people did, some people didn't like the ending, if they go back and fix it, maybe in an animated series or something, that would be pretty cool. I don't know. Sorry, you missed a bit. Don't worry, Mama Cat. We'll be here. I loved season 7 best and never had as many issues as others, but I formed solutions and reasons for various things in my mind. You know, it's good that you did that, Mama Cat. I feel like when you're going into a show, especially when it's a show that has like pre-existing backstory for a lot of things, meaning this was based on books, right? You kind of have to do some of your own work with your imagination anyways if you haven't read the books. So this is a very good approach to take just in general with this, I feel. Again, I don't know if people who read the books had the issues, people who didn't read the books also had issues, if it was a collective like disagreement. But I can see why people who had read the books prior maybe had more of an issue with how things turned out than the ones who didn't. Maybe that's just me speculating. But that's a pretty good mindset, I feel, that you had. Character arcs take a 180. Hello, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, welcome. They do? Well, we already got Say, right? Is it more drastic than Say turning from one of the smartest women in Game of Thrones to one of the dumbest in just like the span of one season? I don't know. What do you think about Cersei? That bitch is crazy, but personally, she's one of my favorite characters. That's how I feel about Cersei. I feel like I hate her as a person, but I'm really invested in every single scene. This is, Angelina, this is exactly how I feel about Cersei. You described it perfectly. But that's how I feel about all of the Lannisters, honestly. Minus the kids, I guess. Even, you know what? Joffrey, as we discussed in the episode that he died, he was still like a character that added an element to the show, right? All of the Lannisters, I feel, as much I did not enjoy Joffrey whenever he was on screen. I'll say that. I do enjoy Cersei. I do enjoy Jaime. I did enjoy Tywin. But all of the Lannisters to me are super interesting characters with a lot of depth to them, I feel. So I love Cersei and I do hate Cersei at the same time. It's a complicated relationship. Maybe a bit less complicated than her and her brother's relationship, but still. Yes, Jack, the George Lucas. Even though I have no idea about Star Wars, I do know about the George Lucas going back and fixing stuff that fans hated. Due to recommendations of Heather, I'm proud to say that since your last live stream, I've read books. You have? Archangel, that's dope. That's dope. Wait, you've read 1 to 4? You've read 4 books? How big are the books, guys? That's a lot of reading in a span of like... when was the last time we did this live stream? 1 month ago? 1 month and something, right? I read the last book in 1 day, since that I wait. Yeah, I don't know if all who had read the books had issues. Yeah, I don't know. You guys were gonna have to fill me in on that one. Yeah, Your Majesty, I know that they were not. And at some point they went and did their own thing, the writers. And we've discussed that they had plans to go on and do something with Star Wars, and they kind of rushed it maybe at some parts We've discussed about this in a previous stream as well. I just put my earbuds in, going back into the funeral party where my kids are, but staying here with my Greek guy. You're at the funeral party, Mama Cat? Funeral party. That's an interesting way to call those. We call them mnemosina. I mean, you guys are not gonna be able to understand what that is, but like, I don't know what. Yeah, I didn't know that that's the equivalent, I guess, in English. But the dialogues became less clever, more direct. Right, I understand what you're saying, Marjo, and this is what I talked about. Hopefully I don't notice a big drop-off in the writing, as I said. Heather, is that I think you guys have mentioned Lady Stoneheart in the comments during my reactions. I don't know the lady, but apparently you guys are excited for me to meet her. I mean, the name alone sounds pretty badass. They are huge, Archangel, and you read them all at least 2 times each. That's great. I wish I could read books to that like capacity as quickly. Like I really take a lot of time to get through books personally. 20 years from now, Disney will buy the rights to Game of Thrones and make it a kids show. Please don't. What does that even mean? Game of Thrones as a kids show? Huh? How could you even? In what? Huh? I'm trying to like pontificate and think like, how could that even be turned into a kids show? It's impossible, right? Unless we're talking about some really naughty kids. Right, Mama Cat, please don't start laughing maniacally at a funeral party. Boston Irish EMS driver. After the funeral, it's usually an all-day gathering with lots of laughs and stories. That's a great way, I feel like, to celebrate. Celebrate sounds maybe like a bad word, but to honor, I feel like, the person that passed. I really agree with that idea, personally. I won't meet her unless I read the books. Oh damn it, now I do have to read the books, because I'm sure like you guys have talked about Lady Stoneheart, and I'm kind of interested now. Lady Stoneheart wants to kill Brienne. Oh, maybe I wouldn't like her then. I don't know. Law school makes you either able to read 1,000 pages a day or you fail. So I can really let the wind. Yeah, that's why I never went to law school, right? That's probably why. The boys' ages being 20, 23 being so funny. Are you talking about your kids, Mama Cat? If Disney bought Game of Thrones, they do a prequel animated series about Arya or about dragons or something like that. Yeah, possibly. I can see that maybe. I still wouldn't want to see it, to be honest with you, because like, if you take Game of Thrones, turn it into a kids show, in a way you take away all of the stuff that kind of makes Game of Thrones Game of Thrones. What the stuff that makes it great. So unless they come up with a brilliant script, right? If they do something like Avatar, for example, I don't know, that could possibly work. The Last Airbender animated series, which was a kids show, but it touched on so many grown, quote unquote, topics At the same time, the characters weren't like they were very complex still. It was a great show. I recommend it if you guys haven't checked it out. So maybe if they did it in that type of way, but like it's very rare that a show is that well written and as good. Oh, you're Anthony's best bad dad passed. My condolences, Mama Cat. Jack is as lost as me, apparently, on who Lady Stoneheart is. Your daughter flew up from Nashville for the funeral. That's good. You get to spend some time together, Mama Cat. That's beautiful. You would love an Arya sequel. I'd love anything that has to do with Arya personally, but like it needs to be good. That's the thing. Give me a good script and definitely I'll watch it. Sorry, we're saying why after Jaime loses his hand could they not make him a sword which strapped onto his sword arm? How would that work though? I mean, now that they have the crazy scientist in the lab where we left off in season 4, I can maybe see him coming up with something like that. I mean, he's trying to turn the mountain into Bane basically from Batman, so like he could have done something like that. I feel like I've seen that somewhere, what you're describing, Archangel. Was it Excalibur, the animated movie? Or am I thinking of a completely different movie? Where somebody did have, like, he was missing a hand, and then he had a sword, which I think he melted. In a way, it was animation, so, you know, you can get away with stuff. And had it as like a sword arm. I feel like I've seen that somewhere. Dance of Dragons? What's Dance of Dragons? Or a sealed heather, that's also a very good idea. Although that would not really... You need to think also, right? If you have a weapon for an arm, right? It also kind of maybe needs to be practical for everyday life. I don't know if a shield would be more practical than a sword, right? I don't know. Yeah, like Captain's Hook. Or with a strap, right? You can also, right, yeah. And then he can just take it off whenever he feels like it. That would probably be right. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's probably the better way to go about it instead of having it permanently on the missing bit. Yeah. See, you guys are smart. I would have had Jaime walk around with a sword in his arm for the entirety of his life, and that could be pretty dangerous at some point. Well, the fake hand and sword and shield would all be interchangeable. That would be, yes. I think that would be the best way to go about it. Right? When he's casual, he's gonna have his hand. When it's time for battles and wars, he can take on the sword and shield. We're basically turning Jaime into a mechanical man at this point. Yeah, Vinicius. Basically, what would happen, but I guess it would be better than just to have the fake arm that they've put as of now, right? At least it would be a little bit better still. he would be able to defend himself at least, right? Also, welcome. I don't know if I've greeted you, Vinicius. Hope your Saturday is going great. Why not just an AK-47, right? Why not just a Beretta? Why not a shotgun? Or a chainsaw? Have you guys seen Evil Dead? That could work as well. Hello, River Miss Faye. Hello, welcome. How have you been? How has your Saturday been? We are talking about the prosthetic things that we can add onto Jaime's missing hand to make him more practical. We've discussed a shield, a sword, an AK, a shotgun, a chainsaw. Archangel, I know you didn't mean a permanent sword arm. When you said it though, that's what my brain imagined. So I just went with that because I don't know. I know you didn't say that. He already has the fake hand, so it's a huge stretch, yeah. He could dual wield with a gladius and a longsword. How cool would that be? Yeah. Anything than the fake hand that he has on right now. And I think it would be an upgrade. River Miss Faye. Yeah. Or that, Archangel, or a forearm. He was having trouble with cutting his foot, right? So that could help. And he could also use the forearm in battle, right? How do you help yourself from not just binging these episodes? It's not easy, Your Majesty. I'll be honest with you. It's not easy. But I feel like I would be doing a disservice to the channel if I had the opportunity to do reactions to Game of Thrones and not doing them. But it has been quite difficult to not just go through 2-3 episodes at the same time. And sometimes it's also time commitment issues. If I had some more time, possibly I could be able to just do maybe 4 or 5 episodes and then just upload the reactions of those whenever it's the time, which might happen more in the future, who knows. In my eyes, the beginning of season 5 is a little slow and weaker. The second half is quite different. Okay, Marzo. Okay, that's interesting. So, tell me about Littlefinger. We can talk about Littlefinger when we start our tier list. How about that segue, guys? See, I'm keeping up with time right now to keep the stream going, you know, so we can go right into the tier list, right? How would you guys feel about that? And we can keep discussing, as we've been discussing, about the characters as well. If you guys are like, no, we don't want to do the tier list, we just want to talk, I'll also be okay with that. I tried. It's like you get a tiny taste of what we had to go through waiting a year between seasons. That is also true. Waiting for each episode does allow me to kind of sit with each event that happens, take everything in, and maybe come up with theories, go back, rewatch stuff, and figure stuff out that I missed, or piece things together in my head to come up with what's gonna happen or solutions to issues and stuff. So yeah, definitely I feel like at the same time it's also like bad because I want to see what happens, but also it's also good because I get the opportunity to like be more immersed, I feel, in the world instead of just going through each season like that. I don't know. Hello Nils, hello. Welcome. Hope your Saturday has been great. You've come in just as we're about to go into the tier list portion of the stream. Let me just... Tier list is a fine idea. Tormund better get some respect this time. Where did I rank Tormund in the previous one? I don't remember. He must have been a meh, right? He was a meh. Must have been. You missed Tywin already. I know, Nils. I know. It's Tywin, Littlefinger, right? Are those your like 2 favorites? No, our crew guy becomes bloodthirsty when snakes involved. I do. But again, much like I said with Tywin, I feel like Littlefinger is also a great character. I just happen to hate that motherfucker. It is what it is. Respect for your commitment to the viewers, Greek dude. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But it's also just for me, right? As I said, I get to live in the show even more. Okay, I keep looking at chat instead of doing the proper things that I need to be doing right now. So, let's go into the tier list. Hello everybody, hello, we're back. Yeah. So here we are. That was scary, what, the transition? Just a little transition that I added. I think, did I have it in the previous stream? I think I did. I kinda love Tywin too. Nobody could put Joffrey and Cersei in check like Tywin. Yeah, that's true. I love your disdain for Pycelle, completely out of left field anytime a character dies. Yeah, I thought, as you guys can see, probably, I do have here, I have substituted Joffrey. And we've created a new personal hell for a new character. By the way, guys, let me know if you guys can see the tier list. Fine. Am I blocking stuff? Should I maybe move the camera around? I'm also gonna keep you guys here for the chat, so I'll be able to see you guys, see what you guys are saying. It should all probably be good. We can barely see you way up there. Let's see what we can do. Let's see. Is that better, guys? Should I move myself here as well? I don't know. Should I go here? I feel like if I make myself bigger though, I'll be blocking off stuff that you guys should be seeing in the tier list. Which is why I kind of have it like here. If it's okay with you guys. I don't know. I feel like this is kind of like the best placement for it. Perfect. Leave it with you in the middle bottom. Okay. So like here. Are we good there? Yeah? You can only see my mouth. That's interesting. Is it good now? Am I good here? Nice. Nice. Okay, so that's good. Now, okay. So that I can have a mental checkpoint so that I'll know next stream we're gonna start right here. So thank you guys for the live stream troubleshooting with me. Still trying to figure the live streaming out and stuff. So if you guys are ready, we can start. What does the second to last tier say? Let me place Tyrion where he belongs in the faves tier. It says it's the same that it was in the previous stream, Archangel. It's an FU Arya skill list tier. Let's see if this helps. Can you guys see it? Is it better? It's basically the characters that I really hate, but not to the level that I hate Ramsay, which is basically the same that it was for Joffrey in the previous seasons. So all your Pycelles are gonna be there, you know, all the city characters that we despise. Oh good, sorry I couldn't remember. No worries, Archangel. So, for yet another season, Tyrion is in the favorites. I mean, there was no way that he was gonna have a drop, especially not after the way that the season ended. He wasn't gonna be out of my favorites anyway, but like, especially with how that season ended, I feel like he might have reached like number one. You know, he's that great of a character. His arc right now might be the most satisfactory, especially as I said, the way season 4 ended. And like, come on, it's Tyrion. Like, come on. I don't even think that I need to explain myself at all. It's the usual thing with Tyrion with every tier list that I do. Right, River Miss Faye? It's like, come on. That might be the most universal like character in Game of Thrones, right? He must be the most universally loved. I feel like everybody liked Tyrion in this show. Right, Nettles? So freaking good. So freaking good. Did he win an Emmy for season 4 or did he win for another season? Because that monologue alone might have been worth an award, I feel. You believe so, Heather? It was for season 4? I think he earned it. You're guessing Jon Snow might be more popular than Tyrion. I can see that too. I can see that too. I mean, he is also one of my favorite characters, so I can definitely see that. Tyrion won that award 3 times. 3 Emmys for Game of Thrones. Is he the winningest out of the cast of the show? I mean, hey, he deserved every single one of those, in my opinion. Jaime. See, guys, you know, it's like I'm gonna still have Jaime right here and Cersei. Since they are next to each other, we're gonna do this. They are like it's literally like I have my faves, and it's a very thin line, about as thin as the line that you see right here. And then it's like Jaime, Cersei, they're like right underneath that line. As I said, I really like their characters, even though, as I said, I hate Cersei in the show. I love her character though, and Jaime has had a lot of redeeming arcs in his story, enough for me to like almost forget that he tried to murder an underage child or that he is fucking his sister. I mean, hey, at this point in Game of Thrones, that might not even be the worst thing that we've seen, right? So like, they kind of like what's the word? They kind of like made us see it as normal, desensitized, something like that. I'm butchering the word, but like, we've seen so many fucked up shit happen that Jaime and Cersei fucking and being in love is now almost like, okay, whatever, I guess they're in love, what can we do? But Jaime and Cersei are great characters. The Lannisters do make this show, I feel like they do make the show great. It wouldn't be the same without the Lannisters, and Jaime and Cersei are a big part of that. I like Jon a hair better, pun intended. I see what you did there, Archangel. So, how long do you think Shay was sleeping with Tyrion? It's a fandom mystery. What kind of father sleeps with his son's woman? So, I've had real life conversations about this, guys. All of my friends believe that Shay was sent by Tywin, in a way, kind of like he sent Shay to Tyrion. She was basically working with Tywin from the beginning. I was against that personally. I don't think that was the case. I don't know how long she was sleeping with Tywin. I'm guessing possibly, in my headcanon, the moment that Tyrion did the whole thing to try and make her leave and told her that she's a whore and all that stuff, that like turned her brain into vindictive mode, and possibly in the messed up mental state that she was in, and the random hatred that's generated for Tyrion. I mean, the woman went there and testified to have Tyrion get killed, so like, she clearly hated that man after that. So I feel like it wasn't long after that scene when she maybe thought that she could even hurt him even more in that way. Although I don't know if she ever intended for Tyrion to find out. She didn't seem like she did. But I'm just saying, there are people that have told me that they believe that Shay was sent by Tywin, that they've basically been in cahoots since the very first time that we meet Shay. I was against that. I don't believe that's the case. But I think that she was with Tywin for that in-between time that she broke up with Tyrion, and then maybe Tywin confronted her, or someone, Cersei, I don't know who, and they kind of like, you know, Tywin was like, might as well, I don't care about Tyrion anyway, might as well fuck the love of his life, as I'm about to sentence him to death at the same time. Do you think Tywin was somehow jealous of Tyrion? I don't think so. I think that Tywin definitely thought that... I feel like that Tywin didn't want to accept the fact that he could see that Tyrion was the smartest and closest to him in terms of cunningness wise out of his children. I don't think he was jealous of him. I think that he definitely believed that he was inferior in many ways, just because he was a dwarf, and he could only see him as somebody who made the family name look bad whenever he appeared, just because he was a dwarf again. So I feel like he really had hatred for him. I don't think he was jealous, no. Lady Olenna needs her own tier? Possibly. I mean, she did kill Joffrey for us. But then if I say that, then I might as well say that we need to give Littlefinger his own tier, and I don't want to do that, so... So, okay, you googled it. Heather is right. Dinklage has won 4 Emmys and 1 Golden Globe. Good job. Well deserved, all of them. Should have won even more, if you ask me. In the books, Tywin is a hypocrite because he frequents whorehouses in private. Right, he's a hypocrite. He is. Definitely. Because, like, he told Tyrion that if he ever caught him fucking a whore in the royal bed or whatever he said, he was gonna kill the whore. But then Tywin was living with that exact same whore. So yeah, he's definitely a hypocrite, as I said. He just hated Tyrion, basically. So a major hypocrite. I think his children have also called him out on it, right? A couple of times about him being a hypocrite. From other comments I have seen around is that Aerys the Mad King had infatuated with Joanna, Tywin's wife and cousin, and there was some speculation Tyrion may have been a Targaryen. What? That's crazy. And in the books, Tywin's wife had an affair. He always doubted his paternity. Right. Which is why he was questioning if Tyrion was really his child at the end of the day. To me, clearly Shae was bitter and jealous. When she was thrown away by Tyrion, she sought revenge in the only way she knew how. Right. That's where I'm at with it. Yes. That's where I'm with it as well. Right, Marzo? It was at that moment that I'm like, oh, she's really doing this because of that. That's why I was against the whole, oh, Tywin sent her from the beginning and set Tyrion up again like he did during the story that he was saying early in season 1 or 2, when he set him up with that other whore when they were young. I feel like, yeah, it was the moment that he told her Tyrion told her that he thought she was a whore and did that whole spiel is when Shae broke completely. One time Tywin said to Tyrion, since I could not prove you were not mine, she would have thrown him in the ocean. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that scene, Mama Cat. Tywin was also married to his cousin. Goes with the Lannisters, right? Cersei called out Tywin's fatal flaws so eloquently. How can someone so consumed with the idea of his family have any conception of what his family is actually doing? Yes. I loved Cersei in that scene I loved how she was so adamant about staying there for her child. I felt like it's one of the moments where Cersei feels really genuine is when she talks about her children. And I liked how she called Tywin out. Yeah, I really liked that scene. Tywin definitely did not respect Tyrion. He felt he was beneath the Lannister name. Yes, for appearances alone, exactly. That was basically it. If Tyrion was like 6 feet tall, he would have been his favorite son, easily. So like, that was literally it. No other reason behind that. I've heard that opinion, Nettles, that Tywin was a hypocrite, but flip side, Tywin cares about appearances and he didn't like Tyrion being so messy about his whoring and drunkenness. But right, if you're talking about Shay, how did that make that better? How did Tywin sleeping with Shay afterwards made the whole situation look better? I don't know. If Tywin hated Tyrion, he could have killed him at any time. I think Tywin was jealous of the fact that Tyrion could be himself and be happy and successful. I see what you're saying, Nettles. I personally just never got that vibe out of Tywin. I don't feel like he was jealous. I'm sure Tywin, if Tywin wanted, and whenever Tywin did want to do his whoring and stuff, he had the free reign to do it. I mean, we saw it with Shay, right, at the end there. And I do feel that one of the reasons Tywin didn't kill Tyrion, right? He kind of touched on it on the scene that Mama Cat also mentioned. Tywin is all about Lannisters at the end of the day. And I feel like there was an internal struggle because he hated Tyrion, but he was a Lannister. So like, as long as Tyrion wasn't going out of his way to inconvenience him, right? He was willing to let Tyrion exist, right? But he also was looking for the best possible scenario in which he could get rid of him at the same time. That's why I say that they're so interesting, the Lannisters as characters. I feel like there was a small internal battle in Tywin regarding Tyrion living or dying. As I said, him sending him to the wall, which was his plan at one point, was probably the ideal for him, because he could basically kill him without killing him. He could get rid of him, no more Tyrion Lannister walking around disgracing the family name, but at the same time, Tywin wouldn't feel like he had killed a Lannister. I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying here. We haven't gotten to that part yet, I don't think. Is there a spoiler in chat? Should I not look up in the comments? Tywin not killing Tyrion was his own narcissism. In a way, I guess. As I said, he was a Lannister at the end of the day. Don't get me wrong, I think Tywin was a hypocrite. I just think in general that's the town that Tywin was frequently bitching about. Tyrion was a bit of a party animal openly, but yes, Tywin is a hypocrite. Yeah, both things can't be true at the same time, I guess. Tyrion Targaryen is the best theory ever. Or is that the spoiler you're talking about, Heather, or is that not a spoiler? Shall I read that? But let's go back into this tier list. You guys know where I'm gonna place Daenerys. This hasn't changed and will not change, I believe. It's not a spoiler, just fan theory. Alright. If Tywin... Oh wait, where was it? Tyrion Targaryen is the best theory ever. Some say Tywin was shooting blanks and Cersei and Jaime are Targaryen too. I mean, the last part, that Tywin was obsessed with legacy but had no legacy, is kind of where season 4 ended, with Cersei revealing to him that she was sleeping with Jaime. At the same time, Tyrion, who Tywin basically didn't count as a real Lannister, right? So like, he was seeing his idea, right, of the Lannister name crumble before his eyes, before his death. Maybe not to that extreme of a degree, where none of the Lannisters walking around are actually Lannisters, which would be crazy. That would be crazy if that was the case. Tywin should be proud to be a father of a deity. Tyrion is the god of tits and wine. Yeah. I mean, listen, if you can't be proud having Tyrion as a son, you can't be proud about your children ever. Misa. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's like some of these characters in the favorite tier, I talk about them all the time during the reactions and my affection and love for them. I feel like there's no need to explain. But if you guys want to touch on Daenerys a little bit, maybe, if you guys have anything to say about Daenerys, what we saw from Daenerys in season 4. Personally, I feel like season 4 might have been one of the weaker Daenerys seasons. She didn't have too much to do in season 4. She kind of like was just chilling. By chilling, I mean running Slaver's Bay and running those kingdoms that she conquered. But in terms of like the previous seasons, I feel like that was a bit of a like on the slower side for Daenerys. Still super excited to see where she goes. I'm thinking a lot of season 5 is gonna be about her being able to tame and control her children, the dragons, as well as everything else in her current realm before she flies over to Westeros, basically. She is River Mistface, she is. Narcissist or not, Tywin was a spectacular character. Absolutely. Absolutely. How does Tyrion not have illegitimate children? Do we know that for a fact, Archangel? Would we know if Tyrion had illegitimate children? Does Tyrion know? What's the perception of having a child with a dwarf in Westeros at this time that we're at? I don't know. Oh look, they're making this super easy for me. They have all my favorite characters one after the other. Jon Snow, again, in my opinion, Jon Snow has only gotten better with every season that passes as a character. I think Tyrion pulls that. Yeah, it's quite possible. Then again, I mean, he does have a lot of drunk sex, right? I think it's fair to say, we can agree that it might have been at least a double-digit number of times that Tyrion has fucked while drunk. So, can we really trust his pull-out game? Can we really? Tyrion's legitimate child? I think we found the star of our first Game of Thrones. That would be a pretty bold spin-off, to be honest. And that would be a kids show? Tyrion can afford moon tea. He definitely consumes a lot of alcohol, right? I feel like it's safe to say Tyrion would agree. But yeah, Jon Snow, I feel like, has only improved. I don't, as I said in the ending of the previous season, I'm not sure where he's gonna be in season 5. Is he gonna stay at the Wall? Is he gonna go with Stannis? I feel like he's gonna stay at the Wall though, but it's gonna be interesting to see where he goes. All the imps kids. But yeah, he remains the favorite here quite easily. So we have reached one of the most divisive, I feel like, in the community characters. A lot of you guys love this man. I love to hate this man. Nettles is the biggest Littlefinger fangirl, I feel. But he is gonna... He's a great character, actually. I hate him, but he's a great character. I can't deny that this season Littlefinger's scenes were some of the best. And I do respect his backstory and where he has reached. At the same time though, it's like, okay dude, like, we get it, you want to conquer the world, you want to have everything. Can you just like relax a little bit for at least a season, right? Marzo, POS is a piece of shit, basically, the abbreviation. And he 100% is. The straw that stirs the drink. Yeah, that's what he is. Jon Snow was so impressive on the Battle of Castle Black. Yeah, he was. Jon Snow is usually very impressive in anything that has to do with combat, unless it has to do with Ygritte, which basically just ends with Ygritte hitting him with arrows. But in every other aspect of combat, Jon Snow is legit. Jon Snow swore an oath to the Night's Watch he can't live. But he did live. Technically, when he was with the Wildlings, right? He did live the Night's Watch. Even though he didn't, but he did, you know? So I don't know what could happen. Maybe something could force him to live. Right? He maybe needs to live for the greater good, you know? I just don't know what's left for Jon Snow at the Wall at this point. Because, again, I assume that Stannis kind of ended while the Wildlings campaign. I could be wrong, but I feel like with Stannis there, at least at this moment, that kind of like, it put a pause in that. So like, what does such a big character like Jon Snow gonna do at the wall with no action for an entire season? Unless the White Walkers come, then yeah, I can definitely see that. Did he though? Didn't he? He kinda did. He was removed from the wall and he was somewhere else. I'm not saying that he's gonna give up his duties. I just think that I just don't know if I'm seeing Jon Snow for a whole season at Castle Black right now for season 5. That's all I'm saying. I feel like he's gonna have some place to go, somewhere to be, either north or south of the wall. Could be completely wrong. I'm just saying. Jon was on a secret mission, he never left the Night's Watch. Nettles. He literally was not at the wall. I get what you guys are saying. I'm just trying to make a point here. But he wasn't at the wall, right? He left. Hello Taylor, hello, how are you? How has your Saturday been? Welcome. We are discussing Jon Wall and where I see him being in season 5. Jon was being a medieval double agent. Pretty accurate. He didn't abandon his post, no. He didn't abandon the Night's Watch. He didn't. He wasn't at the wall though. Rangers range north of the wall all the time. That doesn't mean they've left the Night's Watch. But Jon Snow wasn't the ranger, was he? Haha. Haha. He wasn't a ranger. He was a steward, wasn't he? So Jon is like Ned, the total clone. Yeah, I've talked about this before. He's the most like Ned out of his sons. Nuance. Jamie did say that in season 1. He did. So again, I'm not saying he's gonna abandon his duties, but I'm just saying that I see a possibility of Jon Snow not being at the wall for all of season 5. Here we have the first character that we will not see again in future tier lists, a character that we lost, a character that we've discussed a lot of already. Obviously I'm gonna put him right alongside his kin, his children. We've been talking about Tywin throughout this entire stream. Just great performance by Charles Dance, a great character with a perfect ending. His character was just perfect from beginning to end. Did you expect Jon to be so sexually competent? He's a virgin. Did I? I don't know what sexual education they're having at Westeros. Do they have any? Does she have anything to draw inspiration from? Because she definitely seemed like he knew what he was doing with Ygritte, so like not anymore, right? Love the face-offs between Olenna and Tywin. Yeah, I'm gonna miss Olenna and Tywin together. Definitely. I'm gonna miss Tywin interact with most of the characters, to be honest. It was always a good scene whenever Tywin was involved. Jon out there inventing cannonless. I mean, I don't know. It just seemed to me that the wildlings weren't that into, you know, the pleasure of the woman as much as pleasuring themselves first. That's at least the image I had from the wildlings specifically. Right, Heather? The scenes with Arya, right, from previous season was so good. They were so good. Tywin took out Robb Stark with a pen. Damn. That is accurate. Even the mountain answered to Tywin. True. Although the mountain does have like financial benefits, right? Being working for Tywin and answering to the Lannisters. Olenna and Tywin were verbal chess matches, yes. And now that Tywin is gone, maybe Olenna can capitalize, and the Tyrells, they might rise to like dominance. Because we saw that Olenna was like up there with Tywin in terms of intelligence, cunningness, tactics, right? Maybe not necessarily battle tactics, but tactics still, right? In terms of preserving her family and the wealth and success of her house. So like with Tywin gone, as I already discussed, Cersei is not gonna be able to handle everything that's gonna be like on her shoulders. With her father gone, she's gonna crumble in every way, I feel like. And I feel like Olenna is gonna be able to take advantage of this. Marjorie as well. Marjorie, I feel like she's also gonna benefit from that. I mean, if Olenna benefits, Marjorie also benefits. But it's gonna be interesting to see where the Tyrells end up with Tywin no longer in the picture. The Lord's Kiss, as they call it in the books. Nana Tyrell, real warrior in gown, yes. She's a warrior with her mind. She doesn't need swords and weapons. Can we all agree that most of us wouldn't leave Jon's post? Sorry, oh, am I missing the joke, Archangel? Is it Jon's post? You mean the obvious sexual innuendo? Would you like Tywin to be your dad? Do you think you would crumble under his pressure, or would it make you great like Jaime? That's an interesting question, Nettles. Damn. Would I also have the benefit of having the family name, the wealth, and the advantages that come with being a Lannister? Or do you mean like if we're just some people on the streets? Because that changes stuff, you know? I don't think I would want to have Tywin as the father, Basically because, as we come to find out at the end of the day, he didn't really have actual bonds with his children. He didn't. As Cersei very perfectly put it into words, as we discussed previously, he's so obsessed with his family and his family name, but he really hasn't taken the time, possibly hasn't cared for, didn't know how to form actual bonds and relationships with his own children. As somebody who values that, I don't think I would care to have to turn out to be like a great swordsman and then feel like I have no connection with my father, if that makes sense. You can have Jon, I won't Rob. Well, Nettles, it's gonna be a little bit difficult for you to get Rob right now, right? Thank you, Heather, for the... Don't forget to like this notification. You'll take Tormund? Okay. So we're picking partners. I'm taking Dany. Like this video to fondle the algorithm gods. Poetic. Yes, Mama Cat. What happened? Is everything going well? At the funeral party? Rob zombie. Marshall, don't sue Archangel. I think you're handling enough of that already. You would have saved him? You would have the Lannisters going after you. If you were Rob's girl, Nettles, if you were Rob's girl in that situation, if you replaced, let's say you replaced, oh god, what was our secret spy's name? I'm blanking out right now. Obviously you picked that. What can I say? What was the poor girl's name that I was accusing of being a spy and got killed? Oh god, why am I forgetting her name? Oh god, what was your name, bro? Talisa, thank you, Nettles. So if you were Talisa in that situation, you would have been a target, right? That's the thing. How would you have saved him in that situation? I always go whenever Tywin yells because you're my daughter at Cersei. Feels like he's putting me in my place. He does. He had such strong presence, River Mistfay, in every scene. He really felt like he was being scolded as well. Town was nice to Jaime. That was his favorite child. But Nettles, you see, he was still not truly connected with Jaime, because like Cersei said, he would have known what's going on, right? He even personally taught Jaime how to read because Jaime was dyslexic. That's cool. I still don't feel like they really had a very strong father-son bond, right? Now Ned and his sons, yeah, and daughters. I would 100% like to be Ned's son. Greek guy actually has a chance with that. Don't build my hopes up, Nettles. I take Bron, he's kinda dirty and can sing. You have a thing for musicians. Braun, huh? That's a choice. I respect it, Mama Cat. I have a bit of Dario swag. The old Dario Nettles, the new Dario, both Darios. Tywin scolding Cersei makes me feel 14 years old getting caught sneaking out of the party. You would have given Rob better advice and saved his life in general. I mean, hey, I respect it. It's just that you would be going up against Tywin, right? No, that's not an easy battle to win, as we found out, unfortunately. The topic's Tywin, not Ned. Yeah, and I don't think that I would have liked to have him as a father figure. He's great for some stuff, right? But as a father, I don't know. The new Dario, okay. Or Ser Zora, but the show version, not the book version. So you guys are saying whenever I meet Emilia Clarke, I should just go for it, right? That's what you guys are saying, basically. You never liked the first Dario Naharis? I really like the first Dario Naharis. And Majesty agrees. Okay, shall we also rank some more characters? Did I talk about Littlefinger enough? I feel like I did. Great character. I think in the previous tier list, Littlefinger was in the FU tier. But I do believe that this season 4 was a big season for Littlefinger and his character. I liked him even back when I put him in the FU tier as a character. Again, I need to make this very clear. I despise him, but he's a good character, okay? So I can't lie to myself anymore and not have him in the great tier. Right, he did kill Lysa. He killed Joffrey. He has done some work to climb the ranks. So yeah. Marjorie. Marjorie is also a great character. As I said, I'm gonna be interested to see where she goes in the following seasons. I think she's gonna have a legitimate chance now to actually like finesse her way into the throne as the queen, like she really wants to be. While at the same time, I'm kind of thinking, now that Cersei is gonna be running things, her life is also gonna become immensely more difficult. Again, I'm super intrigued to see how King's Landing looks like in season 5. There's gonna be some drastic changes, I bet. And Littlefinger needs to kill Cersei for us and he'll be golden. Although I don't know if I'd like to see Littlefinger be the one to kill Cersei. At the end of the day, I do feel like Tyrion has one more arrow left in that crossbow of his, and it has Cersei's name on it. You don't care about Marjorie? Her smirking face annoys you? I mean, she does has a permanent smirk, but I like Marjorie. I mean, just the way she handled herself with Joffrey. I mean, you can't help but respect her, right? Once you realize that basically Littlefinger caused everything, yeah. He's the reason this show exists, so I can't not give him his credit. But you like this is a gay ally? Welcome to the dark side. Oh, you loved Littlefinger as well, Taylor, don't you? I'm still gonna be rooting for that dude to fail every step. So get ready for it. I'm not gonna go easy on him. Just like I didn't go easy on the Lannisters. Right? And unfortunately now I'm also gonna be rooting against Sansa. That's the crappy part. If you think about it, the Tyrells have been involved from season 1. It was Loras that convinced Renly that he could be king. That is true! That's very true. Man, I do miss Renly. Now that we're talking about Renly. Talk about a character that didn't get his proper sign, I feel. You hate Littlefinger for killing Roast. And just like that, right, I get reminded of the horrible shit that man has done to people. And I'm tempted to just do this. Just the love-hate relationship is big with me and Littlefinger, because like after a save and then Marjorie was all over Baby Kingdom. That was gonna be like a breaking point for me and Marjorie. I was worried she was gonna take it too far. I don't know what she does in the books, but she kept it respectful to a degree. Still manipulating a minor, but at least it all remained verbal, you know. It was one of the few times where I was kind of like on Cersei's side. How she was feeling protective over her underage son. The show is about the human heart in conflict. Yeah, that would be a great way to describe Game of Thrones. I agree. Sir Davos is also a great character. So far we have none of the middle tiers right here, or the FU tier, surprisingly. But Sir Davos is also a great character. I really like him. I like how he's basically Stannis' biggest fanboy. It's kind of endearing. I love his relationship with Stannis' daughter. I like his relationship with the pirate. The bits that we've seen, he seems like a really good-hearted man. There's nothing not to like about Sir Davos. A really good character. Big Daddy Davos. It could have been much worse from Marjorie's part. Yeah, that's what I was worried about, Nelson Moreno, and welcome, by the way. I don't know if I've greeted you. Welcome to the stream. Hope your Saturday has been great. That's what I was worrying about with Marjorie. I was a little bit worried where that scene was going. But she kept it up above the seats. Right? He's the angel voice on Stannis' side, right? He's the good voice. The red woman is the bad voice, right? And his wife is the crazy voice. I feel like the meh tier will get thinner as season goes on. I agree, Archangel. I agree. Because I'm looking at these characters that I have in front of me right now, and yeah, I'm seeing a lot of characters that I wouldn't be putting in a meh tier, definitely. You love Shireen teaching him how to read. In these times, only 10% of the population can read. It's such an advantage to be able to read. Right. Only 10% of the population. I didn't know the statistics, Gear Nettles. Damn, only 10% of the population of all of Westeros? So Davos is gonna turn into the 10%. He's gonna turn into one of the few people who knows how to read. Everyone does need a Sir Davos. You need a friend like Sir Davos. Absolutely. Davos does make Stannis look better. It's come to a point where I'm like, Stannis, will you let Davos do all the talking for you, or do you also have some ideas and some stuff to put to the table? Because at that scene at the bank, Stannis was like so defeated. It's like, well, they basically told us to go fuck ourselves. I guess we're gonna have to leave. And then Sir Davos was like, wait a minute, do you know who this man is? Do you know who we're talking about? And I'm like, Stannis, can't you stand up for yourself? You're supposedly like, you truly believe you're the true heir to the throne. How about start acting a little bit more like it, you know? Instead of just letting Davos do all the talking for you. But I digress. Oh my god, you that sounds like you had a great father in your life. Dragonstone is perfect for Stannis. Desolate, sad, depressed, and dark. Yeah. Although I do like the idea of Stannis being depressed. Is pretty funny. I don't know why. It just kind of is. Just walking around moody and stuff. The reason we came up with sigils is because small folk can't read. But if there is a lion on a shield, people immediately know it's a Lannister or a wolf for Starks. That's interesting, that's very interesting. Reading is practically a superpower. It still is. It still is, guys. We're the only species to have it, you know? Sir Davos is Stannis' Tyrion. He's his Tyrion to his what, though? To Stannis' Jaime? People could identify pictures and know what's going on, yeah. Right, Gear Nettles, absolutely, I can definitely see that. And speaking of Stannis, where did I have Stannis in the previous tier list? Was he in the great character tier? I feel like Stannis has fallen for me. And I know that sounds a bit like, because I did say at the end of season 4 that I'm rooting for Stannis while he's at Westeros until Daenerys gets there. But that's just because, as I said, because all the other options are just like whatever. Stannis has kind of fallen for me for a little bit for the reason that I talked about previously. She has taken such a backseat to his own campaign. He either does what the Red Woman tells him to do, or he does what Davos tells him to do. At this point, I don't remember him taking his own decision. Even in the last episode, he asked Jon Snow what to do, which I did appreciate. But at the same time, he went from a character who seemed to be very headstrong and like have kind of like a vision of how he wanted things to go and for his campaign to go and for his reign to be and what he wanted to do. And he has kind of turned into kind of like, I'm just gonna let these other people do the work for me, and I'm just gonna show up whenever I need to show up in the battlefield and then claim the throne. I don't know. Kind of like how I saw Stannis this season. That's why I thought the whole moody, depressed, I needed to be king and I'm not king now. That's not fair. You guys need to fix this. And it's like, kind of like, okay, man. Reading can transport you back in time, right? It's the best thing ever. Maester Lewin taught the Star Kids all the sigils. Right, right. What do you think of Stannis taking Davos' fingers? Do you think it was justice? If I am to believe how Stannis sees the world is actually how Stannis sees the world, in Stannis' eyes, it was justice. Would I have done it? No. But I'm not Stannis. In his eyes, I feel like, yeah, it was justice. And I feel like Sir Davos kind of agrees that him losing his fingers was justifiable. His finger, rather. Or did he lose multiple? Yeah, he lost multiple fingers. His fingers. I wouldn't have done it. See, Mama Cat, that's why I wouldn't have done it. But from Stannis' worldview and perspective, and from what we've learned Davos's as well, it kind of made sense. Stannis has grown on you, Heather. Okay, that's interesting. Why has he grown on you from the previous seasons? There's a reason that basically everyone who knows Stannis describes him as having all the charisma of a cardboard box. Basically what Renly said, right? At the beginning of the show. Do you know Lovecraft? Some stuff from the books are inspired from Lovecraft. Lovecraft. I've heard of Lovecraft. Is it like... Am I confusing it? Is it like Lovecraftian horror, something like that? I think I've heard of Lovecraft. I don't know about it. Imagine, do you prefer older brother died and his crazy chilling wife took your birthright? He might be moody like Stannis, especially because other people don't like him. Yeah. From the beginning of Stannis' story, I kind of understood his grievances. I was someone who kind of agreed with Stannis at the beginning. And to a point, to a degree, I still do. I've had a lot of debates with Archangel about Stannis. It's just... his motives aren't really the issue for me. It's just the way he's going about it right now at this very moment. He was still moody before, but he still seemed like more of his own man, taking more of the decisions than he is in season 4. Justice requires taking mitigating factors into account. Stannis wouldn't even be alive if Davos hadn't smuggled. Sorry. Yeah, but that still is according to the laws, right? Punishable. I feel like we've had this exact topic discussion with Stannis before. That's the category he was in, Heather? On the he could grow on me tier? Okay. Lovecraftian horror, yes. I've heard of it. I've heard of it. Is the Cthulhu... the Cthulhu? Is that Lovecraftian horror? Or am I just mixing things up? Marjo, are you just saying that so that I dislike the actor? Did Stannis' actor really hate Game of Thrones? The Cthulhu is Lovecraft. Okay, so I've heard of Lovecraft. I've heard of it. I haven't read it, any of it. Lovecraft is a dude in the 1800s who invented modern horror. The image of grey aliens and squid monsters that can all picture came originally from his mind. Oh wait, I think I've heard about that dude. Wasn't he also like kind of like racist and stuff? Or am I mistaken for another dude? I remember reading about him that he was a little bit like a satin. He wouldn't go outside of his neighborhood or his house a lot. He had a few downright ridiculous ideas about stuff. Apparently a great writer, but like... In Lovecraft, there's people that breed with monsters. Targaryens, Valyrians might be half dragons, literally. I've been saying that Dan is half dragon for the entirety of the show. So is that the aspect, Nelson Moreno, that they took from Lovecraft? The law takes mitigating and aggravating factors into account. That is true, Archangel, that is true. But we are talking about the law today, right? We need to understand that Game of Thrones takes place in a different time. And law in Game of Thrones, and if we go back to even medieval times, right? It was pretty out there, right? Yes, I got all that right. I remember I must have seen it, some article or video on YouTube somewhere, because that kind of like triggered kind of like those memories and information that I had about him. I haven't read any of the books though. I think that Stannis is very sad and depressed. His brother masked the pain with alcohol, but Stannis prefers being in control. That's a very interesting topic, because I definitely do agree that Robert was depressed as fuck. As fuck. If we want to talk about a character in Game of Thrones that was depressed, that was Robert. And he showed all the symptoms. Every single one of the symptoms. Robert did. Stannis to me is kind of a little bit different. You love Lovecraft, Marjo? That's fine. It doesn't... Somebody who has created a piece of art, right? Even if you kind of like find out that you don't agree with him as a person in life, you can still enjoy the art. That's how I feel. George took more stuff from Lovecraft, but the show cut it. Okay, I see. I also, some of you guys did tell me that like the show made an effort to be more realistic, to kind of like not what's the word? Not have audiences who aren't into that supernatural type of stuff turn away from the show. So I guess a lot of that stuff must have gotten taken out. Heroes who saved entire towns being punished? Yeah, that seems like Stannis likely girl Preston. That is true, Nettles. Definitely leaves room for mental disorders. But I feel like that is like, what creature and character in Game of Thrones hasn't had some traumatic shit happen in front of them or to people they love, right? But we have the Red Woman, and the Red Woman, she also goes right next to Stannis. I don't exactly know where to place her still. She can't grow on me, even more as a character than what she is already. But I just need to like get some more info about her, I guess. She has kind of sprinkled in some of these topics, some conversations, some of her backstory. To be honest with you, it wasn't interesting enough for me for it to stick with me. I just need to like find out more about her actual relationship with the God of Light, like, and kind of like see what her overall perspective on the world is in general. Robert became the good time guy extrovert, Stannis became an introverted miser, and Renly became gay. I don't know if the death of Renly's parents was the reason for that, but yeah. But Robert was depressed, still extroverted, but he was still clearly depressed in the point that we got to meet Robert in the show. Every writer took inspiration from others, like Stephen King, Dan Simmons. Absolutely. You hate religious zealots. I mean, understandable. If you were the writer, would you keep Tyrion as a hero or would you make him a villain? Tyrion? I would absolutely keep Tyrion as the hero. Tyrion might be the only character in Game of Thrones that I wouldn't turn into a villain. Tyrion and Jon Snow, I feel like, are the only characters that I do not expect a sudden heel change at any point. And Dany as well, but like, we already see that like, for some people's eyes, some of Daenerys' decisions might seem wrong, right? Or if they don't know her, they might think that's kind of like, you know, maybe cruel in some aspects. She's a Targaryen after all, right? Tyrion is the villain? Are we guys talking about the same Tyrion? Are we guys talking about the same Tyrion? I'm confused. The whole God of Light thing is really interesting, conflicting, and she definitely represents that confusion. It's powerful, but does not make it good. Right? And like, she doesn't help us in understanding, which is basically what you just said. She seems just about unaware herself, right? She basically just knows that that being is powerful. It has given her possibly power and strength in situations, so she worships it and spreads the religion, but like, I don't know if she even knows what the ultimate end game is for her or the Lord of Light. Daenerys' decisions seem wrong because she's a woman. That's it. She does everything the men do. They don't seem wrong to me. I don't want that to be taken for you to mistake that I think her decisions are wrong. From an outsider's perspective, they might look at her and say, oh, she's using her dragons and her dragons kill innocent people, without knowing that Dany doesn't want that to happen. People might look at her from the outside and be like, she doesn't care about what happens to these people, or the way she treated the slave owners by hanging them, even unknowingly, again, we know that stuff because we watch the show, but from an outsider's perspective, right, killing people who were possibly against what the slave masters are doing might seem like, you know, she's a bit harsh on stuff. To me, Daenerys can do no wrong. She could kill a baby, and I would be like, let's go, Dany. That baby deserved it. Good job, girl. And Arya. I can see Arya turning evil. And not evil in the sense of she goes around and just harms people for fun. But I can see... Oh, damn it. I'm joking, guys. Obviously, if Daenerys starts harming babies, we're gonna have some serious discussions. I can see Arya turning evil, though. I did say she is becoming more and more ruthless with every traumatic experience that she goes through. So I wouldn't say that I wouldn't see Arya having a major shift. Book Tyrion isn't as good as show Tyrion. Really? So is show Tyrion literally like as good as he is because of Peter Dinklage's performance? I'm kind of surprised because Tyrion in the show seems like one of the most major characters. So like, do you mean that they added more stuff to his character in the show? You watch Tyrion choke Shay with a necklace and his bare hands. He's a villain. Would you kill a lover with your bare hands? If I was in the exact same situation that Tyrion was in, I don't know how I would react. In that exact situation though, do I feel like I'm capable of killing a human being with my bare hands? No. Could it be a possibility under extreme conditions? I really wouldn't be able to answer that. Like when we were watching that scene with Tyrion and Shay, were we really seeing Tyrion as the villain in that situation? I personally didn't. You see yourself as the villain, Nettles? Shay had to be choked out. She didn't have to? But can we blame Tyrion in that situation? The coolest characters are the ones that seek to have power over themselves than have power over others. That's a great quote. And yeah, that is true. Oh, so Book Tyrion is more villainous. Okay, see, maybe you guys are letting the knowledge that you have regarding Tyrion from the books cloud the way you see Tyrion in the shows. It's one show. In the show. Because, like, I could never look at Tyrion as the villain. The book characters are just more grey, huh? People catch their partners cheating every day, they don't kill them. Well, it's not that like Tyrion was in a super perfectly healthy relationship with Shay and then she just cheated on him. There's a whole backstory to everything that took place. Shay literally testified to have Tyrion die. She basically was so adamant about them going against his father, his sister, and all the people that were threatening Tyrion and her. Then she, after doing all that, she went back and started sleeping with Tyrion's father, knowing fully well how Tyrion feels about his father. And she was calling him all the same things that she was saying to Tyrion, which in a way maybe even kind of made Tyrion think, oh wow, she was lying to me this entire time about how she was feeling. Again, I wouldn't do it. I'd like to think that I wouldn't be able to kill a person with my bare hands. But there's a long backstory prior to the events that, you know, we might need to examine. Book Tyrion doesn't have as good a nature as Show Tyrion. He's still one of my faves, but he doesn't have inherent goodness in his heart. Oh wow, that's a big contrast from Show Tyrion then. Because I feel like that inherent goodness in Tyrion's heart is a big part of his character in the show. That is also true, Nelson. Say did pick up a knife first. But you would have choked Say out too if he was in Tyrion's shoes. That's why you're the villain. See, Nettles, I don't know if I would view you as a villain in that situation. But that's maybe because I'm a villain too. I don't know. In the book, Tyrion fantasizes about Cersei? Cersei? Damn. You don't have a clue of where Tyrion is going with Varys. So I think that Varys did mention a destination. I just can't, off the top of my head, think where that is, where that would be. I am pretty sure that he's going across the narrow sea, right? Like I was saying, and he's going. I describe that as Daenerys territory. So I think he's just gonna go there, someplace. I don't remember exactly where Varys is sending him. I think Tyrion was more angry for her testifying at his trial than hearing her call Tywin my lion. Right? Like that's just extreme, right? Because that makes you question literally the entire relationship prior to that. You already were questioning it because you're like, wow, this woman was saying that she was a ride or die for me. She loved me with all her heart. She was willing to go through anything with me. And then, okay, granted, from her perspective, Tyrion was incredibly harsh towards her. But that's what I'm saying. She was so dumb in season 4. She turned incredibly stupid. She lost all her brain cells in season 4 because she couldn't see the obvious thing that was going on, and then Tyrion had to resort to that last ditch effort, and then she like turned into a complete evil monster. Like, oh, so you disagree, Nedlus, about Tyrion in the books. That's interesting. Shay had borderline personality disorder. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Remember Mama Cat? I think that like that's just a messed up person by all accounts in that situation. redacted fantasy was after his escape from King's Landing. I mean, I get the hate that he has towards Cersei, similar hate that he has towards Tywin. But I just, that word associated with the Tyrion that I know from the show is just, they don't go together. Yeah, Mama God, we all agree. We all agree. Yeah, guys. Let's keep the places that I'm familiar with out of the topic for now. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to discuss them when the time comes. And here we have my poor little soul, Theon. Theon is such a great character to me. I don't know what you guys think. I feel like he's a bit underrated as a character. Just from other reactions of Game of Thrones that I've seen, I feel like people often kind of misunderstand Theon as a character. Just kind of like how much depth there is with him in his current state. He's such an interesting character. He has developed into such an interesting character. Borderline personality disorder, Marzo, is what that means. So like, you have, in a way, like multiple personalities. That can vary depending on how severe it is. Or is it Rick? No, it's Theon. It's Theon. No matter how much this motherfucker right here has broken him, that is still poor Theon in there. And he's just a broken shell of himself. Theon has gotten the worst punishment out of everyone. I agree. And for maybe one of the lesser crimes, to be completely honest with you. I wish Joffrey would have become Rick before dying. Now that would be a death more suitable for Joffrey, right? If they made Theon Azor Ahai, who is that, Nelson Moreno? Borderline and multiple personality are two different things. Wait, what's borderline personality disorder? Did I confuse the two? Theon had a horrible father. This show is about bad fathers and how that affects you. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And just his whole upbringing was basically like, it lent itself for him to turn into, well, not Rick, but what he was prior to Rick, to basically feel like he had no real identity, to feel like he always needed to prove himself, right? Feel like he needed to constantly remind people and earn everybody's respect because he wasn't feeling like he was getting any. It's a long explanation. Oh, okay. I kind of like thought that like it was like borderline personality disorder. It was like, right, you could change in an instant. But again, I'm not familiar with it. I haven't delved into it. Theon killed 2 little farm boys. He did. Theon was wildling for a second. He was. But out of every single character that we've seen do horrible shit in this show, I wouldn't rank Theon near a top 5. Maybe even top 10. Maybe you can even go further, you know? In the books, Theon has white hair from all the stress. Can you imagine, bro? See, that betrayal of Robb falls just as much on Robb as it does on Theon, for me. Because I think I said it while it was happening. Did Robb really think that he could just send Theon over to the place where they literally took him from, and he wasn't gonna get emotionally manipulated in any way by people that literally revolted against them in the past and clearly hated them? That's one. Two, we saw Robb, while Theon was with the Starks, talk down on Theon. He told him he shouldn't be telling him what to do because it wasn't his house, right? He did say that. Now, I'm not saying that Robb is some bad character or anything, a bad person, but he made some errors as well, and some things that did impact Theon as well, and what he turned into later on. So is Azor another character that I'm gonna get to find out more about in the future seasons? They are in the same. Okay, Heather, I trust you. You definitely know more about it than me. Theon's dad never came to take him back since 8 years old. That damages the boy internally. I mean, and literally just giving him away like that, growing up. Well, he did have a father figure, but like as I said, identity crisis to the max for Theon. Azor Ahai is like the hero that saves the world. Imagine Frodo from Lord of the Rings. See, the true hero in Lord of the Rings is Sam, actually. The true hero that saved the world in that whole journey was really Sam, if we're being honest. But we're not here to talk about Lord of the Rings, are we? He ordered the farm boys dead and burned. He didn't do it himself. Right, and he did it for a reason. To protect the boys that he actually cared and knew and loved. I agree, Nettles. He wouldn't have the stomach to do it himself, most definitely. He could barely kill the guy that he killed. He could barely do it. He just had to do it because peer pressure, literally, at that moment. You got a degree in psychology, sociology, and psychology. Oh, I said those two things. They're the same thing, right? Sociology and psychology. That's great, Nels. That's amazing. Right, River Miss Faye? You feel me? You feel me? He's the real hero. Let's be honest. Let's sidetrack a little bit. Sam is the real reason Middle Earth was saved, and the real reason why the ring was destroyed. Frodo would never have made it by himself. Let's be honest with ourselves. Archangel. That is, unfortunately, a lot of people who have law degrees. I have heard this sentiment being echoed quite often. Theon also had a mother that he never saw again. Right. So much drama, guys, with Theon. Hello Nikki Ma, have I greeted you? I don't remember, but if I haven't, welcome to the stream. I always wonder still things like, did Theon have any contact with his fam at all? Did they exchange letters? From the looks of it, when he went back to the Iron Islands, he really had no idea what was going on. He didn't know what his sister was doing. His father didn't know how he was doing, how he was dressing, how he was acting. It seemed like they really had no actual connection with each other. Nelson. Don't do Sam like that again. Not in this chat. I mean, he was cooking fire food the whole time. How do you expect him to lose weight? He was the only one who could do anything with a pot and make stews and stuff. And they were also eating those Elvis breads that keep you fed. I'm here to defend Sam, guys. What did happen to Theon's mom, guys? I don't remember either. Heather, I think Nelson is joking about Sam's weight. Jaime's whole identity was in his sword hand, and he got that taken away from him. Bran's favorite thing was to climb, and he had his legs taken away from him. Tyrion's favorite thing, I think I know where you're going with this, Nettles. Tyrion's favorite thing is his ability to speak his way out of every problem, his mind. Oh, I thought you were gonna say, and Theon's favorite thing was fucking, and he got his dick taken away from him. But you were going with a much more philosophical question, which is like, what do you think Tyrion will lose? Hopefully not his mind. Hopefully not his mind. I wouldn't want to see Tyrion lose his mind at all. I mean, he already lost. He already lost his family, in a sense. He lost his statue. He's now a fugitive. For real this time. This isn't fake accusations. He killed Tywin. So he has lost his wealth, his, I guess, his status, right? And his family outside of Jaime. Although he had lost his family outside of Jaime a long time ago, before he actually lost them. So you did say that. Okay, my bad. My bad. I'm glad we're on the same page then. Imagine Tyrion losing his tongue. No way. How could you do that to Tyrion? If they force Tyrion to become mute, I'm muting Game of Thrones. Heather, he did say that. Isn't that ironic? Damn, he would really hate seeing Theon, Jaime. That would hurt him to the core if he ever saw Theon. Speaking of Sam, look at how things work. We were just talking about a different Sam, and now we get our Sam, Game of Thrones Sam, and he goes straight into the great character tier. We love Sam. We have our own baby donkey named Sam. Marzo is raising him, and he's just the most lovable, kind-hearted, beautiful soul. He's just such a nice person. Like, you need to be evil to hate on Sam in any way. He's a loyal friend. He was able, when shit hit the fan, when the wildlings were at their door, he showed his ability to actually be a leader, which was pretty surprising. Basically, the way they viewed him when he first went at Castle Black is completely different to how he was acting when he actually needed to do something. And it's interesting because the commander, when we first got introduced to Sam and they were trying to like be nice to him and not hurt him during the training, he told them, when really shit goes down, do you need a man that can handle himself, or do you need I don't remember how he called him, but like a scared boy or something. So it was nice to see how he was completely wrong, and Sam, when he needed to, he actually took on, you know, the challenge and played a major part in the defense of the wall in that situation. And then you have his great relationship with Gilly, how he's taking care of her, taking care of your child. I mean, how can we not love Sam, guys? It's just something with characters named Sam that, like, I don't know if I can name a bad Sam. Archangel, Tyrion will have a growth spurt and lose his unique point of view. That's funny. How did Sam survive the Battle of Castle Black? That's what I'm saying. He rose to the occasion. He was kind of firing blindly there at the Fen, and he just headshot him, but still. Sam is obviously inspired by Sam. No question. He forgot to be afraid. Fight or flight. I don't know, Nettles. I don't know if I would call Sam lucky. I wouldn't call him unlucky. For example, the situation with the White Walker. He was extremely lucky that he happened to have that specific dagger on him, but he still needed to have the bravery to go and try and backstab the White Walker. Like, that's insane. Who does that? Sam does. And by doing that, he killed it. And he could have cowered when the wildlings were at the wall and trying to climb and trying to kill him, but he didn't. He stood his ground, and maybe he needed some luck, but hey, a lot of that, in my opinion, is luck, right? When it's a death or death, kill or be killed situation, yes, skill obviously goes a long way, but like in battlefields, I'm sure that luck always plays a major part. But I wouldn't just call it luck for Sam all the way. Whoa, where are the spoilers? Where? Oh, is the Nelson Moreno comment the spoiler? I haven't read it. I'm just trying not to look. Yeah, guys, please just refrain from possible spoilers for the show or the books for everybody in chat, not just me. Just try and be mindful about not spoiling stuff in general. You love Sam's speech about becoming nothing and how you lose. That was such a great line. Archangel. I agree with you 100%. Sam is very different than when we met him whimpering on the floor. Right, exactly. What changed him? A woman's love or friendship from Jon? I feel like everything. I feel like it's all of it. I think that's how it happens in real life. From each relationship, be it like friendship, love, like partnership, all of them can make you better. You can learn stuff from them, even if they end badly. You can improve, right? Self-improvement. That's big. And he did literally, like, after that kiss he got from Gilly, it's like a switch, like, flipped, and he was, like, instantly turned to a badass on the battlefield, you know? In Tolkien's book, the unluckiest of heroes are the ones that show more courage and they prevail, like Sam. Yeah. Speaking of horrible fathers, Sam's is one of the worst. I hope that we get to learn that Sam's father got killed at some point in the show. Cause fuck him. Oh, what a beautiful picture. How beautiful is this picture that they used? I'm so glad that this is the picture that they chose. Oh wait, I should have kept Joffrey's personal hell for one last... You know what, we're gonna put it here. And here we go. I'm glad that this is the picture that they used. I remember in the previous live stream they had a couple of very unflattering pictures for some of the characters, but so far these pictures are all great, and this one specifically is just fantastic. I mean, I'm so incredibly happy that I no longer have to feel my blood boil whenever Joffrey is on the screen doing anything, saying anything, talking to anybody. Like, there wasn't a single moment, I feel like, in Game of Thrones when Joffrey is on screen where I was calm and like enjoying what was happening. Not one. So like, well, I'm lying. When he died, that's the scene. Still a great character. Again, the actor, phenomenal job. As we did discuss in the reaction video, I can't help that you played this character so well that I literally despised every second you were on the screen, my guy. But you're a great actor. And apparently he did start to go back into acting recently, which is great. Do more of it because you're really good. But fuck Joffrey, I'm super glad he died. I wish he had gotten Theon's treatment. I wish he suffered more before his death. But I'm not gonna complain. Whichever way we got it, it's good for me. And this is the last time that we're gonna see this face. So take it in, enjoy it, because after this, it's bye-bye for Joffrey. Then we can deal with this motherfucker from now on. Sam is like Aegon for the Tarly family. His father had high hopes for him. Yeah, but still, who does that to their son, right? I'm so proud of how Sam killed the Walker. I think it was Gilly that saved Sam. I think, as I said, it's a little bit of everything. Because if those people, if Jon and those guys hadn't nurtured Sam when he was at the wall, I don't think he would have been in the position to find love, right? I feel like there were serious issues of Sam feeling like he wasn't worthy of being accepted or liked or loved by a lot of people. That's at least what I got from his character early on. And I think all of his relationships that he had, starting from Jon Snow to Gilly, shaped him and changed him in great ways. Sam just needed something real to fight for. I can see that too. He just needed people to care, that he really cared about and that he felt cared for him, to the point where he's like, I can't stand here and do nothing while that person's life is at risk. And when you're a moment from death, you lose your fear of physical pain and injuries. Sam experienced that, became nothing, and was changed then to right. The noblest child the gods have ever put on this earth. When Pycelle said that line, my hate for him increased tenfold. Because he really seemed like he wanted to believe it himself when he was saying it. Because he didn't really need to say all that. Nobody thought that Joffrey was the noblest child. Like, who are you trying to fool? Who are you trying to suck up on? That the kid is dead. His family doesn't even think that about him. Joffrey was the best dressed character. I agree. I do like Jon Snow's fur that he keeps carrying around. It just sits different on Jon Snow's shoulders. I don't know if that attire is worn by others. I'm pretty sure it was worn by others at Castle Black, but it just looks the best when Jon carries it. But yeah, Joffrey did have some pretty styling outfits, but what good are the outfits when the person wearing them is Joffrey? Why didn't nobody help scratch Joffrey's throat? You guys did tell me that in the books he actually literally crawled, like scratched his throat open, which I would have loved to see, to be honest with you. Probably a bit too graphic and hard to pull off. He definitely could dress Joffrey. I mean, part of it is others dressed him as well, right? I'm not giving Joffrey any credit, guys. So we have Bran. So I feel like, if I remember correctly, Bran was in my favorites for season 3. He has fallen a little bit in season 4 for similar reason. Well, no, I was about to say for similar reason like Daenerys, but Daenerys has not fallen. But it's just like, I felt like I wanted more from Bran's story in season 4 and just didn't really get it. I feel like from season 5 onwards, I'm going to be really invested in Bran and his destiny, which pretty much sounds like his destiny to be there where he's at right now with the children and learn from them and actually harness his powers. I feel like I'm gonna be super interested in his character moving forward, but just for whatever reason in this season, he just didn't hit the same as the previous ones, specifically season 3 for me. Kind of like felt disinterested in a way. It's not that the character changed necessarily, just my my interest towards him in season 4 specifically just wasn't there. Is that even fair for me to drop him from the favorites? I'm gonna justify it. Although maybe unreasonable. But he can definitely just quickly jump up there because I really loved his character in season 3. Randyll Tarly could have sent Sam to the Citadel, but he hated his son's weakness and couldn't handle that being a stain on the family name or an extension of himself. So basically what Tywin was feeling towards Tyrion. Pretty similar sentiments. Nettles, make sure you share with the rest of the chat for anybody who partakes. Wait, Nelson, is that explained in the books? Because that's crazy that he did that, and then he was like, you're not worthy to be my son. Bran's Wolf Summer and Rickon's Wolf Saggy Dog basically saved Jon's life. Jon wouldn't have gotten away and those wolves weren't killing wildlings. Brad did his part decision. Absolutely. Listen, I guess I just didn't get the same satisfaction from Bran scenes as I felt I was getting in season 3. I don't know why. Bran did nothing wrong this season. It's just that like his storyline just didn't really do it for me, I guess, as much. But that's pretty much it. I still really love his character. Talk about a character that I grew to really like, the Hound, and he's definitely a great character. If that was the last time we saw him, it's a shame, really, because I really had grown to like him, his dynamic with Arya. Overall, if that is his end, would I say it's fitting? It's not the way I probably thought we'd lose the Hound, but the way that the storyline unfolded, that last scene between him and Arya was fantastic. Possibly one of my favorite scenes in Game of Thrones, if you guys believe it or not. The dialogue to me was so good. When after the episode I was thinking about that scene a lot, kind of like coming to terms with how Arya was feeling at that moment towards the Hound, how the Hound was feeling at that moment towards Arya. I feel like it's a bit fucked up, but I feel like if that is the last time we saw the Hound and he did die, I feel like the Hound had an understanding for why Arya left him there to suffer, essentially. That's what I like when I was thinking of that scene. I was like, there was some unspoken realizations there that I feel like Arya knew that the Hound would understand why she was doing that to him, and the Hound understood why she did that to him. I don't know, that's how I felt. See, you guys are saying bye-bye to the Hound. I don't know if you guys are trying to like reverse psychology me and he comes back. We did not see him die. That we didn't do. So I'm still kind of like hoping that maybe he comes back one way or another. I still have like my thing with the Hound is he still has to settle the beef between him and his brother. Because we know that the Mountain is gonna come back to some capacity. We're gonna need somebody to take him on. I always thought that was gonna be the Hound, and that's when the Hound would die, possibly in a fight between him and his brother. But hey, he might just be dead. I have no clue. I'm just saying. I didn't forget the Hound killing Micah. I agree, that was just brutal. The Hound had learned to be brutal. That's all he grew up knowing, literally from his own brother. That was an order though, if I'm not mistaken. They did order him to kill Micah. And you know, like, if you guys remember the early reactions, I didn't care for the Hound at all at the beginning. I didn't care even when they tried to make him like kind of like make me sympathize with him. I did not care. But he showed me a lot in this period since he left King's Landing during the Battle of Blackwater till his death, his assumed death. True, a lot is unspoken yet understood between Arya and the Hound. I agree. Greek guy is a sweet summer child. He still has hope. I think I told you guys I'm not gonna let go of my hope. I'm gonna try and hold it close to me for as long as I can until the show breaks me. Maybe a maester was hiding behind a rock. See, now you guys are just being silly. See, I thought more in the sense of maybe somebody from the Vale just happens to be passing somewhere in that area and sees the Hound and takes him to the Vale, and somehow they manage to save him there, you know? Nelson, the imagery of rolling up Joffrey in a blunt is some crazy imagery. Micah was an innocent boy playing with Arya, and Arya carries that guilt around. She knows it was her fault that Micah was killed. Arya believes that it was her fault. It wasn't her fault though. But I agree that Arya does have the guilt that if she wasn't training with him, she wouldn't have gotten killed. The Hound could have told her he ran away, but as I said, the Hound has grown up to only know how to be one way his entire life, and that's it, that's how I feel, that's what happened. Whether you like it or not, I don't particularly care. Obviously, as we've discussed with every single character, the Hound is flawed majorly. There's no debate about it. A lot of the stuff he did were brutal, bad, right? But there was a line there that existed and the Hound wouldn't cross, unlike other characters in the show. And for that, I have to give him his respect, you know? Because how do you grow up between all that violence? And how are you given the ability to be as brutal as you like? Which we see in contrast from the Hound, what his brother has turned into, right? But then the Hound still was able to put some morality, right, in front of his actions. Arya has had some brilliant teachers so far. She has, absolutely. This is Game of Thrones, not Marvel. Characters don't come back from the dead. But see, Nelson Moreno, you're saying this, but we just got done with that crazy scientist trying to bring back the Mountain, who to me was basically like she stabbed him through the freaking chest, like, and he apparently like doesn't Oberyn's weapon have poison? Like, to me the Mountain was dead, you know? And then they're just about to bring him back, so Greek guy is probably waiting for Khal Drogo to come back. Do you guys remember when in season 1 we literally saw Khal Drogo get smothered to death by Daenerys? And I was like, yeah, but when Khal Drogo returns, when he comes back, because clearly there's no way they killed him off so early in this freaking show, one of your most badass freaking characters. I was like, so when he comes back, because I know he's gonna come back, that's gonna happen. And then you guys were like in the comments, he's actually not he's actually not coming back ever. So that was a pretty harsh realization for me when you guys let me know, because I was certain. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. What did you think of that interaction between Sam and Bran? More of our characters are meeting. It was a cool interaction. That's about it, really. Wasn't something like insane. I preferred Arya's and Brienne's interaction, to be honest with you, as far as finally seeing characters that we really like meeting each other. Even though that interaction between Brienne and Arya turned into the worst shit show ever, I really enjoyed just seeing Arya smile the moment she just looked at Brienne. To me, was beautiful. But the Sam and Bran interaction was also interesting. I enjoyed seeing the loyalty that Sam had again. She said, "You're Jon's brother, you're my brother, basically. I'll help you. What do you need? What do you need to do? I'm here for you immediately." And that's love right there. Right, Archangel? We literally have zombies in the show. He robbed the farmer and his little girl. Yeah, that's why Arya robbed him too at the end. Because dead men don't need silver. When Ned offers to kill the lady himself, Cersei says, "Is this some trick, Stark? You will free her." Wait, what's that about? The mountain was already brain dead since birth, doesn't count. I'm not a superhero movie fan, Archangel. I like superhero movies. They're not my favorite type of movies, but I do enjoy them when they're good. So we have Sansa here, and Sansa has sided with my arch nemesis. So instantly, I've taken a few points off here. No, we grew to love Sansa. I really care for Sansa. I hope that this face that she has right here with Littlefinger doesn't taint her unreversibly. I hope she realizes that she's dealing with a major manipulator. I hope she realizes that the fact that he kissed her and told her she's prettier than her mother ever was is really creepy. And I hope that she escapes his claws soon enough and goes and reunites with some part of her family, her remaining family, at some point, so that she can finally find peace somewhere, you know? But we do like Sansa, despite how much I disliked her in the first season. Rhaegar would be a horrible dragon. Was Rhaego Daenerys' child that we never got to meet? He did come out like a dragon. He did. I freaked out when that information revealed itself. You liked Thor Ragnarok, Deadpool, The Avengers, few others, but a lot of them are garbage. Superhero movies are definitely oversaturated at this point. For every 5 superhero movies, one of them will probably be really good. The rest will probably be okay to pretty whatever, if I'm being honest. But yeah, there's always some really good ones. I don't like Sansa, she reminds me of the Mean Girls. You haven't forgiven her for her crimes of season 1, but your hubs is out of King's Landing and your aunt is dead. That's crazy, a crazy thing to say. I'm so happy your aunt is dead, my dear. Wishing you more deaths and suffering. But in this case, yes, we are happy that your aunt is dead. Because she was crazy. But season 1 Sansa was pretty unlikable. Then again, I just had to remind myself that she was a child. And she still is. But since season 1, I really like, how can you not feel for what she's been through since? I can't not feel for her and care for her. What the hell are you? You're appearing in front of my freaking... Hopefully it'll go away. Hopefully it doesn't block stuff. But yeah. Speaking of Arya, we talk about characters and then we have to rank them immediately. I feel like this is almost scripted. But since we were talking about Arya, she remains. This is like this is the Mount Rushmore of Game of Thrones for me. Like, I don't feel like these characters are going to be moved from this tier ever until I finish the show. Like, something really drastic needs to happen for those 4 characters to be changed, for their position to change. Arya is just one of the funniest, coolest little badasses running around Westeros at this moment, and she's just a fantastic character. She's been through so much. She's had to endure seeing literally everybody she comes close to and cares for die. And she's about to go into an arc of becoming possibly the greatest killer we've seen. So what's there not to like about Arya? You would love to see me react to The Boys? I've heard of The Boys. People have recommended me to watch The Boys. So it definitely could be one of the shows that we do, that we pick up. I've heard good things about it. In the books, Lysa didn't cry when she fell because she was so heartbroken from Littlefinger's last statement to her. I feel that. At the same time, I don't know, like, if you have the capacity to cry when you're literally falling to your death from that height, or if you're just, your heart, I feel like your heart just explodes from just like instant fear and stress and stuff, and you just have all types of aneurysms and stuff before you fall. But that's a pretty beautiful picture that they paint with how hurtful that truth was to Lysa, for her to be the last thing that she found out and she heard. That's just horrible. And at the end of the day, make no mistake, I did sympathize for Lysa. That's what I'm talking about that I have issues with Littlefinger, because that man literally played with that woman's heart and brain that whole time. Had her do all the dirty work, kill people, give him power, all that stuff, and then just decided to kill her in the most brutal way. You meant scream? That makes more sense. That makes more sense than crying at that moment. Yeah, I would have screamed. Even for just a few seconds, I would be screaming my ass off. But what I was saying about... Yeah, Littlefinger. Just manipulated the fuck out of that woman, bro. And just like, no emotion truly there. And like, I get it, she's nuts, she's crazy. But like... Imagine if Sansa and Arya had their wolves in King's Landing. A lot of people would have been saved if those MVPs, those golden boys, were at King's Landing, I feel. Right, Nelson. Basically what he was doing. Basically what the relationship was. So... Fuck Littlefinger. We can't put all the blame just on Lysa, you know? That would just be wrong. Brienne is also great. I wish she had handled the situation with the Hound better in that situation. Like I was saying, there's no reason for you to think that you needed to save Arya from the Hound when you could clearly see that Arya was just chilling. She wasn't like... It didn't seem like it was a situation where you needed to free her from the Hound. I know that the Hound had a reputation that was pretty bad, but like, come on. And at the end of the day, you didn't get Arya either. You scared her off. So like, Nettles, I agree. Joffrey wouldn't have been able to be on the throne if the wolves were at King's Landing. They would have snatched him right off his throne the moment he tried to sit on it. Right, Archangel? That was like so unnecessary. That was just him being evil. He could have just let her fall to her death. She wouldn't have to understand what happened. She would have been confused for a few seconds. Then she would have had a heart attack or something. And that would have been it. But no, he wanted to get as much suffering out of her as possible. Which is sick. The man is sick. And he deserves bad things to happen to him. Oh, kiss baby Samuel. Good night for us as well, Marjo. Brienne beat Jaime and she beat the Hound. She's a good... Yeah, she's a great fighter. Absolutely. She did have the aid of Valyrian steel though. And like Lannister armor and stuff. But yeah, absolutely. She's actually a great fighter. She keeps proving that. Which is the same, she wasn't able to like actually like stay with Arya because she just needed to fucking fight the Hound at that moment. The reader of the audiobooks pronounced Brienne as Brienne, and it's driving me insane. To be honest, I've heard her name being pronounced in so many different type of ways. I just decided that for me, her name is Brienne, and I stuck with it. If that's the correct pronunciation, I'm glad. That just seems right to me when I read the name. Brienne does sound very wrong though, because she never is referred like that on the show at all, not even a little bit. So that does sound like out of left field. Littlefinger wanted Lysa to know that it was always Cat. He was loyal to Cat in his heart the whole time. But why? Like, she was gonna die anyway. You were gonna kill her anyway. Was it really gonna make a difference? Were you not going to be able to sleep at night if you didn't tell her that it was always Cat that you loved? Just brutal, bro. Like, Littlefinger is like Light from Death Note. Have I seen that anime, Nelson? That's my favorite anime. That's my favorite anime. And to be honest, I'm not like super, like I haven't watched a lot. I've watched anime, and Death Note is my favorite. It's brilliant. And I do see the comparison, and I do agree. Just mad at the world. He's just mad at the world. He feels like he's the one that needs to like decide how things are gonna be, and he feels wronged, and he feels like, and now that he's gotten the power that he gets, he might even get more crazy, just like Light did. With respect on Roy, I'm not even gonna try and pronounce the last name, even if he doesn't pronounce Brienne and Peter correctly. Is that the person that does the audiobooks? What do you want for Brienne's ending? Well, I really have no idea. I want her to feel like I want her to feel like, for Brienne's ending, I'd like her to feel like her path, the path that she chose in her life, ultimately was like gratifying to her. She got what she wanted out of it. She got, I don't know, does she want respect from people? I feel like she does have that aspect to her, being a woman who is in a predominantly male occupation. Is that even the right term for what Brienne is? Because she's adamant about saying she's not a knight, right? She's just a swordsman, and I feel like she wants the recognition and the respect from fellow swordsmen, which is why she challenges herself and goes at all these great swordsmen and fighters, right? Who she has beaten. I just want for Brienne to like be like, yes, this is me. This is my idea was correct. That this is my path. This is who I am. Which I feel she's pretty much there, but I do have a feeling that she keeps feeling like she needs to prove herself. I just need her to be, good in her own skin. He says it like it rhymes with dry spleen. Bry-in. That's a pretty crazy way to pronounce it. Brienne should marry Jaime, have children, and live happily. Not if Cersei has anything to say about it. I prefer the readings by David Reads. David Reads Soyaf here on YouTube. Some of the voices are a bit silly, but he does a great job overall. That's actually a pretty good idea for a YouTube channel, doing like readings of books. I don't know why that I hadn't thought of that being like a YouTube thing. Your favorite anime is Full Metal Alchemist. See, I haven't seen that one, but I know that it's a lot of people's like top, one of their favorites for sure. And it does look pretty, always looked pretty cool. I just never got into it. Brienne in the books, deep down, she wants to be a lady, kind of the opposite of Arya. Ooh. See, again, another major difference from what I see in the show. Although I do feel like Brienne kind of has that element that you just mentioned, Nelson, in the show as well. I do see that a little bit. I do see that. The fact that she was in love, or at least it was suggested that she was in love with Renly. Never expressed it. It was suggested that she was in love with Jaime. She never expressed it, right? She kept that, no, I'm a warrior, I'm a fighter, that. So I guess I can see it in that sense, but it's really not out there the way we see it with Arya. Definitely not. I'm sorry I hate the narrator. I know he's an OG, but every character sounds like an old man, and Tyrion has a totally different accent than his family, and Brienne sounds like a peasant. I mean, I guess one of the things about audiobooks, right? If it's like one narrator, when you read a book, at least when I read a book, I always have like how each character sounds kind of in my head, right? You get to make up how everybody sounds, but when you have somebody doing the narration, you're just stuck with whoever voice is narrating, which can be pretty limiting to your imagination. Brienne is not James' type, no way. I mean, she's blonde. She's just not a Lannister, and that does make a difference. But if we're being honest, we can tell that Jaime is just infatuated with Cersei. I feel like there is no other woman that will be able to ever have Jaime reach that level of like desire in his life, which is sick, but like that's just the way it is. ASOIAF stands for stands for Song of Ice and Fire, which is the name of the book series. I see. I did almost have an aneurysm trying to read that the first time. Nowhere in the books does Brienne want to be a lady. Oh, there's argument in chat about Brienne in the books. I can't offer any opinion on that front, having not read it. If you're reading a Fox history of Britain, accents matter so much. If you're British, you know. I can definitely see that. For me, all accents would be acceptable. But because I'm not British. And again, I probably shouldn't say that all accents would be acceptable. I'm sure that there can be accents out there that just would irritate the crap out of me. Possibly if the narrator is like, I'm not feeling it. Brienne is exactly what she seems. She's balanced. The feminine and masculine energies inside herself. She's exactly who she wants to be. I agree. I do still feel she has an element of wanting to prove herself, specifically as a fighter, because of that stigma of being a woman. But I am leaning towards what you're saying, Nettles. I like seeing you guys go back and forth about Brienne in chat. I think I like that you asked that question, Nettles, about Brienne. Exactly, Nelson. I was just about to say that plays, the Beauty and the Beast trope, plays so brilliantly between Brienne and Jaime, because somebody might look at Brienne and say that she doesn't fit like a conventional, quote unquote, the beauty look, especially like if you say of that time period. She doesn't go out of her way to be feminine. She has her short hair. She doesn't try to look like sexy, attractive, or anything. But in reality, if you look at it, right, and supposedly Jaime is like this handsome dude who is like from a noble family, has the name, has the money, has everything. But in reality, when you looked at them in that specific scenario when they first met, who is the Beauty and who is the Beast? In that scenario, Jaime seems more like the Beast than Brienne, if you look at them as characters and as people, right? Jaime is like a monster who almost killed a child and is sleeping with his sister and has attempted multiple murders. At least at that point of the show, we thought they had also done murders that we found out they didn't do. But like for me that's a perfect play between those two characters and like public perception and what actually goes on and what's actually the case. At least that's how I saw it. I kind of agree with what Nelson Moreno said. It goes both ways depending on how you look at it, with what perspective you look at it. In the books, Brienne was not attractive. Also, they made a distinct, like, they tried to like let people know that she wasn't. But again, like, everybody's attractive to somebody, I feel, because there's a lot more to attraction than just physical. I mean, it's a big part, but still, there's so much more. Brienne wants to feel attraction. That doesn't mean she wants to be a lady. She would have been a lady if she wanted to. She's her father's only heir. That's also a good perspective, right? That's also a very good perspective. Just because somebody wants to like feel like you said, attraction doesn't mean that necessarily feel like they need to be feminine to get that attraction. All of these characters are so young in the books. It's crazy to me. She's 19 in the books. Being a lady is a title and job like being a lord. Yeah, in Westeros, that is the case. She was never taught how to be feminine, and if they tried, she wasn't interested. Yeah, like she said, her father was like, eventually he just gave up and was like, okay, so you want to do that sword fighting thing? Might as well try and do it right. She did say, when she was in that talk with Arya, she did say her father tried to like get her to be more of a lady and stuff, or rather, I should say, he didn't want her playing with swords and being a swordsman. Brienne is top tier to you, but you're all good with your placement in your list. Archangel, just in case you have Bjorn ready to have any arguments about any of the characters on this list, please let us know. But again, Brienne could also grow on me even more. Who knows? Just at this moment, I think she's right in the right tier. Tommen is 7 or 8. That's crazy. He does look pretty young in the show as well. He does look pretty young. Okay, let's move on to Bronn. And Bronn is... He could grow on me still. He could grow on me still. I liked him more this season. We'll get to see some more aspects of his character, maybe. Maybe some more. I don't know how to describe it. Just more aspects. I think I'll leave it at that. I feel like I got to see some more of who Bronn actually is, instead of just being a sellsword. But he can still grow on me, I guess. I think Jaime is also enough beyond dedication to living by the knightly code, despite never being able to actually be knighted because of women. That's very interesting. That's very interesting, River Mistfire. I never thought of it like that, but that's very interesting. We have a guest who know nothing of Game of Thrones. Say hi to Carlos and his dog Bruno. It's difficult for him to catch our discussion. Hello. Hello guys. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. In the book, Cersei doesn't like Tommen because she's soft. In the book, Cersei doesn't like Tommen. See, these characters are so different in the books than what we see in the show. So isn't Cersei all about her children in the books? Put Marjorie lower on the tier list, she's whack. For me, at this point, she's a great character. Nettles. I can move here away from Littlefinger, just to like, because I know you like Littlefinger, so that you don't have to sit here next to him and kind of like have a character you really like and a character you don't like next to each other. But she's still there for me. I like Nettles and Morena in the chat going back and forth about the characters. This is good. This is what it's like when you're immersed in a show. Like you have these opinions. You might read things differently. You might think of situations differently. You might think of people's morals and like think the actions that they take are justified or not justified. It all depends on how you look at it, your perspective, right? She had somebody beat Tommen. Also, guys, just be careful for any possible spoilers in these discussions about the books. I know you're talking about possibly past events, but just throwing it out there. Another great character. So Varys. Varys has really grown on me. He's just. I feel like describing him like a like fairy looking over the realm. It paints it in a fun image, but like if you think about it, he just like he has been looking out for so many people all this time, and I did not consider at the end of episode 10, after Varys had placed Tyrion in his box, ready to ship him off, there was a moment where he looks back at King's Landing. There's bells ringing. I assume to signal Tywin's death. They found Tywin's body. And then I think, if I remember correctly, Varys takes a deep breath or something, then goes back and sits next to the box. And I'm thinking, if that's symbolized, does Varys think of possibly living with Tyrion? He doesn't want to deal with whatever comes after Tywin's death at the capital. Since Cersei is gonna be the one who takes over in this situation, or is it just him contemplating what he's gonna have to go through now that Tywin is dead and Cersei is gonna be running things at King's Landing? I took it as it could be both things. I don't know if you guys have any perspective that isn't spoilery on that regarding Varys, but he's a great character, and I do think that it's possible that we have, like, down the line in the show, it's Varys and Littlefinger who are the ones, like, I don't know, like, trying to gain ultimate power in the show. On if you think I was saying, Heather, welcome back, Heather. I was talking about Varys, because I said at the end of episode 10, when Varys has Tyrion in the box, he hears the bells ringing at King's Landing, signaling, I assume, Tywin's death, and I think he looks at King's Landing, kind of dreads what's about to happen now that Tywin is dead, and then goes and sits next to the box that Tyrion was in. And at the beginning I didn't think that could mean that Varys is ready to leave King's Landing to go with Tyrion. But now that I thought about it, I'm like, is Varys also about to leave King's Landing along with Tyrion? Because, like, if Varys leaves, Tyrion leaves, Tywin is dead, King's Landing is doomed. Those were the people holding it together. Those are the three people holding it together. If those people are not at King's Landing, it's over. It's over. Jaime by himself can't help much. Cersei is gonna fuck it up. Tommen is a poor child. It's over for them. If Varys is gone, it's finished. Great question. So you're not gonna tell me. I get it. Understandable. Varys was running for his life. That's why he got the boat. That was a split-second decision he made. Oh, so he got on the boat? Did he get on the boat? Did I see him get on the boat? Tywin's brother, Kevan, is also capable. I don't know if we've seen Kevan yet on the show. I don't think we have. Maybe I'm thinking Olenna. We have? Have we? Oh, he does, Nettles? See, I just completely missed that the fact that he was on the boat. I thought they were still docking, was still on the harbor. But if he went on the boat, that means he's gone. He's gone. He was like, I don't want to deal with this. This is gonna be a mess. I better get out of here. Which, honestly, same. He was sent to Castle Rock by Tywin. Did we see him when Tywin was at the fortress? I forget the name of it, that was burned by the dragonfire, when they were kind of planning for Rob when Rob was still on his campaign? Is that when we saw him? We see him in season 1 and 3. Oh, Barry. Welcome, Barry, by the way. I don't think I've seen you. Welcome. Hope your day is going great. Harrenhal. That's what I'm saying. Yes, he was in Harrenhal. Was the different person? There were a couple of people in that. I'm talking about when they were at the table, right? I remember he said something to one relative and told him the only reason I'm not killing you now is because your last name is Lannister. I guess that's not his brother. But yeah, I don't remember him at all. Even if I've seen him, I've completely forgotten about him. Oh, he was not there. Okay. I guess I'll have to see him and remember if I can recall. That was his cousin. Okay. So I don't remember him. So I guess we're gonna have to find out if he does play a role in the future at King's Landing. I guess we're gonna have to see. Yeah, Nelson, I don't know. So there's a possibility that maybe he was at Harrenhal. But anyway, I'm not gonna remember him either way. Does anyone else, that's very interesting, does anyone else develop anxiety when people in armor get into boats, especially small tippy boats? Let's be real, Jaime could have escaped if he tipped that boat over with him and Brienne. Do you mean anxiety in terms of the weight of the armor can like tip over the boat? Is that what you're talking about? Y'all are mixing up the seasons. Remember where we are. No spoilers. Be careful. Don't get too excited. Yes, please. Yes, please. But good thing is, like, if you're talking about things that I don't know about and I haven't seen that possibly happen in the future, you just mentioning names. I probably won't be able to piece together what you're talking about. But yes, please don't. If she fell out, she would drown. Right, correct. Right. 100%. 100%. Because, yeah, the weight of the armor would... Yes, you're right. Yeah, cousin Reginald was the one that was tired, that needed some sleep. And Tywin said, I could put you to sleep for good, my guy. At this point, we have PTSD. People wearing heavy armor can drown in only like 1 foot of water. Damn. So imagine like fighting during a rainy period, and there's like bunch of like flooding and stuff happening. That would be pretty dangerous for those warriors, for those knights. Who the fuck are you? Ah, that's Tormund, right? Torbjorn? Am I pronouncing the name correctly? That's him, right? Yeah, that must be him. Yes, when he was captured by the men of the Night's Watch and Stannis. He can grow on me. He can still grow on me. I liked the fact that he made sure Jon Snow honored Ygritte in the right way there at the end, when he told her take her to the real north to like for her burial, which is basically burning. I'm certain we're gonna see more of him. He now is like one of the main wildlings perspectives that we have. I did say that outside of Ygritte, none of the other wildlings were really that interesting. I did like Mance more the more in that sit down between him and Jon Snow. I got to like his character more just based off of that scene. I still wait for some more from Tom Bjorn to like really get behind his character. Every time you see an armored character get in a boat, you get hives, Archangel. Get that ginger off my screen. hey, no ginger hate in this chat. Nettles. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Torbjorn. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly still. He's in the tent at the table. Okay. Kevin is in season 1 when Tyrion arrives with the Mountain Clan and Bronn. Okay. Book Tormund is hilarious. Well, why didn't they have some of his hilarity in the show then? Well, that part about him telling the story about how he supposedly fucked a bear was really funny. Not gonna lie. But that was also made funny because of Ygritte basically telling him, what the fuck are you talking about right now? Tormund. Was any of those pronunciations close? His ex-girlfriend was a freaking bear. Let's not look. Was he though? Was he though, Archangel? Was he? Tormund. All of them. Okay, great. That's good to know. But yeah, he can grow on me. He's not a bad character by any means, I guess. But like, we still need to see more of him. Can't wait to revisit the story about Tormund and the bear in a few seasons' time. I swear to God, guys, if I have to see... if you guys mean to tell me that there's a possibility that I'm going to be seeing Tormund get active with a bear in Game of Thrones at any point, might as well just shut the whole channel down. Because what? The bear is actually another man. He's a closeted homosexual. I don't feel like Tormund would have an issue admitting he's into men. There is no bestiality. Okay, good. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're safe. Okay, we're safe. Even though there's the implication of it, we're safe. Okay. You saw Brienne and Jaime get active with a bear. That is literally true. That is literally true. By the literal definition of what you just said, yes, that happened. That indeed took place in an episode. That was still what a way to end an episode. Just bear fight. There you go. This show, man. We agree that Tormund will grow on me. Okay, that's great. I need all the characters to be great. I need to love all of them. All of them. Say, speaking of love and hate and like, say you were. It's so funny. I spent so much of my time shit talking Talisa about how she was gonna be like a spy and stuff, and she was gonna betray Rob, and she was gonna be. And then I never even questioned Say at any point. I was like, Say she's a ride or die. She's there for Tyrion by this point. And then season 4 happens, and like the writers decide that Say is no longer capable of understanding stuff, and she hates Tyrion. So it's first fuck you for Say, and I'm sure Say was in the great character tier in the previous tier list. So that's unfortunate for Say, but what can I do, guys? She forced my hand, much like she forced Tyrion's hands to kill her. And yeah, a shame that her character ended the way that it did. That death scene, the shot of Tyrion laid next to her on the bed with her face lifeless right next to his face, beautiful cinematography, but damn was it painful when I think about how these two started in the show. Justice for saying her sexy accent, right? Nettles gets me. In the show, she did ask to live with Tyrion to other place. In the show, did she? Do you think she actually loved him or not? I don't know if you were in here at the beginning. I think I talked about this a little bit, Nelson. There's a debate between me and a few buddies of mine about Say in Game of Thrones. They claim that Say was basically sent in by Tywin from the very beginning, when they were at the Lannister camp, and like that was basically Tyrion reliving the whole story that he was telling Say and Bronn in their tent at the beginning, talking about how Jaime basically thought that it was time that he was with a woman, and that whole situation that happened with the first love of his life, and how Tywin basically just ripped her from him and just like ruined her and ruined him. So like they were like, Say was basically setting from Tywin from the beginning. She never cared for Tyrion, she never loved him. She was just a plant just to have Tyrion go through the same suffering again, basically. I did not subscribe to that. I did not agree with that at all. I think that she did love him. Much like we discussed though, I feel like she eventually proved to be pretty crazy herself. And it's not like she didn't kind of warn him in the beginning. Signs were there. She was the type of person that maybe if she felt like you betrayed her trust, or like, because if we are to look at the situation from Say's perspective, when Tyrion was telling her all that stuff, trying to force her to leave him, if you're looking at it from Say's perspective, if she actually did truly love Tyrion, which I think she did, your whole world is crashing down. The man that you really thought loved you and was gonna be there for you, and you were gonna go through everything together, basically literally like told you, no, that was all a lie, I played you. And Say never looked like the woman you'd want to play. But I do think that she loved him. I do. And I think that's what turned her into the monster that she became later on towards Tyrion. It's just unfortunate that she became stupid in season 4, because she wasn't stupid in the previous seasons before that, and couldn't realize what Tyrion was trying to do, because like it was so obvious. You think Shay truly loved Tyrion and couldn't say no to Tywin? If Tyrion could have reeled in his anger, she could have spoken her piece. Shay is innocent. Her life was in danger. That's another theory that I don't necessarily agree with. Some people in my comment section were telling me like Shay was forced into testifying against Tyrion. I don't agree with that. You could clearly see she wanted to hurt him because she was hurt during the trial. The way she was looking when she looked back at Tyrion and told him, I am a whore, remember? Basically telling him, you did this to me, now I'm doing this to you. So I think that wasn't because she was forced. I don't think that's the case. Because, as we said, the first thing that she did when she saw Tyrion was pull out a knife. Hello, Panzerbjorn, how are you? I was just talking about you with Archangel. I was like, if at any point you have any objections about the tier list, please let me know and we can address this immediately. Sorry for just getting to your comment now. I'm just going through chat, seeing what I missed. So Shay loved Tyrion, book Shay did not. I can see that too. You can see how they did Rose. No one cries for horse. Shay did the best she could with her circumstances. Tyrion would have cried for Shay. I don't think that's like even a question. He literally did, what I'm saying. He literally did after he killed her, before he killed her. Like, while killing her, like... If she loved him, why set him up and sleep with Tyrion and cold his eyes? As we said, right? Like, there's certain type of women that like that can love really hard, but if they feel like you've used them, betrayed their trust, wronged them majorly, they can also like turn your life into a living hell. And I think like that there was some aspect to that with Shay in this situation. But again, I feel like a lot of Shay, to me personally, was just a little bit of bad writing regarding Shay's character for this season. For me personally. A lot of it does come down to that for me. Again. Because it was such a drastic shift for her character. Feeling betrayed can make you do crazy shit. River Mistfay knows what I'm talking about. My man heard his name mentioned and now he's here with us. If Shay was working for Tywin since the beginning, then Bjorn is working for Tywin too. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the thing. Shay did take good care of Sansa. Yeah. She did. That's irrelevant to Tyrion though, right? She still could, even after betraying Tyrion, she still could care for Sansa still. She just wanted to wrong Tyrion. I believe that Shay was intercepted at the ship after Bronn brought her, because at wedding rehearsal dinner, Cersei pointed her out. Right, she did. Yeah, they were aware of her. They were aware of her, clearly. They got to her, clearly, and got her to testify against Tyrion. Now, if they omit parts in the show that we know in the books that lean towards one direction or the other, I'm going based solely on what I saw in the show, and from what I saw in the show, it seemed like Shay wanted get back against Tyrion. Shay can say I'm a whore, remember, with feeling and meaning, because women use our true emotion to tell lies. Shay had to tell a lie to save her life. See, I could see what you're saying, Nettles, but when Say said that, she wasn't looking at Tywin, she wasn't looking at people around her to like make them believe that this is what it is. She looked back at Tyrion's face, straight up, with hatred in her eyes at that moment, and said that. I don't know if I'm buying that. She, I believe, was maybe told lies, and to save her life, went along with the trial, and she was hurt. See, I can see it being a combination of both. I can see it being you either testify against him or we kill you, so choose your life or Tyrion. And she was also at that moment feeling hurt, so she was like, might as well, like, fuck him anyways. I can see it being a combination. I don't see it being basically, oh, either you testify or we kill you, and she just said, fuck it, kill Tyrion then. I don't know, that's just how I viewed her character. I don't think she would have done that. Some women can be very scornful. Some men too. It's not specific to one gender. Exactly, River Miss Faye, what I just said. He looks around, everything seems to be in order for the moment. Good, good. Well, there's no Mormont that we can, like, you know, that we can argue over at this point. He's gone, so maybe we are in pretty solid ground right now. Y'all are heterosexual men, and even you all love Tyrion. You can't help it. Tyrion had rich friends, poor friends, women friends, whore friends. Everyone loves him, so Say had to love Tyrion. Yes, it did, at some point. And hate is also another version of love in a way, or rather it can be. For somebody might develop to have such strong feelings towards a person in the first place is like somebody exists there for you to have such strong feelings towards somebody, be it one way or another, right? Extreme love might lead to, at some point, might lead to extreme hate after certain events. That can also be the case, depending on the person. It's interesting that there's potentially evidence that Bronn betrayed Tyrion, but nobody seems to care about that, right? We all just focus on Say, and it's like, yeah, Bronn, go do your thing. But you know what it is, Archangel? Is because Bronn, from the get-go, was like, I'm gonna betray you. This is what I do. People buy me, I get bought. When Tyrion told him, if somebody told you, go kill babies, would you do it? And he was like, I would ask him how much first. That's basically him confirming that it's like, just know that at any moment I could go for anybody as long as the money is there and the price is right. She refuses the diamonds too to stay with Tyrion. Yep. She did love him at some point. That was before writers decided to go fuck it. Tyrion is probably the only decent guy Say has ever slept with. Tyrion is kind, generous, and a giver in the bedroom, like our boy Jon Snow. Say loved that man. Yeah. I mean, compared to Say, potentially Bronn lied about watching Say sail away when he probably couldn't have actually watched that happen, and he shows up after the trial in New Expectations. I mean, I guess he could watch it happen, right? if he made sure she went up to the ship, stayed at the harbor until the ship sailed, right? It's possible that he could, like, know. But what you said, it's also a great possibility that that's what happened. Nettles, that's what, like, my buddies were, like, saying to me, like, it's all a setup. It's been all a setup since the first minute we got introduced to Say. And I'm like, no, I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. There is strong evidence that Say loved Tyrion, and there's strong evidence that she felt scorned and done wrong by Tyrion, and that's why he turned on him. To me. Have you seen Dogtooth? I actually have not seen Dogtooth. I did see Poor Things the other day, and I loved it. I loved that movie. I actually have not seen many Yorgos Lanthimos films. I know that's crazy, me being Greek. Welcome, by the way, Ventress, as well. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's move on to Ygritte. And she is a great character. She was a great character. I loved her when we got first introduced to her. I did have a period where I was like, why are you trying to kill Jon Snow? Please relax. But at the end of the day, I really enjoyed Ygritte. She was funny. She was, as I said, the most interesting wildling, the wildling that we could connect with, while looking everything from the wildling's perspective. She made Jon Snow a man. She was loyal. Even if she could kill him, she didn't. Even in the last minute, she didn't do it, and that ended up getting her killed. She was a good woman, man. She was a good woman. Yorgos Lanthimos is so good. Listen, so I've heard. I actually haven't just gotten into his films until I saw Poor Things, and now I'm like, oh, I need to watch his movies because clearly there's a lot there. That's good. We might react to some of them in the channel as well, which is a great thing. Book Say was selfish and focused on nice clothes and jewelry and climbing the ladder, but having so Say truly love him made the betrayal of your testimony hurt that much worse. Yes, you guys were telling me that Book Say was like right from the beginning. You could tell she was using Tyrion for the frivolous lifestyle and stuff. Yeah, it definitely hits harder when you can tell that there was actual connection there before the betrayal. Otherwise, it would have been just another Bronn situation, I guess, where you could see it coming from a mile away, if and when it happened. Agree, that's why we don't hate Bronn, but that Bronn gets no bad repercussions at all in his likability. Not saying it's wrong, just interesting. I mean, personally, like, before Say's betrayal, I liked Say way more than Bronn. It's just that, like, yeah, you can't really do much after how Say's character ends up. It's just, it forces your hand to not like her much more than with Bronn. Kill Mary Sag, Say Cersei Melisandre. Fuck, that's tough. For me, that's tough. I'm gonna have to go with... I'm killing Say. Fuck, I'm killing Say. Because it proved that, like... it was gonna be very complicated if anything ever went wrong with us. I feel like then I would really have to genuinely be scared for my life afterwards. So in this scenario, I'm just gonna have to take her out right from the get-go. Wait, time out. Wait, no. I thought, retract that whole statement. Hold up. Melisandre? I thought you were saying Missandei. No, I'm killing Melisandre. Guys, no, that's not even up for debate. Melisandre dies. Oh fuck, then I'm gonna have to marry Cersei or say what? Wait. Fuck. That's actually hard now that I'm thinking about it again. I guess I'm gonna have to. Okay, in this scenario, I guess I'm gonna have to marry Say, and just not tell her that she's a whore ever, and then I'm gonna have to sack Cersei, because, yeah. Could you do a live stream reacting to Dogtooth? Absolute. A live stream? No. Wait, I can do a reaction reacting to Dogtooth. Live streams of doing like reactions to full-length material are not a go for YouTube. Absolutely not. Maybe unless if I did it like I was just watching it and you guys had to watch it alongside me and I had no visuals. But like, no, I'm gonna do a reaction to it. I'd love to at some point. So yeah. Nettles, guys, Nettles really is not a fan of Ygritte. Yeah, she's too tough and forceful for me. She had like one funny line. She was good with the arrow, sure. Come on, Nettles, let's be fair. She had way more than one funny line. Now she's gone and Jon can focus on other things, greater things. See, I don't agree with Nettles, but Nettles likes Littlefinger. So, like, you know that there's, you know, can we trust Nettles? She likes Littlefinger, you know? Nettles, I respect your right to be wrong. I'm so inclined to like characters who make me laugh. I give Ygritte and Bronn so much more leeway and still like them because they're so funny. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Listen, one of the many reasons I love Cersei is because she's hilarious. You want the chat to answer the kill Mary sack too. Come on, chat. I'm not gonna be the only one putting myself out there. You're dying laughing at my choice. Listen, I'm trying to be rational here. I'm trying to think long term. I'm trying to think of my possible survival in the case of it going wrong. There's a lot of things that we need to consider when we're dealing with Game of Thrones characters, you know? Heather, Jesus. It is 2 for 2, right? Kill Cersei, marry Melisandre, maybe she can help me keep an appearance of youth. Now see, Mama Cat is also thinking. There was thought put into that. I really respect that. See? Say sexy. I agree. But listen, I'm not about to marry Melisandre. Then, like, she tells me she's pregnant, and then a demon comes out of her instead of a child. Like, that's a deal breaker, guys. No, I'm not gonna live through that. No, that's not happening. Cersei does give less than 0 fucks, absolutely. Kill Say, okay. Sack Melisandre for a shadow demon at my disposal. See, you guys are thinkers. Yes, we are here with this. I like the long term thinking. I like it. I'd let Cersei wear the pants in our relationship, and she would love me for it. That is also true. She would love you for that. You know why she wouldn't what she wouldn't love you though? For not being a Lannister. That would be a major deal breaker for Cersei Taylor. You'd marry Sack Melisandre and unalive Cersei. Okay. I mean, I respect that. I can see that. So you're into old ladies. Me? Ventress? I mean, Lena Headey is stunning. If we're talking about Cersei. Cersei would try to peg. She does seem like the dominant type. Right, Mama Cat? No. That's not. Nah. It's weird doing a Sack Marry Kill where the difficult part is that you really want to kill all of them, yeah. That is true. That is true. Heather, that's how Cersei would be. Screaming across the hallway. Yeah. Who are you? Who is this girl? Am I supposed to know who this is? What the hell? Whose daughter? That's Gilly? That's Gilly? No. Is it? Can you guys see? Can you guys see? Can you guys help me with this? Is this Gilly? Damn, if that's Gilly, her face looks like not Gilly. But I mean, I can't really picture who else this might be. Okay, so I guess it's Gilly. Why does Gilly look not like Gilly? Anyway. Gilly is... Come on, I like Gilly. She still has room to grow for me. Just more. I just need to see more aspects to her character. And pretty much the same thing as I said about Tormund. I feel like I like her. I appreciate what she has done for Sam's confidence and his his life. But that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's probably why. That's probably a weird angle. You believe it's Gilly? Yeah, we're gonna say it's Gilly unless we see Gilly later on in the options. Then we're gonna have to reconsider majorly. We have Mr. Friendzone, Mr. Zora Mormont. So we have a Mormont, but we don't have the Mormont here anymore. So he's gonna have to go to the great characters because I do really like Zora. I was really sad that he was kicked out the Daenerys camp in season 4. I hope that they like make amends and they like reconnect later down the line. It was a shame that it had to end the way that it did, at least for now, that he had to basically live as a traitor from Daenerys when he's possibly the last person at this moment that would betray her. Well, also Grey Worm, I would say, is very unlikely to possibly ever. But yeah, I like him. I like the actor. He's doing a great job. Outside of him sometimes pointing some very obvious things out, like letting Daenerys know that those are dragons, Khaleesi, while she's literally the mother of dragons and staring at 3 dragons in front of her. Sir Friendzone, yeah. But I like him. I appreciate how he stood by Khaleesi when she had nothing. They literally came from the bottom. Now they're here, and now he's gone. Now just Khaleesi's here, just Dany's here, and he's not here. And it's unfortunate, but I feel like they're gonna make amends. I hope. Jorah opened his big mouth and went and told Robert that Daenerys is pregnant. That was foul. Yeah. I feel like the minute her child, the child that she lost, was involved in all of this, is really what tipped Daenerys over the edge. The emotions of feeling like, even if he wasn't responsible for the loss of your child, at that moment, to her, amidst the new information of thinking of him as a traitor, he was also responsible for that, and she acted out of those emotions as well. And it was very unfortunate. She was very scary in that scene. I would not want to be scolded by Dany. Sora, the type of dude to give a high five to his wife's girlfriend. Oh god. Ian Glenn, the actor, yeah, he's a likable guy. He's a likable guy from the very beginning. Yeah, we do learn about that Ventress pretty early on. Are you simping that I did not read the last part of your sentence? I mean, it would make sense for Zora. When you rewatch the show, you're going to catch on so many things that you missed. You will realize all the time he snuck away to deliver messages. No, I think I caught when he was kind of sneaking away to do that. Especially about the Daenerys being pregnant part. I remember them being in the tent. The one helper of Daenerys comes in to inform the guys that Daenerys is pregnant, and then Zora goes up and leaves. I think that was kind of like it was pretty obvious. The other ones maybe I possibly might have missed. Possibly one moment when he was missing when Daenerys was in the first city, Karth. There was a period when he wasn't there. Maybe that was also a moment you're talking about. I don't know. But yeah, definitely I'll probably catch a lot of stuff on rewatches. Right, Mama Cat? That was clearly it. That was the point. She stuck to that point and was like, nah. Yeah, but he was sent on a mission, and once he learned what he was truly about, he devoted himself to Dany. Gotta give him the chance to learn, grow, and chance to be better. Archangel, like I said in the reaction of that episode, I felt like if Zora had come forth that moment when he switched his alliance to Daenerys and was like, listen, Dany, this is how things are, this is what happened, but I'm with you 100% now, I'm rocking with you now. Even if he told her how he truly felt, which is something I've been asking of Zora since the very beginning, which is, I love you, I'm in love with you, let me have your dragon children, or you have your dragon children, but you know what I mean. Like, that would have gone differently, I feel like. The issue was, Daenerys felt that all this time, Zora had a reason to hide that from her. That was the main issue. The main issue is that Dany thought that all this time Zora was hiding the fact that he had betrayed her, and in her head he possibly still was, because he was hiding that from her. She had to find out from another person. That's why the situation went the way that it did. If Zora, who had in fact aligned with Daenerys fully, was upfront from the beginning, I feel like Daenerys would have been okay with being like, okay, you can prove it to me. Like she did with Dario, for example. Right? You see what I'm saying? You understand what I'm talking about? You love Sims, man. Being nice to women is great for a change. Sims over everything else. You watched 8 times alone, over 60 reactors, still catch things. Yeah, I bet. We kicked the Sims out of Flea Bottom. Dario Ventress? Yeah, he has appeared. We are in season 4, going into season 5 now. We finished season 4 and we are on our way to season 5 on the channel. Right, Mama Cat? If he had come forward then, total different situation, total different scenario. But let's keep going. We have Mr. Grey Worm here, and I really grew to like. He was in the, I believe he was in the he could grow on me tier in the previous tier list. Instantly from this season, we got more. I needed to see some more from him, see how he was feeling, his motivations, his internal struggles as a character, his thought process, what he's going through. We got some of that in season 4, some very important information, especially the part about how he has taken on this role that is like so ultimately fulfilling for him. I feel like it's a great motivator for his character, for his loyalty, and I'm very interested to see if he's able to gain through basically being selected to be the leader of the Unsullied, learning to exist outside of a servitude-like state. We saw it with him, like him telling Missandei like how he felt. That was unlike an Unsullied, you know. So through the path that was chosen to him by others, mind you, he is becoming like this whole different person and this whole different character, and I love seeing his trajectory and his growth. So yeah, especially in this season, I really enjoyed all the warm scenes. Dario was a real one. He got with Daenerys in less than 24 hours. Basically, Dario is what Zora wishes he could be. Unfortunately. And I like Zora. I possibly like Zora more than the new Dario Naharis. But like, yeah, you waited way too long. And especially when you have that type of secret lingering and you don't come forward, you're just opening yourself up to be viewed as a traitor if she ever found out. Agree, he should have come clean, but I believe Dany is a good enough judge of character to see that now he's dedicated to her. I'd be angry too in her place, but maybe not quite that extreme. Nah, yes, I agree. I do believe that Daenerys is a good enough judge of character, but that's why I said that at that moment the the stress of her lost child got the better of her and her judgment, and she was also like, you could tell in that exchange how she was fuming. She wouldn't even look at him while she was speaking to him. Like, you know that's trouble. It's like she was like beyond herself at that moment, and she took a harsh decision. Not unlike previous decisions that she's taken, she has done this before, and she eventually comes to realize, maybe, oh, I've made a mistake. Let me remedy that. I hope that happens with her and Zora. I'd really be sad if that was like the end of their relationship. That would be crazy unfortunate. Yeah, Barry, basically. Grey Worm is just fine. Can we blame Danny for that? For what? I'm not blaming Danny. We have this guy. Meh. He's just this guy, you know. He's at the wall. Cool. He's friends with Jon Snow. Cool. That has been his character forever, and he remains meh because of that. Ed, that's what his name is. Ed Toilet. Ed Toilet. Yeah, he's a meh for me. Missandei goes right next to Worm. I really like her character as well. I think we could also use some more scenes with her, get more of her backstory. But I love her dynamic with Mr. Worm. I like her dynamic with Daenerys. I love the mutual respect they have for each other. As women who grew up basically not having any respect from anybody around them, despite both being women deserving of said respect for so many reasons. I'm a big fan of Missandei. His name is Ed Toilet, for real? Right? That's basically what his name is. Like, foregoing an I and like adding an L is not gonna change your name from Toilet. That's what your name is. You're Ed Toilet. Missandei is so pretty, she is. How was she evil? Drogo's goons had her gang raped and her village destroyed. Are we talking about my Greek sis from season 1? Who cursed Daenerys? Yeah, fuck her. No, yeah, she had her reasons. Yeah, we can't say that it was like, but my issue with her was she literally went full on like revenge mode on the one person that tried to protect her. And I understand, like, she had other reasons. She was like, your son was going to do even more pillaging and raping and killing, I guess. But she went like full on, just attacked everything Daenerys, the person who tried to help her, loved and cared about. And it's like, if you do that, then I can't blame her for burning you alive. I just can't. You know? Ed is a G. I don't know if he has showcased a lot of G-like behavior, but I mean, he hasn't been on screen for too much time. I mean, out of his Jon Snow's like wall compatriots or whatever, I like him and Gren more than Pip, but that's just about it. He's known for Dolorous Ed. Honestly, Dolorous sounds like a Harry Potter name. For his sarcastic and pessimistic sense of humor. Okay. You understand the evil witch's motives, but she still tricked Dany, yeah. Yeah, Archangel, yeah. Like, come on, that's just Dolores from Harry Potter. That's what the name is. Let's not kid ourselves. Dolores Ed Toilet is that guy's name. It's a beautiful name. No need to hide from it. It's a beautiful name. Sir Barristan, I'm gonna be honest. I'm sorry. It's just like, I guess she can grow on me. But she's honestly kind of meh right now. And it's like, you're literally just trying to be Zora 2.0 without the love angle. I hope not for Daenerys. So it's like, your backstory is kind of cool. You're supposed to be this badass swordsman, but I haven't seen you fight ever. You haven't really done much while being next to Dany. And it's like, I might even be tempted to have him at meh, because that's honestly how I feel about his character as of right now. Barristan will always be the goat for telling off Joffrey. You know what? You are right. Still though, you've been in the show for how many seasons and you still have one noteworthy scene. See, you guys are talking about that one scene. That's the only scene where we're like, let's go. Other than that, he just kind of exists. Yeah, that was pretty badass. See, I need to see more of that from him. Now he's kind of like just there. He's kind of just sitting. Mob and Eternal coming into the chat with a crazy comment for an introduction, but I do appreciate the honesty. Welcome Mob. That's a crazy hello. Welcome to the stream. He stabbed that bag though. Listen to that sentence. He stabbed the bag. Does that really deserve anything other than meh category, Archangel? He stabbed the bag? Really? Oh boy. Would the whole chat just like explode if I put pod in the mech category? Still. Yeah, he can grow on me. He can grow on me. He can. He can. But technically, this could grow on me too, you know? It was a scary bug. Same poisonous bug used by Oberyn. When did Oberyn use a bug? The Mad King was being held hostage in a castle. Barristan scaled the castle walls with his hands, fought through dozens of men, freed the king, put the king on his back, and got him out of the castle. See, if you could have a scene like 1/100th of what you just described, he wouldn't be in the mech category. See, we're over here talking about he killed the bug, and it's like, it's not living up to his reputation so far. You know, you just described a superhero, and this guy is just there. I get it. He's past his prime. I get it. I'm not ageist or anything. It's just, come on. You better not disrespect Pod the Rod. The girls from the brothel would rank him higher. They would. They absolutely would. Guess what though? I'm not the girls from the brothel. That bug thing went nowhere. Ooh, the poison. Oh. Ooh, he used. Is that why he? Is that the venom? That why they call him the Viper or whatever? Ooh, that's very interesting. You're immune to Pod. He's boring. Next, Sea Nettles. We agree. She's kind of like, he's boring. What can I say? Like, I guess he can grow on me. I'm not gonna be too harsh on him, but like, it's like, sometimes these characters are great for the comic relief. Outside of the whole situation with like his sex game, it's like, it's not like he makes me laugh when he's on screen, you know. The Mad King was locked in a crazy sex dungeon, that's why he went crazy. This is a crazy sentence. Mob internal. Are you okay? Is everything okay? Is this accurate? Wait, that's actually like, that actually has base in something. He was River Mist Fae. He was. I think that's why. I think I said it exactly like this in the previous tier list. That's why he stays here and not in the mech category, because he was loyal to Tyrion, and we do appreciate Tyrion loyalty on this channel. It's probably accurate. Okay, that's crazy. Oberyn poisoned his weaponry. The mountain suffered a pretty major wound, but he's really jacked up from the poison. Okay. Right. I know people who would go crazy in a different way in a sex dungeon. You mean what sex dungeons are used for? Mama Cat? He pushed a spear through the back of the head of a king's guard to save Tyrion's life. A spear. That's why he's not in the mess section. I'm not gonna put Pod at the great character tier, guys. This is as good as it's gonna get for Pod. Be happy he's here and not here. Is that Glenn? Is it Gren or Glenn? I think it's Glenn, right? If I remember correctly. And he can't grow on me because he's dead. Fuck. I am in a... Okay, this is bad. Because I don't want to put him on meh. Because that sacrifice that he did actually did touch me. It was like, it was a beautiful scene. So, but he's not really a great character, let's be real. Fuck. You're not pushing for more, you're saying why he doesn't deserve me. Okay, we agree. We agree. Oh, the bug was from the wizard with the blue lips, but that blood went nowhere after that. Yeah. There was a child at top of a roof that hissed at Dany, and then we've never heard of them since. That's crazy now that you reminded me. Maybe they bring them back in the future seasons, hopefully. I don't know. Gren. So it's Gren. Okay, Gren. He did hold the gate. He did do it. I did like him the most out of Pip. This guy, Toilet, Mr. Toilet. I did enjoy him the most out of Jon's and Sam's friends. Yeah, that was the bug. It was Scorpion Mama Cat. That Sir Barristan, with insane bravery, murdered. But like, Gren came from a farm. That line was so good. I loved that line a lot. Yeah, Nettles, he did. You know what? Fuck it. Since this is gonna be his last tier list, he earned his way to the great characters. Just for that sacrifice. Fuck it, he goes, he gets it. Took down Mag the Mighty, of a long lineage of like great giants. He went out like Gandalf versus the Balrog. Why is that kind of accurate? I hate that this is kind of accurate. I hate that it makes sense in my head. Maybe next time have a rip category. You're right in my head, Heather. I was thinking about adding a rip category. But then I'm gonna be tempted to put all the dead people in the RIP category. And it's like, there's levels to the rip, you know? He screamed in that giant's face. He did. And we round this up with Pip. And I'm sorry. You're meh. Rest in peace to you too. It's unfortunate that you had to go that way. But yeah. You missed Ed? What do you mean? Is he the one that dropped the massive anchor that gave the order? He gets some cool points for that, but that's about it, really. You can't argue for Pip, but you're mad he's gone. I can respect that. I mean, it's a shame because all of these characters that get killed could develop into better characters later on if they were given like the ability and the opportunity to, but they're just dead now, so it's over. He never got past the meh category for me. Oh my god, so self-explanatory, bald head, horrible attitude, a wuss, doesn't do anything, can't do anything, isn't a commander, isn't a fighter, is fat, he doesn't take care of himself, he's slimy, he kills kids. What else can we add? Good riddance. Good job, Pip, for shooting that arrow and killing some wildlings. Good job. You did it. Even his name is like Janos Slint. Like, horrible. He deserves the wall, no, he deserves the rod. He deserves death. Yeah, you just remove the J, Archangel. Isn't that what you do? No such thing as giants Wait. Ah, for a second you were like, no, giants don't exist. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm certain I saw giants somewhere in Game of Thrones. Wait. Yeah, that's the man that was looking at two giants trying to bring down the gate, and it was like, what giants? There's no such thing as giants. Are you crazy? I read in a book that they all went extinct. Much like dragons. Those don't exist anymore. Nettles, I haven't forgotten since. Everywhere I see him, he's that guy that did that. No, he doesn't deserve Pod the Rod. I wouldn't wish this upon Pod. Even though I'm not a particular fan of Pod, I would never wish that upon poor Pod. No, never. That would be horrible for Pod. What? It sounds like Anus Lint. That's his name. What? Like, he was doomed to fail from beginning. Remember when he told Ned he and the Gold Cloaks would back him? Right? Like, fuck him from the very beginning, bro. Like, nah. If Daenerys asked you to kill a baby, you would do it. Mob, I think this is your third comment. Okay, no. I was gonna say, you are 3 for 3 with some crazy comments that I really appreciate, my guy. You are 3 for 3, but you also had some other comments. If Daenerys asked me to kill a baby, I would do it, but not for Joffrey, though. Yeah. I don't know if I would be able to ever kill a baby, ever. Even if Dany asked me to. If Dany asked me to, I'd probably start questioning Dany, like... it would be tough to say no to Daenerys, it would be, but I'd be forced to, because for her to ask that, something has gone terribly wrong for her. But definitely, I'm not bringing Joffrey a glass of water if he's dying of thirst right in front of me and he asked me in the nicest way possible. I would still not bring him the glass of water. Never mind killing a baby for Joffrey. Are you kidding me? It's like he was born to be a dingleberry. He was hiding behind Gillian when Sam came in. Right, like, all around just a horrible, horrible human being. Speaking of horrible, look at how fate has it that I pick out my new arch-enemies now that... I have a lot of arch-enemies, guys. Enemies? That's a word now, yeah. But we have possibly, alongside Ramsay and Anus Lint, we have another character that I greatly despise, and like, it's like, fuck you, bro. I just don't like you. Just looking at you, I just don't. And the one moment that I agree with him in the show is when he loses his position. And it's like, yeah, he's my favorite, yeah. That he does, Nettles, he does. The most noble man. The most noble maester. Yeah. Fuck him, bro. Since season 1, fuck him. Pycelle is a Grand Maester. He's technically, technically, major keyword, the most important word in that entire sentence. He's technically the smartest person in the land. Noble houses have maesters. The capital is given the Grand Maester, the best of the best, and they landed with this. And then we wonder why King's Landing is failing. If this is the smartest person in your capital, you're fucking doomed. It's over. It's over. You had no chance. You had no chance. It's the end. You, guys, this is very important, so I need you guys to answer truthfully. Wait, this could be a spoiler. Fuck. How can I ask this without you spoiling me? Him, if he's dead, this could greatly impact where I might put his character. He's not dead, is he? Right? He's not dead. Right? He's not dead. So I can safely put him in the he can grow on me tier. Okay. So he's in the he can grow on me tier. Alistair, yes. Sir Alistair is in the he can grow on me tier. The battle at the wall was the first time I started actually looking at him and being like, okay, I can kind of see your point of view. I mean, in some scenes prior to that as well, like his role as the commander is he's in a pretty interesting position. He can grow on me. He can. Nah, put him where you feel is correct. This is where I feel he's correct. It's just that if he was dead, he would have been in the meh tier. That's the difference to me. You don't like him in the he can grow on me tier? He gave me some signs. Possibly I could grow to like this man somewhat, or at least respect him some more. Possibly, I don't know. One of those characters that makes me happy we don't have smell vision. Pycelle, yeah. He just looks like he doesn't wash. Who did? Alistair? Thorne? Ah, I see, Heather. I see. Don't you love how Alistair says bastard to Jon Snow? But that hater lower on the tier list, he's unhinged. Listen, I just saw some things in that episode that I was like, maybe I can grow some respect for this man. So I'm gonna put him in the he can grow on me tier for now. And then if he continues to be just a piece of shit towards everybody, he can drop back off in the next season. That can happen easily. Marjorie, your English is perfectly fine. Trust me, your English is perfectly fine. We aren't told about how he feels, why he feels how he feels in the show. He touched a little bit on some of that anger that he has, at least towards his troops, when he said the job of being a commander is you have pompous little shits questioning every move you take, every decision you take. what happens when you start questioning yourself. I felt that that was a pretty like good response for his character being the way he is. Yes, Thorn did. That's very interesting. I think that I sentenced him to the wall. That's very interesting. I don't know what is fluff a metaphor example. I don't know what that is either, Marjo. Genuinely. Jon told Alisher to seal the tunnel, and he said no. If they could seal the tunnel, the giant wouldn't have been able to get through at all. Alisher, not Alistair. Yeah, he fucked up. Yeah. His ego got the best of him. Him wanting to be spiteful towards Jon got the best of him. Good. We like it. That's what he deserves. He did admit it though, didn't he? He was like, you can say it. I was wrong. That's character development to me for his character. Exactly, Panos. I remember you used to think your English wasn't good. I was like, what? He hated Ned Stark. Alisher? Yeah, Archangel in that time period. Yeah. Now it's starting to make sense. Now the hatred is starting to make sense. Oh wow, the hatred now actually makes so much sense. Okay. I thought he genuinely just had like a hard-on for taking people who were kind of higher up in the like status quo and like bringing them down to everybody's level and making them feel like shit, and he thought Jon Snow was a perfect target for that, but he just couldn't break him really. But him having that type of animosity because he was Ned's son, because he fought with the Targaryens, that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Thank you guys for the info. That makes all the sense in the world now, suddenly. We have Miss Olenna, and of course I'm gonna place her right next to Varys because she's amazing, and we rock with her heavy. She's a great character. I said I hope now that Tywin is gone, she's the only one that can possibly try and protect King's Landing from completely falling apart on top of everybody. So it's gonna be interesting to see how she acts now. I'm on full-on support for Olenna now when it comes to people who are inside King's Landing. I'm rooting for the Tyrells, I'm rooting for Miss Olenna all the way. No one else in the world except Bostonians know fluff of mud fluff, whatever that is. What is that? It's a peanut butter and marshmallow fluff made into a sandwich. Marshmallow fluff is like melted marshmallows, cooled and charred. That sounds very sugary, and it sounds like I might enjoy that. Isn't it like 4 a.m. in Greece right now? Ora, what, James? It's actually 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. Not 4 a.m. We're doing good. Still have energy left. But yeah, that's why I do these streams on a Saturday, guys. Because like they do go pretty late. Oh, Lena's your spirit animal? I know. Olenna is the grandmother widow from Pocahontas. Why is this so accurate, Nettles? You guys and your comparisons are so on point. So on point. She's smart, but her son is very low IQ somehow. Loras? Wait, no, that's not her son. That's her grandson. No. Yeah, now I think I know who you're talking about. Listen, sometimes the smart gene might skip a generation, you know? It skipped his generation, I guess, went straight to her grandchildren. It's amazing how much weaker the Lannisters seem without Tywin. And Tyrion, Archangel, don't forget Tyrion. If Tywin was dead but Tyrion had some power and influence at King's Landing, I'd still be like, okay, maybe they can get this together somehow. But losing Tywin and Tyrion and Varys all in the same day, being left with Cersei at the helm, oh boy. Yeah, Mace, that's the guy that we're talking about. You have a PO box, Panos? I'll send you some. Ooh, I actually, yeah, I can put up a mailing address, maybe. I try to avoid that just for like general reasons, but like, yeah, I could set that up. I'll let you know, Mama Cat. That'll be dope. Hell yeah, hook him up. Listen, guys, if you guys want to send me, if I put out like a PO box, a mailing address, and you guys want to just send me like food that won't spoil, I'm all for that. I'm never gonna turn down trying new stuff, trying new food. Yeah, Mama Cat, I will. I'll let you know. I'll put it in the channel as well for anybody. Just don't send me any like anthrax mail, you know. that's the only thing. Other than that, we're good. Look at this man. Straight to the FU tier. There are so many of the same guy. Like these are all kind of like different variations of the same slime ball, horrible person that I just like hate, all in different variations, and they're all like from King's Landing, because of course they would be. Horrible people, bro. Horrible people. Make sure you have good soft bread. No worries on that front. No worries on that front. How about some real Canadian maple syrup? I actually have never had maple syrup. I haven't. For real. But Tywin inspired fear outside the family from the outside looking in. The loss of time with Tommen as king, they look weak. That is true, absolutely. When the word goes out, I feel like the Boltons are already licking their chops. They are already planning to possibly go and take King's Landing. My God, Nettles. He was doing the devil's worship at that moment. Kids. Right? Isn't that crazy? I should probably give it a try. I know that'll be a once in a lifetime experience, right? At risk of losing my Canadian citizenship, I will go on record as saying that maple syrup is not all that. It's kind of just meh. I don't know. I have never tried it. Ottawa James. Is it like just a worse version of honey? I personally love honey. So like, if it's anywhere near the same realm, then I'd be down for it. Maple syrup is sap from trees. Okay. Thinner than honey. Okay. Way better than honey. Listen, I love me honey. I love me some honey. So like, I could get down with maple syrup. But we do have some top quality honey in Greece. So I don't know, maybe the quality of honey is different, you know? I don't know Canadian honey, how it tastes. Is everyone hungry? We have turned into a food convo. Listen, I'm gonna be finishing up this tier list, then we're gonna take a short break. I'm gonna go to the toilet and stuff, and then you guys can go grab something to eat as well. But we gotta finish this tier list, Honey is the best, Nels. It is. Thomas Anderson. That's another wild comment to just come in on. That's crazy. That's a crazy comment. Oh, damn. Oh, God. Am I mean? Guys? I grew up having chocolate cake with homemade peanut butter frosting. That sounds delicious. I mean, Greece's honey is half of the recipe for ambrosia, the nectar of the gods. What can I say? It's actually one of our biggest exports, is honey. Beehives everywhere. River Miss Faye, bold of you to assume I haven't been eating this entire live stream. You're doing it right. You're doing live streaming right. I mean, Nettles. Am I though? See, maybe you guys were right. Maybe I should add an RIP tier. Because I'm against at the same dilemma, right? I can't put him at the he can grow on me tier because he can't. He's dead. I can't put him on the great character tier because he's not. So I'm just left with him being meh. Which is, in all honesty, how I felt about his character. So like, this is the truthful answer. I could like be respectful of the dead and like create an RIP tier and put him there, but like we'll be just fooling ourselves at that point. Jojen is low-key amazing. In the books, Archangel, his abilities are dope. I get that, I respect that. He came in and started teaching Bran about him and himself and his abilities. I respect that as well. He sacrificed himself to get Bran to where he was supposed to go. maybe if further on in the show we found out even more about Jojen, his story, because we really haven't gotten to understand why he was doing all this, why he was on this basically sacrificial mission to get Bran to where he's at. So that could just be my ignorance, right? And in that case, maybe we could do this, and maybe if we found out more information in the show about Jojen, then he will climb in my eyes, kind of like Itachi in Naruto. If you guys have seen Naruto, kind of a similar situation, a post-death type thing. You would love baklava if you didn't have walnuts in it. Are you allergic to walnuts, Heather, or you just don't like them? Baklava is top tier. Right, Nels, I agree, and that's great, but like, what else though? You just finished eating supper. Oh, it's 7:25. In Canada, you're from Ottawa, right? Ottawa, James. Is it just crazy from me to assume? I'm just jealous I can't see the future like Jojen. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's a reed with a lot of good powers. Animals love him. He has visions. But we didn't really get to see too much of that, though. That's the issue I have. Jojen is lucky. We are a thirsty bunch. Let me just say. He sacrificed himself. He did. He did. I should name my child Jojen. A Greek child named Jojen would be kind of crazy. You don't like walnuts? Okay, that's understandable. I love them. Jojen and Theon are good names. They are cool names. They are. You're gonna write baby names from Game of Thrones. A book of baby names from Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones does have some pretty cool names, and then you have Ed Toilet Dolores, which is, you know, which is whatever. Right along with your brother. They both honestly are kind of meh to me, but maybe I find something about Jojen later on in the show that makes me really appreciate his character more, and she is still alive, so she could legitimately just still grow on me. So we're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt still. Wait, are you going to be a daddy? Me, Mama Cat? Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. The rich can breathe mud and have castle that floats around hidden from the enemies. These are all so many cool facts that you guys are telling me that we just never saw in the show. So it's like I can't do much. No, Mama Cat, Nettles was just suggesting that Jojen is a pretty good name for a child. Nettles. Ramsay might be evil, but he's sexy as fuck. You named your dog Oberyn? Oh yeah, I remember. You've said it before, Marzo. Nettles, right? Is it the human mutilation that kind of rubs you the wrong way? Is it like just the total psychopath energy? If you had a son, you would have named him Hadrian. Such an awesome name. Why is nobody named Hadrian? Is nobody named Hadrian, Archangel? Are we sure? Have you double, triple checked, quadruple checked? I think there's always a possibility somewhere that there's a child named Hadrian. See? Archangel, see? Literally, in this chat, Ottawa James is right here to tell you that the Canadian president has named his kid Hadrian. Ramsay gets punched in the face on sight. See, you have good instinct. Hodor is great. I don't care what any of you say. He is. He's Hodor. He's Hodor, guys. I like it. It's not gonna change. See, Archangel? It was literally right there this whole time. Nettles, I bet he had the hardest job on set. No lie, imagine being an actor in Game of Thrones having to memorize all this like dialogue, and then you have Hodor who just has to show up, look good, and just say Hodor. And that's it. Yeah, but have you seen Ramsay with his shirt off? Mama Cat? That's crazy. If you've dated a Ramsay, you did also compare. Is this the same ex that you compared to Joffrey as well, Mama Cat? Please don't tell me that these are two different exes. Please tell me that these are not two completely different experiences for you. Imagine Hodor wins an Emmy over Tyrion. Honestly, that would be hilarious, and I feel like Peter Dinklage would just laugh his ass off and approve of that Emmy award. We have what was his first name? The Targaryen. Same one. Thank the lords. Thank the lords. You weren't lucky to jump into two situations like that. Obviously, I'm using the term luck ironically. Yeah, of course. He can grow on me. He's leaning towards being kind of great, to be honest. So I'm gonna just drop him here. I really like him, although his name is escaping me at this very moment. Aemon, right? Aemon Targaryen. I really like him. I like him. He's like that grandma. He's like that grandpa that is like makes you feel good, but at the same time keeps you grounded. Like he tells you a feel good story, but then it has something, you take something from it, you learn something from it, something that will make you a better man. He's like that grandpa that you can like, you can listen to stories and stuff for hours, and then it's just like a good, heartwarming, feel good time when you're with him, you know. Mama Cat, that's dope. I remember you've told me that you've been writing a book about that, and I'd love to read it. He's in your top 5 of the series. That's Aemon Targaryen. That's great. I don't know if I'd rank him that high. I'm confused. Heather, are you talking about Aemon or Aegon Targaryen? Change it to Ramsay. That would be funny. That would be funny. Oh, so you were talking about Aemon. Okay. That would be funny. Ramsay or Joffrey, Mama Cat. You could go with either. That would be the perfect inside joke. Okay. Okay. He had that one scene with Sansa where it looked like there was possibly an opportunity for him to be great. And by great, I mean to be likable. Then he ruined everything. Then his mother died. Right now, he's kind of like in the FU tier, but then he's kind of like not. Because he's a child, that like he's a product of his environment. So I can't be too harsh on the kid. He's gonna be at meh. I don't feel like he's gonna grow on me. I feel like that poor kid is gonna get killed. But he's staying at meh for now. Nettles, I mean, if that results in him possibly killing Baelish, I'm all for it. Nelson, we've had this convo in the comments. Me and Nettles, I believe, we've had this discussion in the YouTube comments. I do see, like, I even asked, like, because I felt like they kind of like resembled one another. And when Nettles kind of told me that in the book, or that there's, I don't know, I don't remember if it's in the book or if it's a speculation among the fan base that he could be his child. I was like, did they lean into that in the show and cast him purposefully to kind of possibly look like Peter? But yeah, I have considered it, yeah. Mama Cat, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, yes, a complete fan theory. Okay. Okay. But it kind of like tracks, you know? It wouldn't be crazy. It wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility. You're meh. You're great. I mean, she's great. Shireen is great. I love her. gonna put her next to Davos like I usually do in this, because their relation, although we didn't get to see much of their, like, we didn't see it change from what it was, it's still like so lovable. Like, I love this too, this mother-daughter relationship that they're both missing. Loras, he can grow on me still. This is his chance. If Loras doesn't grow on me in season 5, with so much opportunity for the Tyrells to like actually do something and take down the Lannisters, I fear he's not gonna grow on me at any point. I've been waiting for Loras to like be something more than just Renly's boyfriend, and I'm still waiting. I need him to step up. He has been talking about taking revenge. Maybe he kills Stannis. I don't know. He's been like, come on, Loras, do your thing. Do something. I want to root for you. Do something. Instead of trying to chat up Cersei. Not anymore. Nettles, not anymore. I'm sure that now that Tywin is gone, Cersei's gonna try and slither out of that. Lysa is nah, but she was manipulated though, and she was like, she had issues, and Baelish took advantage of those issues. So I'm not gonna put her in the FU tier. Baelish did take advantage of her, and she was like a person that could be easily taken advantage of in that situation. So I'm cool with that. Like the mech category, I feel like, yeah. I will say, like, she played a pretty intense major part in season 4 as a whole. There was definitely some level of like, her scenes were very tense, right? Ever since that time where she was kind of like lecturing or interrogating rather Sansa while offering her food. I thought the actors did a fantastic job as well. Again, a tragic death if you really think about it, because she literally all her life did everything Baelish told her to, even killed her own husband and everything, only for her to end up like this picture right here. But yeah. Yeah, even Miss Faye, it's just that she was like mentally unstable, that's the thing. And just like got taken advantage of. That's really all there is to that, I feel. Yeah, Nettles, you're right. But it's like, again, she's mentally not well through all this. And she's being manipulated. Yeah, but she felt like her sister Cat was trying to take Baelish away from her. And being mentally ill, that was a deal breaker for her. She didn't. Right, Ottawa James, basically. Remember, Kat and Lysa were so close as kids they made their own secret language. Oh wow. And they betrayed, and she betrayed her sister in the worst way. Just for skinny dick. She's mentally unwell. That's, I keep coming back to that. Like, that woman was not okay. I don't know what point, but like if she was okay up to a point and still was doing shady shit, that I do not know. The minute we got introduced to her in the show, she clearly was like, she was off. She was stopped. Like, so I kind of like understand what you guys are saying, and you guys are right, but at the same time, like, she needed like psychiatric help, not Littlefinger in her ear telling her what to do and what not to do. Mob Eternal, when did she? When they were kids? If you're talking about the scene after the marriage, no. I would not classify that as that. If you're talking about the one where she wanted to get married quickly and she said, I'm going to scream when my husband makes love to me. If you're talking about that scene, I wouldn't classify that as that. Yeah, Archangel, she did that. Right, she did that. But think of all the pent-up sexual frustration she was carrying up until that night. Think about it. Just think about it. Years of it. Years of it. It was bound to happen. The Vale army is fresh and untouched by war. They are amazing knights and fighters, and were pivotal in winning Robert's rebellion. And she's holding them hostage. Yeah. Oh yeah, what a beautiful picture to have of this fucker. Yeah, fuck you. I don't even remember your name. I don't want to remember your name. You did all this talking just to get stabbed in the head and die. Goodbye. We never cared for you. The most irrelevant side character in Game of Thrones history. Yeah, just no. Just no. The moral of the story is fuck Lysa. I mean, Littlefinger literally did. Nelson, that's my thought process as well. For a lot of the decisions that Lysa took, at least from the moment that we caught on to the show till now, Littlefinger has been in her ear about all of those. I feel like. Yeah, she has agency, but she's crazy, so like, the minute Littlefinger tells her something, she does it because she thinks it's gonna get her laid, basically. That's all she thinks about. Honestly, fuck you too, yeah. I contemplated putting you on meh, but fuck you. Cause you're just slimy and like you lie your ass off and you're a fucking Bolton, so fuck the Boltons. Yeah. That's about it really. Fuck you too. Yeah. For very similar reasons. Okay, so we go, like, these are all the Boltons, these are all the FU tiers right here. Fuck all the Boltons immediately. You guys are trash, like, get out of my face, all of you. I do fear that we're gonna have a Bolton, like, uprising and rise to the throne at some point. I really do fear it. Now that the Lannisters are weakened, I fear that the Boltons are gonna try and take advantage of it. I hope they fail. Locke needs to go to hell for taking Jaime's hand. Yeah, fuck him. Although at that moment I was kind of rooting for it. Because at that moment I was in a fuck Jaime stage. So it's like, that was kind of cool when he did that. But like, everything after that, yeah. Nah. I do not remember your name. You're meh. And you did spy on somebody. I don't remember who you spied on. Was it Renly or was it Loras? Oh, it was Loras. It was Loras to get information for Littlefinger. So yeah, you're meh. Mance is in the he can grow me tier. Still, I liked him. I liked what I saw from him in the final episode. As I said, hopefully we get to see more of him. Get to find out more about his reasons, his ambitions, his goals, everything. Oh, that's Theon's sister. Fuck. I keep forgetting his sister name. Yara. Yara she can still grow on me. I didn't like how she just said that my brother is dead after one failed attempt at getting him back. That was not cool. After you had a whole epic speech about going to get your brother back, you failed once and then he's dead to you. Nettles, did you retract your statement for possible spoilers? I just saw a message retracted. Oliver, yeah, he works for Littlefinger, fuck him. And 2 failed attempts. 2 failed attempts. What was the second attempt? She went there. Theon was broken. Didn't want to go. So they ran away. Okay, that's understandable. Running away because you think like, oh, we gotta get out of here because we're gonna die if we don't. That's understandable. Her comment saying, my brother is dead, when you were literally right there holding your brother and you could see that something was wrong with him, is kind of crazy to me. And made me kind of like not like her that much. Okay, her men were killed, okay. That's a risk you take when you go to an opposing fort and try and take one of their prisoners out. Before Bolton took Winterfell. Wait, when she went there and told him what? Come with me back to the Iron Islands, when Theon was kind of like set up at Winterfell? Is that what you guys are talking about? That's not the same, guys. She saw with your own eyes what Theon had become. Theon is worse than a dog. I'm sorry, but if I go across the world to save my sibling, and I know that they have them and they're torturing them, they're sending me body parts of them, I don't care what situation I find them in, how they're acting, I'm expecting them to act out of character. They are being tortured all this time. I'm not leaving that place going, nah, my sibling is dead to me, because they're acting different. Of course they will be. He had his man parts cut off. He had so many parts of his body cut off. Like, they were sending those to you. You know what is going on with him. You expect him to just be the same as you left him? No, I'm not going for that. Sorry, guys. I don't care if you hit her. Beat her. I don't care. That's still my sibling, and there's something seriously wrong with them, and I need to save them from this place that they've been tortured. I don't think this is even a crazy thing that I'm saying. This is like, I would not give up Theon. Sorry, I would not. I'd probably leave if I knew that I couldn't get him at that moment. I would not say that he's dead to me. Hell no. I'd be extremely upset at the situation that he's in and how I found him and how he was acting. But to say that he's dead to you? Archangel, if that's my sibling, I'll keep trying again and again and again. That's my sibling. God damn it! You're gonna listen to me, or we're gonna sit here screaming at each other until you do. Again, we're always assuming that she loves him and she cares for him, because that's what she was saying. If she didn't care for him from the beginning and she's like, okay, he's just my blood, he's my kin, I'm gonna make this attempt, okay, whatever. Which again is crazy, but knowing their situation specifically, they were separated, right? Maybe, I guess, but like, no. Archangel, that's basically what she was saying, though. Yeah, you're right. Technically, you're right. But isn't that the same thing? This is very true, Mama Cat. What you're saying is very true. Still, though, even in real life situations where that happens, it really needs, like, a lot of stuff need to happen. Let me speak for myself. A lot of stuff will need to happen for me to go, they're dead to me. A lot of stuff. And none of that stuff happened in that moment between Theon and her. Yara is a woman surviving in a man's world. Give her some props. I give her props for being a badass in the battlefield and a badass commander. Sure. As a sister? No. Sultan, Jesus Christ. Well, punish your honorable man. Ned Stark was a man of great honor too. In this world, so what you're saying is I would end up dead. Probably. You're probably right. You're probably right. You're probably right. I won't deny that. Probably. Right, Nelson? Okay, Archangel. If she had not said he's dead, like, I wouldn't even be having this discussion. This wouldn't even be a topic. It's the wording that irked me. It's the wording that did it. It really irked me. I didn't like that at all. At all. Because you're like, if you're not going to be there for Theon in this situation, if you are not going to be there for Theon, who is going to be there for Theon? Nobody. If you are not going to be there for Theon in that situation, he has nobody to be there for him. Right, right, Sultan. Jaime and Tyrion is a perfect example. Jaime could have been like, well, I tried my best. Tyrion fucked up. What can I do? But like, no. She was like, no, I'm gonna take you out of here. No question, Nelson. I'm not gonna question her on that front. I keep saying Game of Thrones has so many badass women. So many of them. But, like, much like they're flawed as well. Nobody's perfect, right? So, when they do something that is flawed, I'm gonna call them out on it. At least, again, I'm just speaking from my perspective only. Yeah, Marjo, I don't know that though. I don't know that. I just know that it's my sibling there, and they've been suffering for a long, long, long time. If I get him out and then I find out there's nothing I can do, at least I've taken them out of there, and then I tried like whatever is possible to change him and couldn't. Archangel, I agree. I said, just the wording that he's dead. That's it. Leave, come back, another day, better prepared, with a different plan. This wouldn't even be a topic. But we have Dario, number 2. And he remains in the he can grow me tier because legitimately he can, but like at the same time he hasn't yet. Again, Ottawa James, we don't know that. I don't know that. And if I'm Yara, I don't know that in that moment. Would you rather have a dragon or be Daenerys' favorite lover? Damn. I'd pick Daenerys because I would not be able to control that freaking dragon, and then I'll just be dead and I'll have released a dragon into the world uncontrolled, and then we're screwed. But if I'm Daenerys' favorite lover, I get both worlds. I get both Dany and her dragons, which she will get to control. I'll just be like, go queen, from the bleachers, supporting, you know? Because Greek guy is jealous of Dario. I am. What? You thought I was gonna deny it? I'm Zora. I'm Zora, guys. It's me. I'm Zora. Zora is me. Dragon or direwolf? Direwolf. Dragons are so badass. It's just like, where are you gonna put it? Where are you gonna put the dragon? You're gonna have to buy a dragon cave, and that's just like, no. Give me my direwolf. Like, they're gonna be there for me. They're gonna protect me. Dragons have attitude problems, you know. Like, give me the direwolf. Give me the direwolf. Marjo, in an alternate universe, you could have been a dragon rescuer. Yes. Why not, Nelson? I'm with Danny. Danny has dragons. 3 of them. I get 1, 2, 3 dragons. And Danny. You just have to, like, you know? It's a win-win. I don't know, like, seems like an easy choice for me. You love both birds and dogs. It's always hilarious to me that we compare birds to dragons. Because birds were like the dinosaurs, right? Technically. Right? It is said that they like kind of like, you know. Sultan, no. I missed Tywin already, not Joffrey though. I know, Nettles. Me and Zora are both losing. Dario is winning. It's unfortunate, but it's the truth. Until the dragons are like, you're not my real dad. That's what would happen. I would end up like that idiot that Daenerys burned in season 3. That would be me. It would be awful. Chickens are also dinosaurs, yes. Facts. All these are facts. I'm ordering a weird sticker from a car that says Mother of Birds. Imagine how much in the real world it would cost to feed a pet dragon. My goodness. First of all, what do they eat? Let's start from that. Your cockatoo is more dangerous and more loud than a baby dragon. Have you heard what a baby dragon sounds like? They're pretty loud. We heard them in crying for Daenerys at some point. They were literally like babies screaming. Whatever they want. I guess I wouldn't be able to feed them boulders, right, or rocks. They'd have to eat something that's edible. But I get your sentiment. A whole cow a day, sheep. Yeah, apparently that's true. They do like sheep, River Mist Fae. That is true. That is documented. We did see that. Just a whole herd of sheep. A flock of sheep. What are a bunch of sheep called? Is it a herd or a flock? Would I rather have a fire dragon, an ice dragon, or a sea dragon? This is like Pokemon all over again. My starter would be... I would pick a fire dragon. It's between a fire dragon and a sea dragon. I feel like an ice dragon is just like... It sounds cool, it possibly would look cool, but it's, in my opinion, the weaker of the dragons. Fire melts ice. You know? And then... It's kind of a wash between the ice and the sea, but... You get what I'm saying. It's a flock of sheep? Okay. Sheep is really good for them. Good to know, just in case I ever have a dragon egg. Charmander for the win. Yes, I want the Charizard. That's what I want. I would name him Charizard. Nelson. That would be his name. Nothing burns like the cold. That's a dope line. River Miss Faye. Did you take that from somewhere, or did you just come up with this? Because that's a dope line. If you came up with this, that's amazing. Like that, it's so true. Why does the cold burn so much? Does it snow where you live? You know what, Nettles? While I was growing up in Athens, I'm from Athens, for everybody who doesn't know, in Greece. While I was growing up, we very rarely got any snow. It snows in Greece, but in the northern parts of Greece, not so much in Athens. Last few years, it's been pretty consistent that every year around January to February, we get snow. So like, part of me is happy. The childhood part of me that didn't get much snow is happy that it properly snows for like a day or two. But then I'm also like, damn, the climate is really fucked up. But yeah, I do get snow. It's rare, but we do get snow at times. Winter is coming, unfortunately. See, Ottawa James, that's the thing. We are getting your snow. that's the thing. We're getting your snow. You love Greek bread? I'm not gonna lie. We do have some really good bakeries. Where you usually getting snow? I'm pretty sure Texas is a really hot state, right? So like, has it also been kind of a new thing for you guys in Texas? You can have it, bro. Listen, I'll take it for now until it starts becoming too much. Then we're gonna have to give it back. Okay, that's the deal. We're gonna take it for some years. Then when we can't handle it anymore, we're gonna start pushing it back to you. We can do that for a little bit. Right, Nels, that's what I thought. See, guys, we should be worried. We should be worried. You're psyched for good tzatziki? Man, don't make me hungry, chat. Growing up, you would get like over 10 feet of snow every year. That's like 5 meters. But nowadays, we're lucky to get 2 feet in the year. Damn. Yeah, for us, it never like really builds up, even if it snows. It was a couple of years where it was proper snowing, like roads were shut down, like because like Greece is not used to snow at all, so like nothing was moving. They had to like stay at home. People wouldn't go to their jobs and stuff. But that's like super rare. Super rare. You're in Southwest Florida. You're done with cold and snow. But doesn't Florida get really bad droughts, Mama Cat, over there? Don't you have like really bad? You have the opposite there. You're like, it's like too much of the other side, right? You're from Florida too, River Miss Faye? It has snowed here only once in your 37 years. Only once? Man, we've gotten more snow. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's Florida. Oh, so California gets droughts, Florida gets hurricanes. Okay, those are terrifying too. Terrifying too. If you had a dragon and time machine, would you rather visit ancient Greece during Odyssey, or would you burn down the Ottomans? These are. I would not burn down the Ottomans. Would you rather visit ancient Greece with a dragon? I mean, I would instantly like become a god, wouldn't I? That would be pretty good to experience. I'd instantly turn into a god. Instantly. Now, if I'm unable to control the dragon, then we might have some issues. You have pigeons, Marjo? Very mischievous birds. Do your pigeons deliver letters? Like now there's a bit of snow and it's -2 Celsius. Usually this time of year it should be like -20. I can't even comprehend -20. I'm sorry with you. Like here, it's below 7 degrees. Like it's too much. So like I can't even imagine what -20 feels like. But we got sidetracked a little bit with food and weather. Tommen is on the he can grow on me tier, because literally there's nowhere else for me to put him. He seems like a decent child. I am scared for what's gonna happen to him now that Cersei's gonna be in his ear. Please don't turn him into Joffrey 2.0. Please don't do that. Please don't. Please don't. Mob, that's great. I like that this is the comment for this discussion. Your comments are A+ so far. They're perfect. Marjo, you don't have snow in France? I think that you guys would get snow in Central Europe a little bit. You get droughts and earthquakes. That doesn't sound pleasant. Yeah, I would be a legend, right? In ancient Greece with a dragon. I'd be a god immediately, right? Like, put me up there with Zeus. Let's just say you can work a dragon like Bran can work a wolf. Then it would be great to have a dragon. Absolutely, Nettles. That would be overpowered. That would be too much power for one man to have. Off topic. Do you think it's ethical for Bran to work Hodor? That's a good question that I haven't thought of. Ooh, that's a really good question. As long as he does it in the manner that he does it and doesn't do it to take advantage of him, in a lot of the situations, he does it to save him or help him, I think it's okay. Although we did see that moment when Hodor realized that Bran had made him kill a person and he really didn't like that. So that's a very good question that I genuinely hadn't even thought of. That's a very good topic. Very good topic of conversation, to be honest. If the sun is out, it's quite pleasant. Minus 20. Minus 20? I can't. Your pigeon is just a lazy bird who drives crazy the cockatoo. I don't think it's fair to Hodor. I don't think he understands it. I agree. But like, if it's a life or death situation, should he not protect Hodor? In north of France, you are in the south. I see, Marzo. I see. That makes sense. You're more similar to our climate in the south of France. Sultan. No. Just no. Just no. Would you take over someone's mind? I'm a villain. I would, but I wouldn't overdo it. I'd like to take over people's minds when it's pretty clear that how can I put this? When there's so many times where I'm like, I wish I could make you understand something. But then if I take over their mind, I wouldn't really be making them understand is the thing. I would just be taking over their brain. Right? I don't know. In specific situations, maybe. It would be cool to have the ability. We're going straight to stealing credit card numbers, huh? Right, Archangel? That's what I'm thinking. That's also great. Another great quote. You guys are filled with great quotes in chat. Real power is having power but not using it. That is true. That is very true. Is that the mountain? Straight to the FU tier you go. Oh my god, why are they using this? You guys and your funny pictures with people's deaths. This should not be the last image we have of Oberyn. Sweet Oberyn. But yeah, he's a great character. He's so great. He was such a great character, and it's a shame that we lost him so early. Marzo, that's still one of my favorite lines in Game of Thrones. That scene with Cersei and Littlefinger. It's just a wild guess, but Hodor would probably be less happy if dead. I think it's not right going through 900 plus years of my family tree. There are some of that going on. My DNA have 19 distant cousins with DNA much. Oh really, Mama God? That's crazy. Yeah, Mama God, I don't know if I would want to know that far back into my ancestry. Although I'd like to think that none of that was happening with any of my ancestors. In the books, Bran says he feels Hodor cowering in his mind and crying in a corner. Hodor does not like it, but does not fight him. He's truly submissive. That's sad. That's such a sad imagery. Are you using voice to text? Marjo, speech to text? I see your Varys quote, Sultan, and I raise you to whoever this kid is. It's the kid who killed Ygritte and then nodded. Can he grow on me? Could he ever possibly? I guess. Fuck. I guess. Yeah, there are a few crooked branches in my family tree, Heather. Oh, really? Greece is pretty small, Panos. Some folk must have gotten closer to their cousins. Oh, God. The thing is, I truly have no idea. We used to be, though, bigger, if that makes it any better. So, like, there's maybe more options, you know? You can't blame him, but damn. It's the fact that he nodded, that's the thing. In that moment of high stress, people are dying, your life is in danger, you take the moment to add insult to injury and nod after you headshot my girlfriend. Like, well, he didn't headshot her, but like, that's just too much. I have to fight you at that point. At that point, it feels personal. At that point, it feels like you're mocking me. And we're gonna have to settle it. In the UK, there's no law preventing you from marrying your first cousin. Right. Have you guys seen Mean Girls? You have your cousins, then you have your first cousins, then you have your second cousins. The nod was the best part. You guys are sick. He did it like it was an assist in Call of Duty. Yeah, that's too much. You're doing too much. Brutus was Roman, not Greek. That is true. I can kind of see it. I can kind of see Brutus. Maybe. We have Miss Sand, and I'm forgetting her first name. And she can grow on me. She's still alive, right? So she still has an opportunity, I guess. Elaria Sant. Have you watched the series Rome? I have not. I have not. Is this the Tyrell? Right? He's a Tyrell, right? The fact that I have to ask, he goes right to the mech category. Rome is fire, Rome is good. Is it new? Is it a new show? Elaria San is just fine. It's not, okay. And Marjorie's dad. So he's Olena's son, right? The dumb one. Yeah, either way, he's going to meh. Because I have to ask. Rome is an old show. It has Mance Raider, Arya Shan, and Cat Brother. His name is. Oh, the actors. Right, I was like, what? Wait a minute. It has the actors. I might have actually like seen, like, if it's an old show about Rome and Brutus, I might have seen like parts, bits and pieces of it. Viking is really good, the series. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. Olena's Damson. We have Mr. Then. Fuck you. You go here. And you're dead as well, so whatever. Who are you? Oh, the guy. He's the guy whose father built the throne room. Yeah. Will we ever see him again? Can he grow on me? Nah, he's mad. He's mad. And then the last two. Who are you? Is he the three-eyed raven? If he's the three-eyed raven, he goes in the he can grow on me category, because that man literally looks like and sounded like and talked like he's a god. So like, I can't not give him the benefit of the doubt that he's gonna grow on me. You need to react to Spartacus. I have not watched Spartacus. That would be a fun reaction, wouldn't it? Damn, there's so many things that I need to do reactions of, if we're being honest. That then was funny when he said ginger mints. Ginger mints. He's the new maester, right? The one that took over Pycel's position. He can grow on me, although I feel like I'm not gonna like him very much. Finish Game of Thrones first. That's kind of the plan. I was kind of thinking of starting another show alongside Game of Thrones. Truth is, I haven't quite found the time for it yet. If I do, we might start two shows at the same time. Yeah, he's not a maester. He was kicked out of the Citadel, but he had the knowledge, right, that the maesters had. And he was like, he was telling Jamie he was brave with his research and stuff. But yeah, guys, so we can zoom out a little bit. This is the tier list. This is the tier list for oh wait, you can't really see it, can you? Wait a minute. Let's do this. This is the tier list right here. Do you guys have any major objections? Do you guys think I've wronged a character, one of your favorite characters? Do you guys think I'm crazy for putting Pod the Rod in the meh category? Wait, I did not put him on meh. In the he can grow on me category. You're crazy for sure. Yeah, but that's besides the point. I'm talking about specifically about this. Jamie, you object to Jamie? Is he higher for you or lower? Or put him at the top? He's very close. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't believe I'm saying this. He was very close. He was very close. But I just can't look past that he tried to kill Bran thing. It just exists, hovers over me. Ramsay should be way higher. No way in 7 hells. Besides Ed, you're talking about Toilet Man? Best grey character, Jamie? I would agree. Right, Nettles, that's the thing. He can't really escape that. That's on him now. That's on him. Same way the Kingslayer title is on him. He also has the attempted murder of children title as well. See, Ottawa James, we do have the direwolves for the puppy role, so like I'm good with Pod, you know. But guys, we're gonna take a small break so that I can go to the toilet, stretch a little bit. You guys do the same. Go grab something to eat if the food talk has made you hungry. And when I come back, we're gonna jump into the history and lore part of the stream. So like, is it six and a half hours later? All right, we're going 8 hours again. Hey, it was a 10-hour stream the previous time, so we're doing better this time around. If we are six and a half hours into it, so like we're doing a little bit better if you think about it. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna see you right after the break. And yeah. And we're back, guys. Forgot to open the microphone. It's actually a lie, Archangel. I'm actually closer to 700 years old, to be honest with you. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. About 200 years earlier, but I'm pulling up the chat on the phone, so that I'll be able to be immersed while watching the history and lore video. Is 8:45 too late for coffee? It depends. It depends. Do you have any issues with your sleep? If not, I'm sure you'll be fine. There are periods in my life where I could drink coffee like an hour before going to bed and I would be fine. And there were periods where I had to cut down coffee completely, or I would just struggle to get sleep in general. How old am I? I am 25s. 25, Ottawa, James. But that's what I say. I am actually, as I said, 700 years old. That's my actual age. Been 25 for a while. Yeah. Kind of like a vampire, you know? 25 with a baby, you know nothing, Greeks know? Your daughter is older than me, Heather? You're making rice with truffle oil and sesame seed oil. Okay, Nettles. 25 years ago, you was 18. Oh, you're making me do quick math on stream. That's horrible. So you would be 43? Did I just age you insanely? No, that's right. I think. Right? Your daughter is about to be 28, Heather? That's a great age. I feel like I always felt like 28 is like you're beginning to peak, you know? You're just about getting like life experience, going into your 30s, right? But your body's still in peak condition, you know? Yeah, my bad, Otto James, my bad. When you finish the show, you should check out my channel. I do drink history, but only history in the world of Game of Thrones. You do, Nettles? Well, let me wait a minute. I can subscribe to your channel right now. Wait a minute. Give me a minute. You do. This is great. I also like your cover. Your cover art. If you subscribe, make sure you ignore my posts until you finish. I'll try, Nels. I'll try. That's your first Saturn return, 27, 28. Archangel, you could literally be speaking a different language right now. What does that mean? Okay, guys. I don't know. Some of you guys might have returned from your breaks. Shall we check out what? Oh, starting off with Obering. This is a great sign. Wait, let me change the. Wait a minute. Let's make sure that you guys can see. Wait. There we go. So shall I do this? Wait. Shall we move me up here somewhere? This would be good. So we do this. I feel like we're good. And I'm gonna pull chat up on my phone so I'll still be able to see you guys, see your comments. Welcome back, River Miss Faye. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome everybody who is joining. And yeah, guys, shall we begin? Yes, Your Majesty. We usually like to do around 10-hour streams here on the channel. It's just what I do. 10-hour streams. These are my specialty, you know. We just never end. Yeah, we're still going on. We're actually just beginning the history and lore portion of the stream, which is crazy for anybody who watched the title and was like, yeah, I want to watch somebody react to Game of Thrones history and lore season 4, and they've been here for about 6 hours. And it's like, what is even the point? What is it? Why are they lying? Hello, Lantian Legacy. Am I saying everything correctly? Welcome. No. No, sir. We're gonna be doing that after season 5. We've been waiting for you, Your Majesty. Almost 7 hours. Okay, so we're about like same. We're gonna be around 8 hours. I can feel it. 8.5 hours. I can feel it. Right on time. Right on schedule. This is our norm, I guess. I can't escape it. I can't. Just get caught up. We chat about stuff and like there goes the time. But yeah. We're ready, guys. I'm gonna press play. Let's go.
Twice, the Targaryens tried to conquer Dorne with soldiers. Twice, they failed. Only when the
Let me know, guys, if it's too low.
Did my ancestors relent
For me to raise the volume or something.
7 kingdoms. House Martell could have waged war until the end of days. But how could we resist a peace we could take to bed? For centuries, the Iron Throne had no more.
I feel like it's a little bit on the lower side. I feel
Since
like
we had never fallen to them, we kept our ancestral title. Perhaps this is what drew Rhaegar Targaryen to us. His royal parents had not produced a sister for him to wed, so he had to look elsewhere for a princess. And there was only one in Westeros, Elia of House Martell, my sister. She was not the most beautiful woman in the world, or even in Dorne. But...
Hold on, Oberyn. I don't care if my sister looks like Quasimodo. She's my sister and she's the most beautiful woman in the world, okay? Have some respect for your siblings, guys. Like, how are you gonna be like, she might not have been beautiful.
Rare for a woman from our land, her flower came with no thorns. She was kind and clever, with a gentle heart. I loved her. I feared for her. For years I fended off lesser men from her. But when Rhaegar came, even I failed. He was beautiful and the crown prince of the 7 kingdoms. And our mother had worked so hard to secure the match, how could Elia not accept him? They were wed, and he took her from her home, from those who loved her and would die for her, and locked her in his red keep, above his sty of a city surrounded by false friends. She bore him a daughter and a son, though each almost cost her her life. Elia loved Rhaegar. She obeyed him, and he chose to steal away Lyanna Stark, a pale northern girl whose veins ran with ice like all her people. Instead of disciplining his faithless son, King Aerys executed the Starks when they came seeking justice, and ignited a revolt. I know how the Maesters describe the war now, but calling it Robert's Rebellion does not change what it was. The War of the Usurper. Dorne sided with the Crown, for when we swear oaths, we keep them. We needed no threats from King Aerys, though he made them anyway, locking Elia and her children in the Red Keep to ensure our loyalty. Even in his madness, he knew that no true Dornishman would ever take up arms against our beloved princess, and that we would fight to the death for whichever side she was on.
So getting the Dornish are
Dorne lost 10
loyal people
and 2 princes. My uncle in the King's Guard and Elia's gallant husband, Prince Rhaegar, who was too slow or too arrogant for Robert's war hammer. As Robert's army marched on King's Landing, the Mad King sent his own wife and child away, but kept my sister and hers inside. In his madness, Aerys thought that the Dornish had betrayed his son at the Trident, and was only too happy to welcome his one true friend back into his ranks, Tywin Lannister. Lord Tywin's army sacked his friend's city, while Lord Tywin's son murdered the king he'd sworn to protect. All this could have been forgiven. War is terrible, and men must become terrible to wage it. But the Lannisters knew that as long as my sister and her children, Prince Rhaegar's heirs, lived, no usurper could safely sit the throne. So Lord Tywin's dog, Sir Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, made Elia watch as he murdered her daughter and dashed her infant son's head against a wall. Then, with her baby's blood still on his hands, he raped my sister and murdered her. When Lord Tywin later presented their bodies to Robert Baratheon wrapped in pretty Lannister cloaks,
oh my god, that's so brutal.
Graciously hid the blood from men's eyes.
This imagery is just
the Targaryens talk
horrific.
of fire and blood. In Dorne, our blood is fire. If Robert Baratheon had dared set foot in Dorne during his reign, he would have lost the foot. And it is not even him we blame for Elia. The Lannisters think their gold buys them power. The Lannisters think their mountain buys them strength. But if they want peace, they cannot buy it with mountains of gold or one mountain of steel. They must pay in blood.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, that was basically the story that we knew about in a way. Gave us a bit more info on the Dornish people and their loyalty to the Mad King at that time. That story when Oberyn first described it in the show sounded brutal. Adding the imagery to it is like, wow. No, if your sister is ugly, you have to face the truth. Quasimodo is beautiful. No, I actually agree, River Mistfay. In so many ways, I actually agree. Sometimes you can have a smart sister or a fun sister instead of a pretty sister. I guess I'm just not gonna be going around going like, well, she's not pretty, but like he's scolding dead folks. The Mad King sent his own wife away to hide at Dragonstone, yet he made Elia and his children stay in the capital. Yeah, basically, he didn't care for them. If I could only bring back one, Ned, Rob, Oberyn, Ned. That was a bit of an easy answer for me. Love all three though. Love all three of them. I mean, what kind of brother besides Jaime would even think his sister is beautiful anyway? It doesn't mean that you think of them as beautiful in that manner. The Mad King killed Ned's father and brother. He was so turned out by murder that he went and raped his wife. This started Robert's rebellion. He sent his wife and son of Viserys to Dragonstone. Each one can be very handy on their own way, but still Ned, yeah. I wouldn't disagree with you, Your Majesty. Then again, I don't think anybody ever has what Rob got coming. That's how Daenerys ended up in Dragonstone 9 months after the murder of Brandon and Rickard Stark. Okay. But yeah, that was an interesting. We got some more info on that story, on the backstory of Oberyn's sister.
The Maesters tell us that Aegon came to Westeros with fire and blood, and hammered 6 kingdoms into
Wait, is that Varys?
Fire he undoubtedly brought, as the kings of the Rock, Reach, and Iron Islands learned. But blood has never been in short supply here, ever since the first man carried a crown into Westeros.
Yeah, basically.
This first king united his people against the Children of the Forest, and is supposedly buried in the north, a victim of a war he started. The first ruler of this land and the first to die on his throne, but not nearly the last. For thousands of years afterwards, 1,000 kings rose and fell, dying in their beds, in their battles, in their guards' and mistresses' arms. The age of heroes sounds pretty, until you realize what makes a hero: killing the enemies of his king. And to a king, there is no greater enemy than other
I really
kings.
love this imagery of the crown,
Starks
the
and
blood from
Boltons,
each crown
the
passing
Gardeners
from
and
each
Storm
crown.
Kings, the Ironborn, and everyone else. Even the mighty Targaryens were not immune from shortened reigns. Aegon's own son, Maegor the Cruel, was killed by the very Iron Throne his father had forged, if you believe the tales.
What?
If you don't, then perhaps the Cruel is not
How?
a wise name for a king to earn.
How do you
Daeron,
die from
first of
your
his
from the
name,
throne?
tried to finish his ancestors' work and bring Dawn into the fold. For his efforts, he lost 60,000 men and his own life of 18 years.
Oh, that's what Oberyn was talking
During
about in the
Great
previous
Targaryen
one.
civil war known as the Dance of the Dragons, a king and queen each vied for the throne, dividing their house and its dragons against each other. Eventually, the queen was fed to her rival's dragon while her son watched, and the victorious king soon died of his own wounds. By the war's end, King's Landing was smashed, cities razed and sacked, never to be rebuilt, and dragons had faded from this world.
Same.
Decades later, Aegon the Unworthy legitimized all his bastards on his deathbed. Inevitably, the greatest of these, Daemon Blackfyre, declared himself the rightful heir and ignited yet another war for the crown. After much bloodshed, Daemon was killed by an alliance of his half-brothers on the Red Grass Field. All the same, his descendants continued to threaten the Targaryens until half a century
The Red
later,
Grass Field is
when
beautiful
Barristan
imagery.
the Bold slew Malus the Monstrous on the
Is that Sir
Step
Barristan?
extinguishing Daemon's line.
Is that Sir Barristan
Given such an
fighting
illustrious
a giant?
history, need we be so shocked by regicide? A war of 5 kings can end only one way, with the death of 4. Yet even in times of peace, a wise ruler knows that when men bend the knee to a king, too often they rise holding daggers.
Ooh. Ooh. I like this one. I really like this one. I like when they give us like backstory from back to the first man and children, like, and they tell us about stories that we really literally basically haven't heard of, like even a mention of some of these people and some of these characters. It really gives a big like scope to the history of Westeros, and we're really just a small part of said history right now, the one that we're experiencing. Honestly, maybe the even not as interesting part of history right now. I want to see you marry Frey without seeing her first. Hey, they might luck out. They might get the one that Rob's uncle got. That might happen. Yeah, there's other continent. Other continent? You mean outside of Westeros? Like the one that Daenerys is at, or is there even more than that? Right, Ottawa, James. That's what I'm talking about. There's like, I know that there's Westeros. I remember I was looking up at maps of Game of Thrones, and it was Westeros, and then you have the Narrow Sea, right? And then across the sea, it's the places where Daenerys is at, right? And you have I'm forgetting the names. Like Valyria is over there, right? Across the sea. East of Westeros. It's like Chinese inspired. A Chinese inspired empire? Essos. Is Essos what it's called? It's like all the land. It's called Essos. It's Westeros and Essos. Very wealthy. Yeti and Asai are further east. Okay. And there's like more than that? That's what I'm like asking. The world is huge. Right? I'm like, the maps that I've seen. Okay, let's take a quick detour. And go like, let's see. Right, I get a lot of these maps. Oh wait, that's a different one. Which map is this? Oh god, why are you doing this to me? Okay, here we go, we can do that. So like, is this... Would you guys say that this map is like pretty accurate? Right, so like, here you have it, Westeros, and it's the north. Oh, so like, okay, I see what you guys are saying. So like, the world is huge, but so far what we've had from the show and from the books is like this part of it. The Westeros people haven't even explored all of the planets, so we don't know. Oh, that's crazy. It's kind of like our Earth before they discovered the New World. I see. Istos and Westeros. Not his most creative moment. Sathyros. Oh god, he really was like, nah. I'm not gonna try and think too hard about this. This is the known world. This is very interesting. So like, you have Westeros here, and like, would you guys say that Dany is like in this part, or is he like this part? Valyria is like here, right? This is Valyria. Dany is in Essos, so she's over here. Really, Archangel? That's great. Oh god. Those were basically like name holders. And then they just stuck and they became the actual names. That's actually very funny. In Marine. Where is Marine in the map? Or is it like 2? Can we not see it? That's interesting. Oh wait, no. This is Marine. Okay. Okay, so this is the Slaver's Bay. This is here. Wait, you're joking? That's not what happened? That was pretty funny backstory if that was the case. Right here. This one. We call their world Planetos, and George has not corrected us. He goes along with it in interviews. Probably, I am willing to bet that he has been going through a lot of fan theories and fan fiction, getting ideas for how he can like expand the world and about storylines. I'm almost certain he does. Archangel, I'm also pretty bad with coming up with names, so I kind of relate to the struggle. The planet is called Planets. This is actually beautiful if you think about it. Sometimes simplicity is the biggest virtue, you know? But yeah, this is cool to know that there's like a whole undiscovered world that possibly we might discover if George decides that he wants to finish the other books. Look at the nice journey in the map. Wait. So this is the Vice Dothrak, right? This is where she started off with the Dothrakis, right? This is the Dothraki here. Is this called the Dothraki Sea and it's just desert? He actually avoids reading fanfic and theories. I see. Sometimes the silly things end up sounding right. This is so right. And sometimes you overthink names and they were initially good names in your head, but then you've overthought them so much that they kind of like, you kind of like, no, this is not gonna work, and you kind of psych yourself out of it. From Pentos to the Dothraki Sea to Karth. Where is Pentos? Where is Pentos? Where is Pentos? So here's Pentos. So she went from Pentos. Okay, she went from Pentos to the Dothraki Sea, right? Which is already like a huge, like, what the hell? It's grass. It's grass. It's not desert. It's grass. Okay. It's the KISS rule. Keep it simple. So so she went through the Dothraki Sea, which is grass. They went to the Vez Dothrak. I remember that. Then where is Karth? Where is Karth? Where is Karth? Is this Karth? Is this Karth? Does this say Karth? Yes, probably says Karth. So they went from here, they crossed the sea, went here. Oh wait, do they actually have it? Are these like, is this her journey? The dotted lines? Am I just stupid all this time, not noticing them? Okay, quite possibly. That's possibly it. Yeah. Yeah, Nils, I remember. I always liked the name Vice Dothrak. I don't know why, it kind of stuck with me. How can you think of this stuff, man? Listen, it's a talent. World building is a talent. For real. The Red Desert, the Red Waste. Okay. So this is the fields. Okay, now I'm kind of picturing it. This is when they were through the grass and the fields and stuff. She ate the heart there. This is where she was by herself. I'm pretty sure around here somewhere is when Carl died, right? The Red Waste was the desert, yeah. Tolkien invented his Game of Thrones, yeah, Lord of the Rings, by creating a map as a boy. That is one thing. You can create the map, right? But then you need to fill the map up with you need to fill it up with history and people and actual living culture and it's a whole it's I've always been fascinated by great world building because it is in my opinion very difficult. Yeah, I see Slaver's Bay right here. So she went I think Drogo died around here. Then they were in the Red Waste. They ended up at Karth. They took Karth, and then they went here. And now they reside at Marine. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. It's always nice to put, put it in perspective. And it's huge compared to Westeros as well, right? It's huge. Right, Sultan. It needs a lot of stuff on top of the actual existing story of whatever it is that you're writing about. Right? These are just stuff that are maybe, for example, if we take obviously in books you're able to expand more, but there's so much stuff that in the show if you don't go and search for yourself you never even know about. There's more about history to watch after you finish the series. He created a map and then marked cities on it, and then he thought, well, who are the people that live in these cities? What language do they speak? What culture do they have? Which wars happen? Yeah. Kind of like how it should go. More content like this, animated and narrated, this is okay. I'm all for that. Our girl has been busy, yes. And she picks up languages quickly. And adapts to the costumes. Yeah, she's that's why we love her. But we can go back to Oberyn again and his poisons. Oh, yeah, this could be interesting. This could be interesting if he's gonna be talking about his love for poisons. Because I feel wasn't he referred to as somebody who has a mastery of poisons at some point? It really is a talent because you can come up with an amazing story, but when you go to write it, it's this detail you didn't expect which you hang up on. That stuff is right. For sure, Archangel. And then also all of the stuff that you're filling your world with, ideally you'd want to be in some way at some point connected to the main story that you're following. So it's like you can come up with great ideas and then you're like, but how does this connect with that character? How are they going to meet that? How are they going to encounter that? Sansa is 1 year younger than Daenerys, and yet she's always crying in castles. They had different upbringings, but Sansa is finding her footing. She's finding her footing at her own pace. Everybody's gonna find, like, everybody has their own pace. You would think that the hard part about writing would be coming up with an original good story. That's also a hard part. If we're being honest, that's also a very hard part. It's not the hardest, coming up with the idea, but if you've created a world with thousands and thousands and thousands of years of history, you can invent literally any story you want, and that could happen. But this comes at after you've already created a world interesting enough that you're able to then use those people, those tribes, those cities, whatever you've created, to tell stories through them. That is again, that needs to be at a very, very high level for you to be able to literally just come up with stories inside the universe you've created. I feel like, at least for me, it'd be easier to have an actual story that you're following and then kind of build around it in a way. Professor Snape vibes. Yeah, let's see what Oberyn has to say about the poisons.
Any man who calls a poison a woman's weapon is a traitor to his fellow men. A dagger, arrow, axe. These are the arms of passion. But poison, a
difference of opinion of what we've usually heard.
Poison is the thought that wakes you in the morning and lulls you to sleep at night. You watch your victim die 1,000 times before you ever offer him that fateful taste. Is a man's hate so inferior to a woman's that we are to be denied such a weapon? When I was a boy of 16, a great lord caught me with his mistress. He should have been honored. Instead, the fat old fool challenged me to a duel.
He should have been honored, this crazy.
Status only to first blood. But his mistress and his wife warned me which of my parts he intended to draw first.
Okay, Oberyn.
He was strong and fierce, but slow. I caught him quickly, and the duel ended with honor satisfied. Then his wounds festered.
Yeah, I would be pissed too.
Died. Ever since,
I get the man.
Men have called me the Red Viper, a name that never fails to draw a laugh from me, as if a single serpent was all I knew of venom. Essence of nightshade.
So that's how he got his name. Okay, that's interesting.
A drop dissolved into wine will slow a pounding heart and stop a hand from shaking. 3 drops will grant a night of deep and dreamless sleep.
10 drops.
10 drops, and you will have a sleep that does not end.
I think Tywin explained
Basilisk
that, didn't
blood. It will give cooked meat a savory smell.
Varys, maybe.
But if eaten, it produces violent madness in beasts as well as men. A mouse will attack a lion after a taste of basilisk.
Wait.
Blood.
Basilisk's blood. Wait, chat. Is this what they're doing to the mountain? Guys, I need to know. No comment. Right, like, that's kind of a dumb question I just asked because I'd be telling you guys to spoil the show, I guess. But like, no, let me just speculate. This is like I'm doing a reaction. So like, yeah, no comment. Thank you guys. Thank you for being smarter than me. Thank you for being smarter than me and not spoiling anything. Is this what they're doing? I'm just talking to myself, guys. No need to answer. But is this what they're doing to the mountain? Because that's terrifying. If that's what they plan to do, they plan to make him like... They plan to make him worse? Like that? I mean, kind of... It was kind of like what I thought he was kind of like suggesting. But now we know how. Like, it's literally like, this is how he would do it. Your guess is as good as ours. I doubt it, but I appreciate the non-spoilers. But damn. Okay. Basilisk's blood, okay.
And who knows his art? Is not passion a form of madness? Widow's blood forces a man's bladder and bowels to fail. He drowns in his own poisons. A slow and painful death.
Widows?
It has earned its name many times, I am sure.
Because they're widows. Okay.
The tears of Lys, a rare and costly poison. Clear, tasteless.
Those are the ones they used
dissolved in wine or water
for Jon Arryn, right?
Bowels. He dies in agony, which will not appear unusual if the victim is old or sickly. A favorite tool of impatient heirs. Across the world, on certain islands of the Jade Sea, grows a certain plant. The leaves must be aged and soaked in a wash of limes, sugar water, and certain rare spices from the Summer Isles. Afterward, the potion must be thickened with ash and allowed to crystallize. The process is slow and difficult, the necessaries costly and hard to acquire. The alchemists of Lys know the way of it, and the faceless men of Bravos and the maesters. Dissolved in wine, it makes the muscles of a man's throat clench tighter than any fist. A victim's face turns as purple as the little crystal seed from which his death was grown. And so we call it the Strangler.
The Strangler.
Which of these vials would I take from its shelf, you may ask?
Pycelle.
None.
Said that.
To kill a man at his table or in his bed bores me. To toil hours over a boiling pot, measuring and stirring, bores me. How life begins is always entertaining, and my kind must make sure its end is worth our wait.
I really enjoy Oberyn in this. I love the accent, first of all, but I just love the way he tells the stories. The process will make him weaker? Oh no. Oh no. Don't worry about that. Why, yes, I did see mountains on the map. I did so too, Your Majesty. I did so too. They're giving the money something that makes mice murderers. The Strangler is what got Joffrey? Okay. Okay. I wonder if anyone's favorite character is Pycelle. Probably Pycelle's mother. Rip Joffrey, rest in purple. This is why it's called the Purple Wedding. That's true. That's right. Yeah, I enjoyed that breakdown of all the poisons. Maybe we'll get... I guess we've been introduced to most of them now. We've been introduced to the Strangler, the Tears of Lys, the Nightshade, right? Have we introduced the Widows? Widows, what was it called? The Widows one? And then the one that they're using on the mountain. I feel like. But yeah. Very interesting.
Wildlings.
I suppose that's flattery coming from you Southerners who'd kneel to a pig if your daddy did. We call ourselves the Free Folk. Or
Okay,
at least
Tormund.
most of us won't kill you for calling us so. Some will, aye. But that's just the way of it in the true North. Beyond your great white wall, where your laws and kingdoms end, and men live free. And die cold. For we live close to our land, and she's a terrible wife. Fail to obey her, and she kills you. On the frozen shore, so deep is the snow that men ride chariots made of walrus bones, pulled by packs of dogs. The Hornfoots have it easier in the mountains. The cold so hardens and blackens the soles of their feet that they don't even need boots. The cave people spend their lives in the dark, doing God's know what with God's know who, or what. The Thens have one of the only nice bits of land up here. A valley in the far north, near the end of the Frostfangs, with game, copper, and tin for shiny bronze weapons. Better than the rusted old blades
I love
most of us have.
the depiction of them.
With such advantages, they could be a generous, friendly race. They're not.
They're not.
As young boys, they burn their faces and rub ash and dirt into their wounds. Scars more than their face, I think. They follow their Magnar, who's the kind of man who can rule
Their
these
what?
kinds of men. I know what you Southerners are thinking. And no, the Magnar is not a king. More like their god. Though not one you'd care to follow.
Okay, that man is gonna be scary if we ever encounter him, ever.
A proud race, as old as the Frostfangs, and about as tough. They speak the old tongue, when they speak at all, though they understand more common than they let on. They're not the monsters you Southerners think. Once I was caught in a winter storm so cold, I knew I'd freeze to death before it broke. Lucky for me, I stumbled on a sleeping giant, cut open her belly, and crawled right up inside her. Kept me warm enough.
You
But
did
the
what?
stink nearly done me. The worst thing was, when she woke up, she took me for her babe.
She did what?
3 whole moons before I could get away. Aye, but there's times I still miss the taste
Okay.
of giant's milk. I thank the gods she
I'm
was
not gonna
a
believe
good
you,
woman
though.
And lacked a husband. An angry giant. You want no part of that.
Is this just another one of your stories,
Whatever our
Tormund?
differences,
Like the bear
one
one?
thing unites us. When we look south, we see hundreds of feet of ice piled high, manned by shivering crows in black cloaks. Our wardens penning us up here, warning us away from warmer lands, softer beds, and prettier girls. But the cold winds are rising. The Hornfoots couldn't stand against them, nor the Thens, nor the giants. First, they kill you. Then they send your dead against you. We faced extinction, every one of us. But then man's raider came to us and rallied every nation of the free folk, as no man ever has. He was a crow once and knows your ways. For thousands of years, we've sucked fear of your kind from our mother's teat. We've been on one side of the wall, and you on the other. No more. One of these nights, you're going to hear a knock on your front door. You best not answer.
First of all, another one with a great narrator's voice. I loved the depiction of each wildling tribe. I really liked how they had drawn them. And I really enjoyed how he broke down each tribe, basically. Best way to put it. I am scared of us possibly meeting the one that the Thens worship as God or whatever, because I don't feel like we have seen him or even heard of him in the show. And like, if the Thens are already by themselves, they're pretty creepy and crazy. What is their god gonna look like, right? Like, that's pretty scary. Also, that story about him cutting open a giant's belly to stay warm and then like suckling on her breasts and stuff, like, am I supposed to take that seriously? Is my connection bad or is it yours? Has it fixed? Is it better, Ottawa James? Try maybe refreshing the stream. The good thing about wildlings is that they're anti-incest. When a man is ready for a wife, they go to a far-off village and steal a woman. If she can fight her brothers and dad, he brings back a wife. That sounds kind of reasonable. Kind of reasonable. I mean, I guess better than incest. They like to diversify the blood. That's true, Nettles. By wildling standards, yeah, Jon and Ygritte were proper husband and wife. Pretty much. Tormund reminds you of your uncle who has a story for everything. Yeah, he has a storyteller's voice. He does. There's a fun theory about Tormund escapade with a bear. Tormund actually tells that story in the show, and then Ygritte calls him out on his bullshit. Right, Nels? That's like pretty much. You won't believe what I did last night, guys. I fucked a bear. I suckled on the tits of a giant. That's basically Tormund. Wildlings, anti-incest but pro-cannibalism. Potato, potato. Yeah, again, I guess, like, we'll take the cannibalism. No, we won't. We won't take the cannibalism. It's actually just the Thens, if we're being real. Right, let's not put it on all the wildlings, right? It's really just specific wildlings that are just sick in the head. Wildlings are broke, they have no fashion, and they have no castles, and their fashion is whack. Next. I mean, I'm not mad at like the wildlings like dress up in their gear. I'm not too mad at. And the things, the scars they have on their faces, they are pretty cool, if I'm being honest. I mean, they're alright. It's not too crazy. But yeah. Let's see what Bronn has to say about justice in the Seven Kingdoms.
Justice is a funny thing. For the poor, it's what keeps them alive. And starving, depending on how the local lord feels about his woods, his streams, his crops. For the rich, justice is what you get if you're not careful enough, or rich enough. Usually how it works is, you commit a crime and the local lord sends his guards after you. Or your victim's family kills you, and the guards go after them instead. Or you do nothing, and the guards come after you anyway. Either way, someone is brought before the lord and he decides what's to be done. Could be a fine if you're rich enough to pay it. Otherwise, it's the dungeons, the chopping block, or the wall. You'd think most folks would choose the wall. The north is nasty, dark and cold, but so are most dungeons, and every man knows how the Night's Watch earn their name. All they can do is watch. I don't blame the men who choose a quick chop rather than life without one of its few joys. If you're in the capital, it's the king's justice who takes your head. Elsewhere in the south, the headsman of the local lord. But in the north, it's the lord himself. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword, they say up there. Sounds noble, but given some of the northern lords I've met, they just don't want anyone else spoiling their fun.
The Boltons?
If you're so unlucky to be in the Vale,
Are you talking about the Boltons,
you might never
sir?
make it to sentencing thanks to their sky cells. Open on one side to a long fall, with the floor sloping down towards it like a woman's thighs. After a few days, they say the sky starts calling to you. Men jump with smiles on their faces, expecting the wind to lift them into the sky.
This concept is so cool.
It doesn't. To think Lord
These
Tyrion
jails.
was one tit-shaped cloud away from death. Lucky for him, he was highborn. If your family honour goes back hundreds of years to a time when your ancestors hit other men harder than they were hit, you have another option. Trial by combat. You either fight your accuser...
Wait, hold on. Only highborns get the opportunity to have a trial by combat? So like, if you're accused of something as a lowborn, it's finished. It's over for you, I guess. Okay. That's an information that I need to know. I feel like it's important. So only highborns.
Both pick champions to fight on your behalf, and the gods will favour the righteous man.
Or the strongest.
As long as he's also the strongest, the quickest, or the luckiest. Once in a long while, you may get two real highborn shits having a go at each other. And one of them might be fool enough to demand a trial by 7. Exactly how it sounds. 7 men against 7 men. Makes
You
for a good
guys
show,
told me
yes.
about
But any man who's been in
this
battle knows
trial
the
of
more
the
men
7.
involved, the less skill needed, the more chance of accidents. Just ask that Targaryen prince who got his head staved in by his brother all those years ago. And all for some hedge knight. If you ever find yourself arrested in the 7 Kingdoms, just remember that justice is up to the judge. Beg him for forgiveness, or pay him for it, or ask to be allowed to take the black. But remember that he doesn't have to let you. There are plenty of lords out there who think arms and heads are great decorations for their spikes. The Septons claim that justice is of the gods. Nice of them to keep it up there to themselves.
Such a great line to end it. Such a great line. It's nice to know that if you get fed up with life in Westeros, you can always just dip and go be free north of the wall. You can opt out of society. You can opt out of society into a somewhere existing society outside of society. And that's even better, you know. Then you're gonna have to deal with some Thens though, and some White Walkers possibly, and some bear fucking. But other than that, you're pretty good to go. Yeah, but is he talking about a literal bear? That's a good question. I would think so. That he's talking about the literal bear. Shut up, Bron, you're a spy for time. I don't think we get the answer to that in the show. Answer for what? The Vale was the craziest prison for sure, poor Tyrion, yeah. I really like the creativity of those prisons. He loves women's thighs, he has an obsession with it. I mean, don't we all? The gods only care about highborns. I've come to realize the system is rigged, as is in real life, in a lot of cases. The trial by 7, yes. Heather, were you talking to me about the trial by 7? Was I having this discussion with you in the comments? Watching can be fun. Right, Craster was right. But was Craster really a wildling, or was he masquerading as a wildling? Oh, the answer about the bear story. Oh, I see. Or maybe it's a code for Mormon Hori. The sigil is the bear. Could be, but nah. I think that he's talking about a literal bear. That's what's scary. That's what's scary to me. Let's see what Elaria Sand has to say.
Sex. A simple
Sex.
word for a simple act.
Great way to start any story.
And so, of course, men complicate it. A child born to a wife is a gift from the gods. A child born to a mistress or an obedient serving girl is a bastard, unworthy of its father's name. So instead, we call the children after the land where they were born. Flowers in the Reach and Hill in the Westerlands. Stone in the Vale and Storm in the Stormlands. Rivers in the Riverlands and waters in the Crownlands. Pike in the Iron Islands, snow in the north, and in Dorne, sand. By these names,
So she
everyone
is
can
a
recognize
bastard child.
even if his own father won't. Though sometimes a father with too much gold and daughters will ask the king to legitimize a bastard son and give him his family name. If his wife objects, the next one does not. But sometimes the gods play their jokes, and later his wife will give him a true-born son of their own. When this happens...
They kill off the bastard?
Children die all the time. So do fathers.
Jesus.
Even the beautiful Targaryens had bastards when brothers tired of their sisters. Many took the name Blackfire after the Conqueror's own sword. When Aegon the Unworthy legitimized all his bastards on his deathbed, they rose up against his true-born heir. Westeros bled. Dorne yawned. For most of Westeros, the Blackfire Rebellion only proved what they already knew. Bastards are treacherous, born of lust and shame. But here in Dorne, lust is not shameful. We know that bastardy does not make a man more treacherous than another.
Good job, Dorne.
Man does not need the help.
Why are we catching strays as like men as a whole? I like Dorne though. I like their way of thinking. They're loyal, they're free, they're liberated, you know? Sounds like a good place to be honest. Yeah, Craster is a fake wildling. Gentry Waters, right? Ramsay Snow, yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed how they broke down each area and each name that goes for each bastard. Dorne is very progressive. That's what I'm getting. Must be connection. It keeps loading. I'm like 3 minutes behind the live now. I got to check it. I got to check it out. BRB. Okay, Ottawa James. No worries. And the VOD will always be here to watch it at your own pace. But yeah, Dorne sounds like the place to be. At Westeros, at least.
Sellsword pretty much sums it up. A poor man has a sword.
Is this
a rich
Bronze
man needs
story?
a man with a sword. Gold is exchanged. If the poor man knows how to use the sword, maybe he becomes the rich man. One way or another. I'm sure sellswords have a long and illustrious history. But if you meet a sellsword who knows it, best hire someone else. A sellsword should be good at one thing. Getting paid to kill people. It's not an easy job. Most people try to kill you back. And at least a few of them know.
Why did he remind me of
The ones that don't,
Team Fortress 2 sniper voice actor? Right there. If anybody knows what I'm talking about.
Up at sellswords. They say they can't trust a man who sells his allegiance to the highest bidder. I don't blame them. Much cheaper for them to own an army from birth, either by people being on their lands or by their ancestors swearing a few oaths.
Kinda.
Here's the thing. No sellsword has ever fled from the winning side. If your hired companies are running away from you, it's because you're not on that side. And you didn't pay them enough to die with you. Not that you could. Sellswords don't get rich dying for their lords. Sellswords don't really get rich. Some of the Eastern companies on Essos do fine. The Golden Company, the Second Sons, the Windblown.
The Second
Always
Sons.
a bit of fighting to be had in the free cities. Even if those merchant princes can be as tight as an old man's cont. But then you're stuck in the heat and dust, hoping some dumb rich prick doesn't try to hire your company to fight Dothraki, because your dumb greedy captain would probably take it. Hedge Knights, now, are a different breed. Take a sellsword and remove the scents. They get their name from where they sleep, under the edges of the Seven Kingdoms, in ditches, in stables. They don't have the family name or the purse like real knights, so they spend all their money on armour and a horse, and ride in tourney after tourney in the hope of impressing some lord or winning some prize. One loss, and a lot of them are ruined. They can't ransom back their armour, even if they win. Think what a knight's good for. Killing men. You know how you train for killing men?
Killing
By trying
men.
to kill men. Not prancing round with a blunted stick, bowing and waiting your turn. Maybe you think I'm just insulting the competition, so you hire me instead.
Yes.
Well, of course I am. So don't hire me. Hire a sellsword with educated heirs who tells you all about the great battles he's heard of. Or a hedge knight who's won a few tourneys, starting to build his name. And the man you're fighting against? He hires me.
I like it. You know what, Bron? I like it. I like the confidence. Like, if that was a pitch for him, for me to hire him, I'd probably hire him, you know? Oh, it's your VPN acting up? Yeah. I can see that. The men and women are more equal in Dorne. That's what it seems like. Everybody seems to be on a more level footing in Dorne. But I enjoyed this Bronn breakdown of the sellswords. Pretty biased on his perspective, but I mean, that's what we like about these narrations, that they're like heavily implied that each person has their own individual perspective, and they tell the story from their perspective. But yeah, it was pretty interesting, pretty accurate from the sellswords that we know of, or we've come to know of in the show. Pretty cool breakdown.
From the east coast of the Vale.
Wait, I just noticed that that's Baelish narrating now.
4 rocky peninsulas plagued by wind and rain, and barren to all but the hardiest of weeds. The ancestral home of House Baelish.
You guys did tell me that
Our house
Baelish's
began with my
ancestors came from
great-grandfather, a Bravosi sellsword who came to the Vale at the
Essos.
invitation of House Corbray. My grandfather raised himself to the status of hedge knight, and even managed to acquire a bit of land and a keep on the smallest of the fingers, though I do believe he often missed sleeping under his titular hedges. The only thing worse than owning a dreary and desolate land is owning only a small portion of it. Luckily, I didn't spend much time there as a child. During the War of the Ninepenny Kings, a cheap name for a cheap cause, where other men fought for the king my father fought to befriend Hoster Tully, Lord Paramount of the Trident and head of one of the oldest and greatest houses in Westeros. Thanks to my father's heroic efforts, Lord Hoster agreed to foster me at Riverrun with his own children.
his heroic efforts.
Until then, my whole world had been a small tower on the gull-stained rocks of the Fingers. But when I first saw the stone walls of Riverrun rising from the Trident, towering over me, back then I was a little more easily impressed. The boy in me thought the gods themselves must live in such a place. I soon learned otherwise. Lord Tully's son, Edmure, was quick to ensure I would never forget myself in their house. He nicknamed me Littlefinger, after my size and homeland, and the name was just cruel enough to stick. His sisters, Lysa and Catelyn, made me a pawn in their kissing game, traded back and forth between them for practice. Needless to say, I enjoyed spending time with them more than Edmure. As we grew older, the game began to change, as all games do. Lysa grew more bold, and Cat more demure. When Lord Tully announced Cat's betrothal to a brute from the north whom she'd never met, I realized her duty would outweigh any
Nettles, you've told me this story, basically.
Fool that I was, I challenged this Brandon Stark to a duel for her hand. He was a warrior, I was a boy. If Cat had not intervened, he would have killed me and laughed over my corpse. For my insolence, Lord Tully banished me from River Run. No matter. I had learned everything I needed by then. I would fight my battles not with swords, but with wits. A few men could match me. Even then, House Baelish might have died out on the rocks of the Fingers. I was again a poor lord, with no allies and no prospects, except, if I were lucky, the daughter of a middling merchant. Then, opportunity arose. The Mad King executed that Brandon Stark and incited a rebellion. My old friend, Lysa Tully, was married off to Jon Arryn, Lord of the Vale, to cement the alliance against the Iron Throne, bringing her within my circle again. I quickly capitalized on our former affection and persuaded her to have me appointed as controller of customs at Gulltown, the Vale's greatest port. Wars burn gold like wildfire. When I increased the port's income tenfold, her husband took notice of this lowly lord from the Fingers, and when the new and profligate King Robert needed a master of coin who could find gold where no one else could, why, Lord Arryn knew just the man.
So that's how he became the
House
master of
Baelish,
coin
no
at
lands,
King's
no
Landing.
name, and no gold. Now we have quite a lot of each. What new rung will the next generation climb? Let us not be hasty. I'm not finished yet.
And he is not. And he's not. His next generations might as well end up being rulers of King's Landing by the time Game of Thrones is over. The next one does not. What? Created his own sigil, should have been a snake, but it's a mockingbird. Yeah, Nels, I remember. Yeah. I mean, this story, like, it's the story of Littlefinger, rags to riches. As I said while doing the tier list, I do respect Littlefinger for his come-up story. He is trying to have, like every family, trying to improve his family name in a way. It's just that, like, the ways he goes about it a lot of the time, they just don't align with me. But it was very interesting to listen to, and the visuals as well. I really enjoyed seeing their portrayal. Yeah, very, very interesting. And we don't know where Baelish is gonna end up. We don't know where his house is gonna end up. We don't know. He has high ambitions. Let's just leave it at that. Jesus Christ. We went from Baelish and now you're giving me Pycelle. Give me a break.
Fire made flesh.
It's horrible.
Such is the nature of dragons, claim the Eastern mystics. For once they may have a point, though not the one they think. Fire consumes, leaving at its end naught but ash. Thus the fate of the Targaryens and their dragons. Thousands of years ago, Valyrian stumbled on the first dragon eggs in the mountains of the 14 Fires. I cannot imagine shepherds could hatch dragon eggs and bind such creatures to their will, but whatever aid they must have had,
you can't imagine many things special. That's why you lost your job.
Every educated person knows how the Dragon Lords then conquered most of the known world, breaking the ancient Giscari Empire, enslaving a continent, building roads and bridges that still stand today, though the art that made them is lost. An empire of marvels and misery. And now what is left of Valyria? A smoking wasteland. Ash. In time, Aegon Targaryen and his sisters brought their 3 dragons who had escaped the doom to Westeros, perhaps thinking to regain his people's lost glory. And so he did. On the field of fire, he proved that armies were no match for dragons. At Harrenhal, he proved that mighty castles weren't either. Aegon Targaryen became Aegon the Conqueror, first of his name, founder of a dynasty. His first act, to order his dragon Balerion, the Black Dread, to melt the swords of his beaten foes into his new Iron Throne. For over 100 years, the Targaryen dragons cemented their breeders' hold on the Seven Kingdoms, if not each other. When Targaryen fought Targaryen in the civil war called the Dance of the Dragons, an angry mob...
There was a Targaryen civil war? With dragons? That's like... That would be like the equivalent of like... a war with atomic bombs right now, I guess. Back then, because like... dragons going at dragons... Have we heard of this in the show? Has it ever been mentioned? That's the first time I've heard of a Targaryen civil war.
Storm.
Does House of Dragon like kind of touch on that, or does it take place during that period? That would be super interesting.
The Dragon Pit, that huge, now ruined vault where the Targaryens stabled their beasts. Thousands died. But through sheer numbers and madness, 5 of the Targaryen dragons lay dead by the morning.
Oh wow!
Which was perhaps too many.
They actually took on the dragons
Each
and
generation
won.
of dragons grew smaller than its parents. Their skulls used to line the throne room of the Red Keep in order of birth. The oldest, Balerion, could swallow an ox whole. The last skull was barely the size of a dog's. Yet the Targaryens never stopped trying to revive their dragons. Aerion Brightflame drank a draught of wildfire and burned to death. Aegon V tried to hatch stone dragon eggs with sorcery and burned to death. Against these, Aerys II looks almost sensible. He only burned other men to death.
Ah, smart.
Now we hear rumors that the young Daenerys Targaryen has hatched 3 dragons far to the east.
Yes, he has.
If she were to be so foolish as to march on Westeros, she will not find, as her ancestor Aegon did,
Yeah.
7 disparate kingdoms frightened by her strange beasts.
Yeah.
She will find a continent united behind Lord Tywin Lannister.
Behind who?
Who extinguished her own
Behind who?
father's flame.
Behind who?
And we have no
Behind who?
dragons now.
Yeah, but who are you united behind? Okay. Okay, Basel. Yeah. Sleep on that. Sleep on that thought. Sleep on that thought, Basel. Because Daenerys is definitely coming. She's not. Who? You talking about who? You're talking about Tywin? Okay. Does this have spoilers? I would hope not. This is for season 4. These are specifically for those who have seen season 4. I would hope that these are not spoiling anything for me. Right, Nettles? He's even pretending in the recording. Like, this is for the viewers. Special enough. Enough with his lies. Enough. Also, I'm getting that these are events that we see in the House of Dragons. I mean, I'm excited. Like, if I get to know that these are the events that I'm going to be going into, I'm just even more excited, honestly. And let's be honest, I'm probably not going to remember everything that I hear in these by the time I watch House of Dragons. This is spoilers, kinda. For House of Dragons, hello, Brian, Alex. Hello, welcome. I don't know if I've welcomed you officially. River Mistfae, for real? Are you for real? First of all, good night to you. Second of all, that's amazing. Congratulations. I'm waiting for the next live stream, and I'm gonna ask you how is life newlywed by that time. How has it been by that time? But that's awesome. Congrats to you. Yeah, guys, everybody, give your congratulations to River Mistfae. She did it. She got the ring. She got the proposal. A beautiful thing. You can't remember all the details, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, even if like they're giving us some stuff for House of Dragons, again, I hope this is not for Game of Thrones specifically, the future seasons. That would be just kind of dumb. If it's for House of Dragons, then I'll be okay, I think. The big spoilers is in the next season lore. Everything else is so small. But again, is it spoilers for House of Dragons? Technically, but it didn't spoil for most people. It's hard to remember. Okay. God, River Mistfae. I hope it's not. I hope it's nothing. It's nothing close. Why would you even put that into the universe? Please don't. We want you here, alive and well, after the wedding. Again, sleep well. Thank you so much for joining us. And yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. In my opinion, learning about an event is different from learning at an event that an event happened. Like objectively, we could say, oh, we know World War II happened, but if you don't know like what happened, do you really know? Yeah, so like if I kind of know that there's a Targaryen civil war that takes place, I guess that kind of like preempts me for something that's gonna happen in House of Dragons. But like I want to see what happens in the Civil War, 100%. Only House of Dragons spoilers? Okay. I mean, it makes sense, right? House of Dragons is based on stuff like this that is discussed here. It is a prequel after all. But I love this. Despite it being Parcel, I really enjoyed learning about the dragons. And the fact that the men went there and murdered dragons by themselves is kind of crazy to think about. But Daenerys is not gonna worry about that. King's Landing is in no position to stop here. So like, I don't know what Parcel was drinking when he was acting all tough behind Tywin's skirt, but now that he's gone, you have Cersei, and you guys know that that's not gonna end well for you. Dan is coming.
Most boys dream of becoming a Kingsguard. Rich boys from good families get a chance. Smart boys stay at home and sing songs about them instead, opening purses and thighs, because the Kingsguard isn't really good for much else. There was one Kingsguard, I forgot the bastard's name, who swore an oath to his dying Targaryen king to crown his daughter after him. The very night that king died, this Kingsguard crowned the king's son instead. When an old man on the small council dared to protest, this honourable knight opened his throat. Bastard died in the very civil war he started, along with the old king's son, daughter, and most of their dragons. And the Kingsguard? All that duty and honour, and not enough brains to figure out which Targaryen to give it to. Twin brothers even ended up on opposite sides, died with tears on their cheeks as they cut each other down. I suppose I should think that's tragic, but stupid men do stupid things every day, and nobody cries over them.
So Bronn doesn't really particularly care for the Kingsguard. I understand.
How did he die? Defending Aegon the Unworthy from the brothers of a man whom Aegon fed to his dogs. The man's crime? Sleeping with one of the many mistresses Aegon wasn't using. And the man was one of Aegon's own Kingsguard. Arthur Dane, Gerald Hightower. Sure, If half the stories about them are true, they could swing a sword better than most. Makes their lives even more of a waste. Bodyguards to the maddest king the Seven Kingdoms ever saw. Watching their king burn men alive. Standing guard as their king raped his queen. Hiding the Stark girl that Prince Rhaegar stole away. Causing a war that toppled their king. And all this without any gold or women to show for it. Stupid buggers. The only one with any sense was Jaime Lannister. When his father stormed the city, he put a sword through the Mad King's back rather than die gloriously at his post. He's still here. They're not. Even if the Kingsguard are the greatest knights in the realm, knights are just asses in armour, riding whatever horse their daddies gave them. Putting on a white cloak doesn't make a man smarter or bolder. It's just a pretty little curtain. Behind it is the same pile of shit.
What did Ned Stark say? Well, he said about knights, but like they strut around like roosters out here. And the Kingsguard is like that, like times 10. And if I am to like think of all the Kingsguard people that we know of, like outside of Jaime, let's be honest, they're really not anything too impressive. If I'm being real, it's like Bronn could take them, you know. There are no spoilers for the next seasons of Game of Thrones, okay? Ventress, that would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. I don't know. I don't know how. If I try to avoid those, I'll see. That would be pretty cool, though. Jaime is the best swordsman in Westeros. I can see it. Does anyone know the difference between gold cloaks and white cloaks? What do you mean, Archangel? Arthur Dayne was the greatest swordsman in all of the world, in all of history. The sword of the morning. Is he, like, have we heard of him? No, Bronn can't take them. Kingsguards are the best in Westeros. Okay. I mean, I've seen a couple of the Kingsguards, and they weren't really all that great. Wasn't Ser Enos a Kingsguard? Kingsguard, I mean, gold cloak versus white cloak. He did? Or what, James? Oh, I missed the name. Oh, white cloaks are Kingsguards. Okay. There are only 7 and they have no addition to get to the team. Okay. Okay, so I'm feeling like the white cloaks are the actually most skilled, and then the gold cloaks are like, yes, Gianni Slint. They're like the corrupt idiots. So maybe I'm thinking about the gold cloaks when I'm thinking of Kingsguard. So I guess, yeah, maybe that's why I didn't have them in such a high regard. Oh, that's probably why I didn't clock it. Because the way Bronn was describing them was nothing to write home about. Obviously, because he's biased. I get it. Anyone can join the gold cloaks if they can swing a sword. They're like ops. Okay, that explains it. Because like, there's no way you guys are trying to convince me that like Aenos Slint is like some great swordsman. No. Yeah, he was. Archangel, he was. In place of Aenos Slint.
You can hear a maester coming long before you see him, thanks to the jangling
Oh, he's the
chains
crazy
forced to wear
scientist guy.
around his
Okay.
neck. It's meant to remind him of his servitude, like the collar of a dog. He can't remove it, even to sleep. Each link signifies mastery.
Really?
Or at least what those withered old men in the Citadel consider mastery of a different area of study. Gold for the study of sums and accounts, silver for healing, iron for war, black iron for ravenry, lead for poisons, and Valyrian steel for the higher mysteries. Only one maester in 100 forges such a link. Only one maester in 100 has the sense the gods gave a goat. Though I admit that no one has performed true magic in centuries. We sit in a room, mumbling over a candle of dragon glass, trying to make it catch fire. After a sleepless night of failure, we're supposed to admit to our own limitations. To win the link, we are supposed to lose our curiosity. I never did. In time, the Archmaesters decided more links were useless to a man who wouldn't be chained by them. They took my chain and expelled me from the Citadel. Their loss. The chain as a whole is supposed to signify the realm. One cannot have only lords or only knights. One needs farmers, smiths, merchants, shepherds, and the like. Like a chain forged of many different metals. An obvious and trivial point, disguised with pomposity. Much like the maesters themselves. They study without learning, and proudly pass down the same knowledge that was passed down to them.
They study without learning.
Perhaps such is to be expected, when one considers the kinds of men who become maesters.
Paisel.
The youngest sons of noble families, dutiful and timid, raised in the shadow of their older brothers. Or bastards and peasant boys whose minds are easily satisfied by the knowledge of their next meal. Because bold men will not be chained. They dare to ask questions that the maesters fear to answer. They will look at a living man and ask, how? And they will look at the dead and ask, what if?
Pretty chilling. Kind of like alchemists, right? What, the maesters? She said, Anus Lind, my life is marginally improved this night. They are also doctors and nutritionists. The Stark's Maester, Lewin, had the higher Mistress Valyrian chain, yet he didn't want to believe Bran. That's interesting, Mama Cat. Now that I'm thinking about it. Who is the stream elements? Stream elements is it's what I use for streaming. So this is like basically an automated message telling you guys to subscribe, because yeah, I am pretty desperate. We can all agree upon our hatred of Anus Lind, yes. Mama Cat being protective, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I didn't know about the chains that they couldn't take them out even when they went to sleep. Is that like kind of a myth? Like, do they actually not take them out? Is this kind of like one of the things, kind of like how he said the meaning behind the chain is kind of like meaningless, kind of, you know? They do sleep with the chains. That's interesting. That's what I'm thinking, right? They probably do take them out, right? I'm trying to think if Pycelle. Right, that's what I was gonna say about Pycelle. I quite distinctly remember Pycelle not wearing those chains when he was in his chambers with those women. Right? And like, and then they get sweaty when it's hot, like in the summer or something, and like you can't take them off. Like, do you take showers with them? Like, how does that work? Even more reasons that I wouldn't want to smell Pycelle through the screen. Archangel. I do too. Sultan, I do too. But it was very interesting to find more about
when Braavos was still the secret city,
the
filled
Maesters.
with runaways and refugees from the Valyrian slave lords. The first tradesmen to achieve success realized
The Bravos,
that if they
this is
pooled
about
their
the bank,
resources,
how it was created.
they could loan money to their less fortunate fellows and build a better Braavos. For a profit, of course. First, they needed a space to store their combined gold, safe from thieves, and more importantly, each other. For the business rivalries that created their fortunes were not easily put aside. They found an abandoned iron mine outside the city and sealed its only entrance with heavy gates and bars, and set guards supplied by every principal investor. Each guard watched the gate, and the other guards. Over time, this distrust vanished as the investors gave up their other businesses and poured their energies into the new endeavor, now called the Iron Bank, after the mine. We've since moved to more spacious quarters, but we still keep our first vault, not merely to remind us of our roots, but because we did not become the world's greatest repository of wealth by wasting assets, no matter how.
This is very similar to how people at Karth talked. Karth did not become the greatest city there ever was, and ever will be. And that's just kind of similar to how he's talking here. Just thought it was kind of interesting.
If you're an aspiring merchant, you come to us to buy ships and goods. If you're an aspiring shopkeeper, you come to us to buy your shop. Whatever you need in this world, we are the conduit. Even a throne can be yours if you're an aspiring king, or stay yours if you're a sitting one. Just ask
That's a lot
House
of
Lannister
power.
Of Westeros. We are not the only bank in this world.
Basically,
Every
what
free
banks
city has its own.
they hold the
When
most
those
power
banks
usually.
need gold, they come to us. We lend to princes, kings, merchants, and tradesmen. If a prince or king can't pay us back, well, the world lacks for loyal men, not ambitious ones. We simply fund the rise of new princes and kings, and they tend to honor our investment. If a merchant refuses to repay us, well, the vicissitudes of trade are well known, and Braavos is full of men who are not. One way or another, the Iron Bank will have its due.
Damn. Yeah. They're basically the mafia, guys. They're basically the mafia. This is basically what they are. She wasn't jiggling when he was doing squats at one time. Pycelle, right? Yeah. Yeah, Nettles, but then Pycelle doesn't though. So like his is just for show, I guess. Nobody's taking Cyrus off, and that's unfortunately true. We have valuable stuff. Here's an idea. Let's hoard it and guard it, said every rich institution in forever. Yeah, pretty much. One good way to accumulate wealth is to keep it for yourself and yourself only. That's it almost doesn't fail. That was interesting. I do appreciate that they have the banker narrate. For whatever reason, I did enjoy his voice, even in that brief moment we saw him in that episode for the Iron Bank. I mean, this basically described described the mafia basically. They basically move everybody. They kind of like can basically take down entire kingdoms, or fund the uprising, or like somebody coming in and taking said kingdom. So basically, as I said, they can fund kings basically, and that's just a lot of power to have. And I'm guessing now they've decided to back Stannis, so that's a lot of money and power behind Stannis, right? Maybe we haven't even seen the full extent of Stannis' new army. Possibly. But let's see what Sam has to say.
Nobody really knows how the wall was built. Yes, every child hears how, in the days of the first men, Brandon the Builder raised the wall with magic and giants and set the Night's Watch to guard.
Brandon the Builder?
But nobody thought to write down the story until thousands of years later, and the
Like Bob
sections
the Builder?
weren't much for accuracy. I mean, they have knights bumbling around thousands of years before they were knights. Sorry, bad habit. But even if magic and giants built the wall, it's the Night's Watch who have held it. Our order of builders repairs the keeps and towers, digs tunnels, crushes stone for roads and footpaths, and clears away trees wherever the forest presses too close to the wall.
Okay.
Or at least they would, if they had the men, and the tools, and the time. Long ago, when the Night's Watch was at full strength, the builders would quarry blocks of ice from the frozen lakes of the haunted forest, dragging them south on sledges to add to the wall. Now, it's all they can do to watch for cracks or signs of melt and make what repairs they can, without men, or tools, or time. The Order of Rangers is the fighting heart of the Night's Watch. They ride beyond the wall, fighting and trading with wildlings, surviving shadow cats and snow leopards. The Rangers are meant to scout out threats to the wall and return to report. And they did, back in the days when men could go north and come back alive. Now they just come back. The Order of Stewards.
Now they
keeps the
just
watch
come back.
alive.
That was a cold
We hunt
line.
and farm, tend
That
the
was a
horses,
cold
milk the
line.
cows, gather firewood, cook the meals, and bring supplies from the south. Not so heroic, I know, but since the Night's Watch doesn't starve or freeze, I guess we're the only order that still does everything it's supposed to. Without all of us guarding the wall together, well, it probably still wouldn't have ever fallen. Solid ice rising hundreds of feet into the air and running hundreds of miles to the sea. No army is smashing it anytime soon, which is why our enemies have never tried. Well, not directly. The brothers Gendel and Gorn, kings beyond the wall, went under the wall, through ancient caves buried deep in the earth. But on the way back they took a wrong turn and were lost in the darkness.
Are these the
That their
attempts
children's children
that
still
Jon
down
Snow
there,
was talking
looking
about?
for a way up, or for more food to find its way down. When our
The
rangers
failed
found
attempts.
Arson Isaacs picking away at the wall, he was almost halfway through. The rangers decided not to disturb him and sealed the way behind him with ice and stone and snow.
Ooh.
Some say if you press your ear flat to the wall,
That's
you
brutal.
can still hear Arson chipping away with his axe. 100 years ago, another king beyond the wall, Raymond Redbeard, realized
W
the wall's
Mythos.
size is both its greatest strength and its greatest weakness. He waited for our patrols to pass and then sent climbers to the now unguarded stretch of the wall. When they reached the top, they dropped ropes and ladders for thousands more wildlings to clamber up. The Night's Watch didn't even know his army had crossed until after the Starks and Umbers had cornered and destroyed him. And that was 100 years ago, when the Watch had many more men than now. Lucky for the Night's Watch, the wall isn't without its own defences. Besides being incredibly tall and thick, the wall is also treacherous. Many times a patrol will find the broken corpses of wildlings who've tried to climb the wall, only for a piece of it to break off mid-climb, or to have their hold slip as the sun melted the ice just enough. When the light strikes the wall just right, it can even look like it's weeping. 1,000 years ago, the Night's Watch could have lined up shoulder to shoulder along the wall, all the way from Eastwatch by the sea to the Shadow Tower, to meet Mance Raider and
How many were there?
But now, Mance isn't bothering to find tunnels under the wall or climb over it. He was a sworn brother once. He knows that the glory of the Night's Watch is behind us. Mance is going to try what no man ever has. He's going to come through the wall. One day, I hope Maesters write stories about how we beat him back. Because if we don't, there may not be any more stories to write.
When were the history and lore episodes coming out? Were they coming out along with each episode of each season? Because it does seem like it touches on stuff that we kind of like we're dealing with in each episode of season 4. So like this kind of like gets you amped up for the defense of the wall against the wildlings. Obviously we had the introduction to Oberyn and stuff. So were these coming out during while the season was airing? Each week you also got one of these along with each episode. How were these coming out? Because I can definitely see how watching this, it only gets you more amped for what is to come in the next episode when you was watching this alongside the show. I assume that's when these were coming out. What, climbing the wall? Archangel, the wildlings? It's what Jon Snow was telling them. You've tried this before. It didn't work. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of space inside the wall. You mean like between the front and like the other side? Yeah. Thank you, Ottawa James. Appreciate it. Welcome to the family. No, that was the banking coming. New idea. I mean, for that world, were banks a thing? Well, no, he did say that there were other banks. He did say that. So yeah, no, he did say that there were other banks. There's just like the bank though. So we heard Bron's view of the Kingsguard. Let's hear James' view of the Kingsguard.
Boys without talent? Well, I wouldn't know. I remember the day the Lord Commander wrote my name down in the White Book, the official record of the Kingsguard. At 16, the youngest member ever to join. Knighted by Sir Arthur and Sir Barristan.
He was the youngest member ever?
An outlaw had decided to try his luck against a lowly squire. He wasn't using his head, so I took it off him. Shortly afterwards, King Aerys II, who hadn't yet earned the title of the Mad King, took me into his service. If I have ever been happy, it was that day. For centuries, the Kingsguard had been the glory of the realm. Aegon the Conqueror had established the Order as his personal guardians after uniting Westeros with fire and blood. He knew that some of his subjects wouldn't take to conquest, and his dragons were no use against knives in the dark. No doubt surrounding himself with the greatest knights in Westeros made his rule more palatable and less foreign as well. Everyone in his kingdom soon knew the names and sung the songs of the Kingsguard. I certainly did from my earliest days. Lord Commander Gerald Hightower, the White Bull. Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Barristan Selmy, the Bold. Prince Louis
The
Martell.
Bold?
Oswald Went, Jonathan Derry, and, soon enough, the boy prodigy, me. We protected the king and his family. We killed his enemies and led his armies. We gave him counsel when asked and kept his secrets when not. We swore to hold no lands, take no wives, and father no children, like the Night's Watch.
Basically.
Except with a real job to do.
Damn.
Was I awed to see my name inscribed in the same book as my heroes? Of course not. I was 16 and brilliant. I belonged there. Beside the name of Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, who wielded the Valyrian sword Dark Sister. He died.
I like Jaime, man.
Aegon the Unworthy from assassins, though the king had insulted Aemon throughout his reign and had well earned his fate, because Prince Aemon had sworn our oath. Beside the name of Sir Gawain Corbry, who duelled the Targaryen bastard Daemon Blackfyre for an hour during the Battle of the Red Grass Field, though outmatched and grievously wounded, because Sir Gawain had sworn our oath. Beside the name of Sir Duncan the Tall, who as a hedge knight broke several of Prince Aerion Targaryen's teeth while defending a Dornish woman. He later rose to Lord Commander and burned beside his king at Summerhall, because Sir Duncan had sworn our oath. And now, below the name of Jaime Lannister, you know how it reads. What I did, even though I had sworn our oath. That was years and a hand ago.
Years and
When
a
I
hand
joined
ago.
the Kingsguard, I fought beside legends in the flesh. Their kind is dust now, and the men who have taken their place,
Useless.
Sir Boris Blunt, the fat.
Yes,
Sir
that
Meryn
motherfucker.
Trant, the forgettable. Sandor Clegane, the dog who tucked tail and ran. Like mud, their names soiled the white.
Yeah, not too much on
Almost
the
as
Hound,
much as mine.
though. Everybody else you can roast freely. I love Jaime's smugness. I love Jaime's smugness in this. Was I surprised? Of course not. I was young and brilliant. Your boy Jamie. Been watching for months? Okay, or what, James, then. You've been apart. You've been apart. Jamie was knighted by Sebastian and Sir Arthur Dane. Sir Barristan. Yeah, it was like Sebastian. Sir Barristan, yeah. So fun watching you experience the Game of Thrones series for the first time. It's like I'm reliving watching it the first time too. I'm glad, Glenn. I'm glad that that's the case. Yeah, that's why reactions are great for me too. To get to re-experience things that I enjoy through the eyes of others. I love Jamie so much, bro. He's my favorite character. He's a very good character. He's a very good character. I can't even like pretend like I don't like Jamie. Same way I can't really pretend I don't like Cersei. They're great characters. I really like Jamie too. Yeah. Your favorite character in all of fiction? Damn. I'm trying to think. Like there's so many great characters. Damn. These are big words, but this is awesome. That's awesome. That he has resonated so much. Even when Jaime was a dick, he made me laugh. Yeah. He's just a charismatic dude, you know. Ew, Lannister lover. Come on, Nettles. I mean, I've said it many times that I really appreciate the Lannisters just in general. I hate them in the show. Well, Jaime not as much anymore. I hate Cersei, and I hated Tywin. But I can't deny, like, I like good characters, and they are good freaking characters. They're good. Yeah, I'd be bitter smack dick too if I saved the entire city and got chastised for it. How Stark spits at you. Listen, unfortunately, there are not many people left at House Stark to spit at me. Unfortunately, it's not many of them left. It's not many. I like Nana Tyrell better than Jaime. I like Tywin better than Jaime. I like Tyrion better than Jaime, I assume. I like Arya better than Jaime. Jaime's pretty low down on your list. I mean, out of the ones you named, I mean, I definitely like Tyrion and Arya more than Jaime. But then I'd probably say, like, Jaime's up there. I mean, all of the characters you name are great, to be honest. And of course, Olenna is amazing. No arguing that.
Unbowed,
Oberyn again, which is always good. I really enjoy his narrations.
A promise to our enemies and a challenge to our lovers.
The House Martell.
Thousands of years ago, the warrior queen Nymeria crossed into Dorne from Essos, fleeing the dragon lords of Validia. After she landed, she burned her ships, all 10,000 of them, so no cowards could slink home.
She burned 10,000 ships?
Dornish in spirit before she ever was in flesh. She was lucky to land in Dorne, where powerful women are not locked away in septs and the beds of old men.
Shout out to
My
Dorne.
ancestor Mors Martell saw her and desired her, and proved that where armies fail, a tongue may succeed. Wedding his strength to hers, his spear to her son, they subdued all his rivals together. After the tradition of her people, House Martell then ruled Dorne as princes, not kings. Unless the eldest child was a daughter, for unlike the rest of Westeros, our loyalty isn't commanded by a cock. We follow a prince or a princess Martell just the same. And we always have. Some people forget that Aegon Targaryen crowned himself Lord of 6 kingdoms, not 7. When his sister marched on Dorne, she found no mighty hosts drawn up against her for her dragon to burn and her soldiers to slaughter. The sands swirled, men died, and her dragon saw nothing. The sun shone, men died, and her dragon bowed to our greater fire. The Targaryens retreated with their tails tucked between their legs. Of course, in later years, his descendants would try again. Daeron the First succeeded at great cost and reigned in Dorne for a few glorious months.
A few
One
months?
night, his steward pulled down a sash by his bed to summon his consorts. Instead, the canopy split open and 100 red scorpions fell on him. He was a Tyrell. You would think he would be used to getting stung. Within a fortnight, House Martell again ruled a free Dorne.
Where are the Tyrells catching this
Eventually,
phrase?
after centuries of courtship, House Martell got into bed with the Targaryens. We took King Daeron II and his sister for
He
our
did not
own
just say that, bro.
before they could take each other. The 6 kingdoms became 7.
God.
Even now, I do not blame my ancestors. One look at those long silver locks. It is not every day a man gets to ride a dragon. But they soon learned
Oberyn
they
gives
can
no
leap
facts in
off
this
the dragon
narration,
at
bro.
will. My sister Elia, she married Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and became the princess she already was. In Dorne, she walked among vipers, and none would bite her.
But in King's Landing,
she found herself surrounded by lions. When Robert Baratheon rebelled against his rightful king, his future father-in-law, Tywin Lannister, ordered his beast, Gregor Clegane, to rape and murder my sister, along with her helpless children.
Hearing these stories whenever he tells them this specific part, knowing what happened to Oberyn at the end.
Lannisters sit on the Iron Throne, surrounded by the blasted swords of Aegon's broken foes. I wonder if they remember, as I do, that none of those swords are ours. I wonder if they see, as I do, my sister's red blood soaking into the stones of their precious red keep. Maybe they need reminding. The lion may be a mighty beast, but pride always lifts his gaze to the horizon, never seeing in the grass the viper.
And all that for the mountain to crush his head into a million little pieces, right? All that for that. Great. You have clothing with Olenna, Archangel. And let's hear about this Dusty Sun people. Don't talk about them like that. Barry, you're so right. That the name sounded familiar. I was like, I've heard of the name before. She did name her wolf Nymeria after the warrior princess. Yeah, I understood that she burnt her own ships. I'm like, but like, I'm just thinking of the logistics. I was stuck on the logistics. I'm like, was it just going ship by ship, lighting it on fire? Don't get me wrong, Jaime's a great character, but there are way too many great characters to be having Jaime on the top of lists of my great characters. I mean, he's for me, he's pretty high. He's pretty high. He's not top 4, I would say, but like, he's still up there. Unbowed, unbent, and unbroken. Yeah. The Dawn are a very matriarchal society. Yeah, that's what it seems. It seems like it's the best place to be. That's what it seems like. That's what I've gotten. And it's a shame that like Oberyn had the fate that he had. But if I was in Westeros, like I would probably want to be at Dorne, to be honest. Zora Mormont is gonna tell us about Valyrian steel. Okay.
Iron chainmail and steel plate over the chest. Metal gauntlets over the hands and greaves over the legs. A visored helm over the skull. A knight in full armor can shrug off swords, spears, and axes. But Valyrian steel slices through his protections like so much cloth. As advanced as iron is from bronze, so is Valyrian steel from ordinary steel. Lighter yet stronger, and nothing holds an edge like it. If you take a whetstone to a Valyrian blade, you'll need another whetstone, and maybe another hand to hold it. Nobody knows how the Valyrians forge their steel. Less than a handful of smiths can now even reshape it. The process, like so much of their civilization, was lost in the Doom. Many claim they wove magic spells into the molten metal and blasted it with dragonfire. When you see a Valyrian blade, smoky and dark as if drinking in the sun, and rippling with 1,000 folds, you may not scoff so loudly. The Valyrian steel that exists now is all there will ever be. Some survives in the citadel with the maester's chains, where a link of Valyrian steel signifies study of the higher
So there's no more Valyrian steel to go around.
Some drifts through the world as prize daggers and jewelry for rich merchants. I've even seen a Dothraki Arak. But much more of Valyrian steel lives on in the great houses of Westeros as their most treasured possession. a sword passed down from father to son for generations. Ice of House Stark, Heartsbane of House Tarly, Lady Forlorn of House Corbray. But even precious treasures can be lost. Aegon Targaryen's Blackfyre and Visenya's Dark Sister disappeared in Daemon Blackfyre's rebellion. A foolish king of the Rock took House Lannister's Bright Roar to Valyria, and neither blade nor man was seen again. And then there are the swords that are not lost, but lose their owners. For 5 centuries, Longclaw was the pride of House Mormont, my house. Even penniless and in great debt, I chose to sell men rather than the sword. And when my shame became known and I fled Bear Island for the east, I left it behind for my father, to hold it for a worthier heir. Valyrian steel is a wonder of the world, sharper than wits, truer than men, rarer than virtue. But even its edge cannot cut so deeply as a son's failure, nor its value match that of redemption.
Wow. Okay. For a second I forgot that Mormont had a Valyrian sword, and I was like, what does Zora know about Valyrian steel? Why is he the one narrating this? But I had completely forgotten that his father, actually, literally, his family, literally had a Valyrian sword. And like, I didn't know that there's no more Valyrian steel. That's all we have. So like, it must be like one of the most like high valued like possessions, and like it must worth like gold, basically, just because of how rare it is, right? So like, how much would a sword, like a Valyrian steel sword, go for? I'm guessing it would be a lot. How much caffeine did you have? Still be awake at 6 a.m. I actually have had 1 cup of coffee today. Tywin mentions that he brought in a blacksmith from across the world to reform Ned's sword into 2 swords that he gave to Joffrey and Jaime. Which is why the Starks should have known that Tyrion had not sent the murderer to kill Bran. Nobody would give a Valyrian steel dagger to a cutthroat. There was a Valyrian steel dagger, wasn't it? Damn, Nettles. Damn, I thought about like something crazy like that. It's rarer than gold, yeah. Damn. And he still was like, nah, I'm not gonna give it away. I mean, it's like, if it's your family's possession, right? Like, I don't know if you would be able to give that away. Yeah. A lot of great information in this one as well. I'll say I enjoyed Oberyn's and the Dorne's narrations the most. Bailey's was also enjoyable, although I did know most of his story. I really liked the information about the dragons. Despite the fact that it was Pycelle that was telling me, it was still like, I liked that I learned about the civil war of the Targaryens. I was fascinated by the fact that men walked in there and killed all those dragons. Also the skull sizes, which they had touched on in the show, about how different generations of dragons had the their skulls they were kind of becoming smaller and smaller, as the dragons as well were becoming smaller and smaller. I enjoyed Varys telling us about how it's basically always been kings fighting kings, upstaging kings. Everybody wants to be in power. Like, basically Game of Thrones has always been taking place at Westeros ever since the first man, basically. That was also very interesting. I enjoyed the Maester, especially the part about the chains. I didn't know about that, like the culture behind it in a way, but also the foolery that goes on. This is why Mormont's gift to Jon was such a gift. That's true, Archangel. He just gave it away to him. I didn't even remember that. He just gave it to him. Thrice at least, Lord Tywin had offered to buy Valyrian longswords from impoverished lesser houses, but they refused. That shows that they value Valyrians still more than tons of money. Yeah. Even the richest man wanted to buy it. Well, yeah, but Tywin is also in debt now, or was before he got murdered. I mean, Lord Commander Mormont giving Jon Snow his sword. Yeah, that's why it's such a huge deal. Yeah. Yes, we're on to season 5. We've wrapped up season 4. This is how I like to do this, finish the seasons with the history and lore, get ourselves pumped, get ourselves ready to embark into the next season. I'm excited for season 5. You guys recently informed me that it's the last season that is actually based on the books, on the written material. So I'm very excited to see where these characters go. Valyrian still never loses its edge. It's the sharpest thing known to man. How could a blade stay sharp forever? That's yeah. It makes no sense, but I guess. Season 5 will really put hair on your chest. So I'll finally stop being a sweet summer child by season 5. I feel like it will be season 8 and I'll still be a sweet summer child. Because I have hope, guys. That's why. I have hope for these characters. What are my expectations for season 5? Damn, I've kind of touched on that in the finale for season 4. I will also touch on it in the first episode we do, in the first reaction. I said I feel like Stannis is going to succeed, I feel, in taking the throne, even for a little bit. But I feel like season 5 is going to be heavily focused on Stannis basically going around Westeros and basically taking revenge, quote unquote, on everybody who didn't support his claim, or Stannis felt wronged him. So I feel like that will be going on at Westeros mainly. It's gonna be centered around Stannis again, like it was when he first waged siege at King's Landing. I hope he goes around and kills Walder Frey. I hope he possibly takes on the Boltons as well. I said that Cersei is not going to be able to handle King's Landing and everything that is going to fall on her shoulders. So she's going to fail at that. I do believe the Tyrells are going to use the opportunity to gain more influence and more power. At the same time, now that Tywin is gone, Arya is going to end up turning into a badass swordsman at Bravos. I really have no clue what Varys and Tyrion are gonna be up to. Dany, as I said, this is gonna be the last season where she's at Slaver's Bay and that part of the world. I feel like after season 5 or even midway through season 5, she's gonna start heading towards Westeros finally. And the White Walkers are still gonna be around. They're gonna be looming. Maybe start making their presence even more noticeable. I mean, they've basically been coming for like a while now, though. Like from like they were there season 2, right? Finale of season 2. So like, it's been a minute that they've been coming. You're no longer Sid Summer's child. That's good to know, yeah. I mean, I've been informed of that, but people still call me that from time to time, so like... Some say Valyrian still requires human sacrifice. Oh, that's interesting. So like, if you sacrifice humans again, you'll be able to make it again? After all seasons finished, then the Red Nose Day Game of Thrones musical. It's only about 15 minutes. And then House of Dragon. Yeah, I did say that I want to watch House of Dragons. It would be ideal if we finish Game of Thrones right around when season 2 for House of Dragons is coming out. So then I can start House of Dragons right from the get-go and like possibly join along in season 2. We'll see if that will happen that way. If I'll time it like that, that'll be pretty neat. But yeah, definitely all the Game of Thrones content I'm down for. Wonderful day, everyone. Yeah, Mama Cat. Thank you for joining. Which character do you want dead now after Joffrey? I mean, Ramsay, Bolton, the Boltons just in general. I wouldn't be mad at Pycelle dying. Littlefinger, I know he's not gonna die, but like, fuck Littlefinger. Aenus Lint, that's another one that I'm rooting for the death of. Yeah, let's start with Ramsay Bolton for starters. Let's start with that motherfucker. What's the worst case scenario for the Arya, Sansa, and Jon? The worst case scenario? Outside of just dying? Outside of dying, I'll say Arya to turn like basically like to have no feelings and like no remorse for her action. Basically become cold-blooded. To lose that like juvenile joy that she brings, that her character has at times, that is slowly being stripped away from her. That would be for Arya. Sansa would definitely be falling in the trap of Littlefinger and like possibly falling for him, falling in love with him, becoming basically Lysa 2.0 for him. That would be pretty horrible in my book for Sansa and where she is now. And for Jon, the worst possible scenario for Jon. The worst possible scenario for Jon would be like failing at his role at being. I assume he's gonna take it upon himself to kind of lead the Night's Watch, and like him failing at that would be the worst case. I mean, again, worst case scenarios for all of these characters is that they die, but like outside of the obvious thing, 10 hours of Grumpkins and Snarks. Has it been 10 hours again? Have we reached 10 hours? That's crazy. On my personal kill list, it's these motherfuckers, the ones that are living. It's the same kill list. I'm not gonna go against Arya, and obviously this one rather, because Joffrey's dead. You know my kill list. You know my kill list. Nettles. Ramsay. Baelish. Ines Lind. Pycelle. This motherfucker that I'm forgetting the name constantly, but this fucker. Ramsay, his father. And yeah, I'd say these are the ones for now. Okay guys, I'm seeing a lot of you guys saying goodnight and stuff. I do think that it's probably time. I feel like, yeah, it's catching up to me as well. So I want to thank you all, everybody who was in here for the stream. Anybody who possibly watches the VOD and missed the stream, you can always watch it at your own pace. It's gonna be at the YouTube channel for anybody who might have joined now and missed all the previous 8 or however many hours we've done. It will be available on the YouTube channel right after the stream has ended. Thank you so much guys for joining me. I really enjoy doing this with you all, doing these talks and this end of the season live streams that we do. But it's time to go to bed and get some sleep. So I hope the rest of your Saturday goes well, or your Sunday if you've crossed over to the latter part of your weekends. Hope you have a great rest of your day. The night is dark and full of terrors, absolutely. Season 5 is challenging. I mean, we've gotten through some really tough shit. I'd like to think I've toughened up enough to be able to get through the rest. Will you have the pillow ready for season 5? Abso-fucking-lutely. I feel like I'm gonna be needing that for Ramsay. I feel like I'm gonna be needing that for Ramsay. But thank you so much guys. I really appreciate you guys being here, and I will see you all in the next reaction video. Have a good one guys. Good night.